welcome everyone and good afternoon. My name's Contra here and this is your Facebook Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition. Today we'll be having the Underground Fans Challenge here to be playing amongst some of the top Facebook creators throughout the entirety of the month. And of course, we'll be talking through how does the format work for the entirety of the show and what's about to happen. And with that, we'll definitely want to introduce you to the teams as well as our dear casters that will be commentating all of the action in Wild Rift. And without further ado, let's introduce you to two very fine gentlemen, Husky as well as Flicker. And of course, welcome and good afternoon, guys. And it's definitely going to be an exciting show for today. So, how are you guys feeling? Because this is going to be a really, really interesting showdown between some of the top creators from Facebook and, of course, some of the viewers that will be watching this live stream here on AGG Network and Facebook, as well as our channel in Astro as well. So, are you guys excited or what?
I'm feeling stoked. I was restless yesterday, but it's great to be able to witness, a game like Wild Rift kind of making it into the mainstream platform, and being able to witness all of these content creators come together, be innovative across these weeks and months, and finally them in action against one another, and of course against their fans as well. I'm just excited to get the game going.
Yeah, that is correct. I'm pretty excited as well. And to those viewers at home, thank you so much for tuning in. And we're gonna have like about I think it's about 10 games that we're gonna have today, and with a total prize pool of about I think it's about 10,000. How's it, Contra?
Yeah, that's right. It's about 10,000 ringgit, definitely up for grabs out there. And the way that they actually got themselves in towards this program is that they have been getting a whole lot of stars from all of you who have been supporting all of our Facebook creators, and the top 10 will be playing alongside with their fellow fans that have been supporting them all the way. And if you guys definitely want to get yourselves into the action, you guys could definitely register yourself down the link below if you guys are watching on Facebook Live. So make sure you guys get your chances in, because each match that is going to be played will be rewarding the players about 1,000 ringgit, whoever takes the win at the very end of that match itself. So there's about 10,000 ringgit up for grabs to be given alongside, and definitely a whole lot of chances for you all to be participating in this match itself.
Yep.
And of course, with that, we'll definitely want to see who will be our top 10 creators that will be having a lot of fun time in the Wild Rift itself. So let us introduce you both Team Domination as well as Team Resolve. Wow, I definitely would say that that's a really awesome lineup there. We got Rim Anchor, we've got Solos, Daddy Hood, and so many more names that I can't even wrap it all up by just going through that. But who are you favoring to be taking this sort of wins out here, since some of them have been dabbled in the professional esports scene for quite some time. Some of them are streamers or so, and they've been making a whole lot of amazing content online. And anyone that you have kept your eye on, Flicker, for the moment?
Actually, I have my eye on Agus Rians, actually, because we all know, like before this, we know Agus Rian is playing on a different game actually. So for me to see his name on League of Legends Wild Rift is kind of pretty exciting to me, because I really want to know like how this game is going to how he's gonna find this game. What is his expectations, and how he's gonna play out the game, because we all know like the game that he played before is kind of different. It is in a different genre. So how is he gonna fare out in MOBA actually? So what do you think, Husky?
I mean, for me, I'm kind of a more mainstream guys, right? We have a lot of familiar names right here who are pretty familiar with MOBAs in general, but seeing this breath of fresh air and how their previous experience is going to carry forward to Wild Rift. I definitely want to see if they can bring us some sort of flair. Will they surprise us with their innovative minds? Because we know that some of these players right here are definitely at the top. So can they bring off the same performance? I guess we'll find out in a bit.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out in a bit because we have like because we got like what 10 games today, so you guys are in it for a treat.
Yep, I definitely would say so. And let's actually have a look at the game format itself to, of course, get everyone pretty much in sync on how the showdown is going to be like for the entirety of that 10 matches to come for both Team Domination as well as Team Resolve. So they'll both be playing 5 games apiece. Now, you guys have voted for them, and we'll be seeing Team Domination taking the first 5 matches here with some of the viewers that are currently online. Hopefully they'll be joining us in a short bit. And from match 6 to match 10 onwards, we'll see Team Resolve come into the picture, and that's where Daddyhood and Co. They'll be rocking the riff in later stage. But Team Domination definitely is going to be pretty much interesting to see names like Zin Interpured as well as Rem Encore coming here to this entirety of this showdown.
Yeah, and I would say for these two teams, obviously, for those who have followed the local scene or Southeast Asia in general, you might look at Team Resolve and be like, I think this is the stronger team. But that's also what makes Team Domination that much more interesting, because we did mention earlier on that for this Underground Fans Showdown Challenge, we will have 1,000 Malaysia Ringgit to be given out each round, to be won each round for the winning team, totaling up to a total of 10,000 Malaysia Ringgit. This is just insane.
Exactly. Yep. And we also have the schedule for the entirety of the match. So let's have a look at the matches. We'll be starting our first match itself at 12:15 onwards. So on the match 6, we'll definitely have a little bit of a switch of teams. So 3 p.m. possibly we'll definitely have a lot of all these Malaysian fan favorites like solos coming in on the picture with Team Resolve playing from match 6 all the way to match 10.
Yep, that is correct. And if you guys can see here, we have like we have on Team Resolve, we have like about, I think we have solos, Agus Rian, Too Easy for Jep, Daddyhood, and Ombong Haha, who will be playing on Team Resolve. Then if you guys are actually here for solos, then you guys should wait up until like maybe like around 3 p.m. 3 until 5:30. And if you guys want to play with them as well, I think there will be a registration link that will be posted on the Facebook comment section of this live stream. So don't forget to like and share.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we gave Team Resolve like a lot of the credit, and they do deserve the spotlight. But looking at Team Domination, the team that will start off the first 5 matches, Reem Angkor, XK Penjahat, Zin Interpured, Iwi Streaming, and of course Sleepy Godzillas. I think these 5 content creators are definitely, you would kind of say, the more fresh ones, right? The more interesting ones, because we have not seen them as prevalent as Team Resolve. But at the same time, it will also be pretty interesting as well, especially when you see names like Reem Angkor, for example, who have been around for quite a while. How is he going to lead all these other 4 members to a potential victory in their first batch of this Underground Challenge?
Yep, that is correct. And to able to play out with their fans as well is going to be pretty exciting, because with all the introduction of the new characters as well in League of Legends Wild Rift. So we're gonna see like how are we gonna see how they play out, because we all know like some of these content creators are actually from a different genre of the game. So to be able to play a mobile game instead is gonna be pretty exciting.
Exactly. And then, of course, we also have great news that we are about ready to actually kickstart the first round itself with Team Domination starting the very first match. So are you guys ready?
No, I'm ready.
I'm
always ready.
I'm definitely pumped up for this. And well, of course, since our casters are ready, we'll be hopping in towards our very first showdown here with our Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition, starting off real soon. We'll definitely finding out who Clown Fiesta will be comprising of. So Husky as well as Flicker will be on the table here to break down the entirety of the action. Show them some love, drop them a like on their Facebook pages as well. So without further ado, let's kickstart our first match in the Rift.
All right, first match on the Rift, we have Team Domination versus Clown Fiesta. This is as we mentioned just now earlier. We know that this Clown Fiesta are actually Clown Fiesta is one of the fans for Team Echo, and as we can see from the pick right now, we have already seen Seraphine, and also Seraphine will be going for Team Domination, and Olaf will be going for Clown Fiesta. What do you think about this game? Is Olaf is actually going to be a jungler on this game?
I believe so. I think Olaf right now, when Wild Rift first got released, you look at Olaf and be like, yeah, this guy is a really strong jungler, and he still is. But there is a chance that this Olaf is going to end up in the Baron lane as well. So depending on what Clown Fiesta wants to go for, they definitely have those flexibilities. And now you look at the Lee Sin being picked up alongside the Gragas. So this Olaf possibly is going to go into the solo lane. You put Lee Sin in the jungle. Gragas could be a mid laner as well. So Clown Fiesta actually being really confident, being really decisive with what they pick, and these three champions alone already demonstrate a very robust draft that can be flexed around and has a lot of playmaking potential. So we'll just have to see what Team Domination has in mind to kind of deal with this lineup.
Yeah, that is true. If you can see, I mean, if you see from Team Domination, they pick the usual standard picks, whereby with the Jinza on the Baron lane and Zed with the solo mid laner, and Jinx and also Seraphine will be going on the Dragon lane, and of course with the Mumu on the jungle as well. This is kind of like a very straightforward, you know, like a tanky jungler together with the burst mid laner. But if you guys, but if on the Clown Fiesta itself, that is actually a really interesting pick. Actually, I mean, you got the Olaf, you got the Gragas, you got the Lee Sin and Evelyn. So I'm assuming it's going to be a support Gragas, maybe, Husky.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same as well. So you might see an Olaf top, a Lee Sin mid, or interchangeable. Lee Sin could be top as well. Evelyn's in a jungle, Gragas support, and we talk about how much playmaking potential they have, right? They have this Olaf that runs at you. They have a Lee Sin with the Dragon's Rage. They have the explosive cast from the Gragas, and now you put in Evelyn that threatens your jungle with a Jhin. This is Clown Fiesta. If there's one thing for sure, this is their circus. They are here to take on Team Domination and perhaps claim that victory. But of course, you can't count Team Domination out. They are the finest content creators that have been selected by their fans to take on the public challenges. So we'll see if this draft, which is a bit more straightforward, can they pull it off?
Exactly, Husky. And, well, definitely the circus here is ready to steal the show against Team Domination. A lot of jungler picks out there, but we'll see whether can this one work. Now, Team Domination will be up for that challenge, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, here we go. If you guys can see here, yeah, of course, as per the Wild Reefs, a little bit weird mechanic in a way, but I kind of like it actually, because when they mirror the map, so you guys can see here right now, Reem, Anchor will be going on the Jinx, going on to the top lane right here. Oh, we can see like a slight bit, like, a slight bit high and bye-bye in the mid lane just now with Zen, also Evelyn. Oh, it's going to be an Evelyn mid. That is actually very interesting, actually, to see an Evelyn mid. I have not seen that in a very long time, actually, especially when, when you come from the League of Legends PC counterpart. So, we have always seen, like, Evelyn in the jungle, but to be in the mid lane, that is actually interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Evelyn mid is something that, it's not just unorthodox, it's something that you should never see in a lane itself, because of how Evelyn as a laner, she's just not that good. She doesn't trade well in lane. Her level spike comes at level 5 when she has that invisibility from that ultimate. So it's definitely pretty interesting to see Evelyn in the middle lane, which means that you now have a Lee Sin in the jungle, but Swag shows up with the Gragas immediately with the body slam in the top lane, as it might be a first blood out there, but we're gonna look at Punjahat as well, dealing with this Evelyn, and there it is, a first blood happening in that dragon lane as Seraphine goes down. So Clown Fiesta starting things off with Mad Salute Bang.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Seraphine went a little bit too heavy in front there, and if you guys can see, oh, Evelyn with a very nice charm right there, but the allure is not actually the charm on the allure is not actually like that long, unlike Ari's charm. But it is very interesting to see right now, like, how Evelyn right now is actually putting a quite a pressure on Panjahad right now. So Panjahad is actually having a really hard time to farm right now, but it's not level 5 yet. We'll see how the game is going to go, like, how Evelyn is going to counter Zed's ultimate at level 5.
Yeah, and it's also something interesting that you might have noticed is that even though the Amumu took Smite, but Amumu is hanging in the Baron lane for a pretty long time, just kind of supporting this Xin Zhao. And speaking about that, he's gonna get ganked, and Zimpura is not gonna make it out alive. The Lee Sin, first gank from this Lee Sin, absolutely working out, and this also gives Karudo a lot of space to work with. He's about to hit level 5 first before the Zed does, and that will allow him to start roaming around the map. So you might see this Evelyn abandon the middle lane and start ganking those side lanes to open up the map. And with how things are right now, I would see Clown Fiesta, they actually have a lot of those map controls.
Yep, that is correct. And I mean, to be honest, once Evelyn got the Demi Shade up and running together with the Invisible and also the heal, he can do like a lot of potential gang, putting a lot of pressure. And there you go. Finally, Amumu getting a kill right there. It's kind of like a kill for kill right there.
Yeah, and Olaf, we talk about the Olaf's potential as a solo lane, almost getting a double kill, but explosive cast from Swag. The hit Sleeping Gorillas backwards, the current course will be open, and the bullet's gonna fight through. Sleeping Gorillas takes the Ignite in the face, and that's a great dual kill in the Dragon lane. The Clown Fiesta just really nailing it in the coffin for team domination. They're about to get a couple of these platings. The respawn is there, short death timer, but that top tier 1 is about to go down.
Yeah, that was a really nice engage right there by the Gragas, using the explosive cast to throw them off, like like widening the gap between Sleepy Godzillas and also Ream Encore, like away from the towers. And I think we already got our first tower. There you go, first tower destroyed by the Gragas, and Clown Fiesta has a really good map control at the moment. Now that the Dragon lane tower has already been demolished, so it opens up for them to rotate. And you can see Mumu just got taken out by the Olaf right there, but Jinza was there to save the day, killing off the Olaf as well. As you can see, Evelyn is right now at the Baron lane.
Yeah, and now you also kind of the distinct difference between both drafts is starting to show. Where if you are team domination, you're relying a lot on this Xin Zhao and Amumu to make things happen. They have to be the one to start the fight. You cannot just take on Clown Fiesta and expect this Zed to go in and one-shot someone. That is not possible. Whereas if you look at Clown Fiesta, again, a lot of playmaking potential. Swag on the Gragas, this guy, another kill on the Xin Zhao. They have this Olaf, they have this Lee Sin. Everything just, even though it's high, they require high execution, but they've been able to pull it off, and Karudo's gonna show up with the Allu. They get the charm in immediately with the death mark, trying to avoid the damage, but he will still be taken down. But at least Karudo will be able to get this Lee Sin in return. Meanwhile, the Gragas goes on the killing spree by taking out Amumu again for the 3rd time.
I think Amumu is playing around the Baron lane a little bit too much. I think that what Team Domination is trying to do is they're trying to control the Baron lane as well. But since because the Gragas and also the Jin has already taken control of the Dragon lane, so Amumu decided to maybe we can try and help our Baron lane and see what we can do here. But apparently Baron lane is having quite the pressure as well. Now that Gragas is from the Dragon lane now move to the Baron lane to try and assist and getting that tower as well to increase their map or the control over the map.
And you just need to take a look at the map, and you kind of realize that the amount of pressure that Clown Fiesta is putting on the team domination, like you pointed out, right? The Gragas and the Olaf, they're constantly showing their presence in the bottom side, and Inferno Drake does go over to the side of Clown Fiesta. This is total map control, and it's pretty tough for team domination to make a response. But perhaps Panjahad can make something happen though. Does have the Youmuu's Ghostblade at the ready. They have this 3 versus 2 advantage. They see the Gragas show up on the river, so perhaps Panjahad can make something happen. But Lee Sin is in the vicinity, so this Zed has to back up.
Yep, because the Dragon Rage from Lee Sin could make a lot of plays here, and I think it's essential for every. Oh, another kill picked up right there by the Gragas on the Amumu, and now Gragas is on a rampage. They're putting a lot of pressure. Oh, a nice right there, stun right there by Sleepy because it's about to go down and got killed by the last caress.
There's nothing much Seraphine can do. Unfortunately, they're under level. Karudo is level 9. And this Haze Spikes is just going to blow into this Jinx. Meanwhile, Gragas will get another kill on the Xin Zhao. This Baron lane is pretty much demolished by Clown Fiesta, and unfortunately, the only last Vistage for Team Domination that perhaps has a chance to kind of drag this game out is Penjahat. Like Penjahat, you have to really rely on this Z to make something happen. He has to get the Jin. He has to try and slow down the game. But as an assassin, you are put in a very tough situation because your front line is not able to start the fight off, and now they will lose that tier 2 mid. And Clown Fiesta, they have total map control.
Yeah, I think that Clown Fiesta right now is really showing off their domination over this game. They're controlling the maps really well. They're controlling the dragon as well. Picked up an infernal dragon, which gives them like what 8% more increased damage. So and since because the front line was another nice kill right there by Lee Sin, picking up the kill on the Jin Zhao in the Baron lane, and now I believe so that they will be able to take down this tier 1 tower right here. And yeah, Reem Angkor, there's little to none things that he can do at the moment unless if he can, play it safe, farm it up. I think Jinx can be an absolute beast in the late game actually. If they are able to drag out the game to perhaps maybe in the late game.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem right now. When you lost practically the entire map, you have to kind of funnel your resources into this Jinx. But at the same time, your other cores like your Xin Zhao and your Zed, they also need that, and you don't have space for them. Ring Angkor is going to get alert, they will just run at her, and Swap is dominating. Explosive Cast is not sleeping Gorilla's back, killing spree for the Evelyn, but this might be Punjab's chance to go in and make something happen. Xin Zhao is also there, but Swap gets a double kill. They have the Deadly Flourish to lock down this Amumu, and Bragas will claim himself too as well. And the only kill that Team Domination got was on Karudo, which doesn't really matter too much. Penjahat also goes down. The shutdown is there, but perhaps this game might be already over before we even know it. The Nexus is under siege, down to 40% health, and Clown Fiesta said, you know what, to extend this circus act, we're gonna let Team Domination defend their base for one last time.
You gotta admit, man, that engage was absolutely amazing. Like, when they picked up on when they got a pick up on the Jinx, and Gragas immediately using the explosive cast to go. Oh, you guys can see here. Maybe there's gonna be a little bit of skirmish here. Jin Zhao in the jungle, but Lee Sin is in the vicinity, probably trying to pick up 1 or 2 kills here. But I think that right now Team Domination decided, you know what? I think we're gonna try and stick together here and try and see if we can make something happen here. Ooh,
this is what we call the death brush. It's swallow. Just fishes them out, and Team Domination, they thought they got the jump, but it was them who got jumped on this. Their Swag just blew them out of the water, and in this case, out of the brush. Karudo almost runs into Penjahat, but then it's a Clown Fiesta with a banger to close out their last fight. They're gonna take out the Nexus, and Clown Fiesta takes down Team Domination in this very first opening match of the Underground's Fan Challenge.
Wow, what can I say? That was such an explosive way to actually end that first match, and it seems like Team Domination, they might have suffered a loss here, but hey, they still got 4 more games to go. But Clown Fiesta,
Wow.
That was absolutely sublime. Like what Swag just did, he just put that explosive class in towards that brush. I assume that it's watered, so he will be able to actually push them all the way apart. If there's going to be any Yasuos that's going to be playing in this match, that could have been a
wombo combo.
crazy wombo combo. It could be a nightmare. Some might even say it might just be
Disgusting.
a very disgusting thing.
and in my mind, the first thing that came to me, I think that's that's the Fnatic Death Brush, but it's the wrong Death Brush. In this context, it's Team Domination who just got surprised instead.
Yeah, I think that Team Domination, what they could have done is that perhaps maybe they didn't lose the fight exactly. Perhaps maybe they just lose the vision war, because we all know the vision war in this game is important as well. Not just the skirmish, not just the trading, not just the laning phase, but the vision war as well. And yeah, if they were able to dish out one of the ward in the brush, they could have gotten the jump on the Gragas, but instead they got jumped instead.
Yeah, and looking into the early game, from the side of Team Domination, they were doing decently well. But to my surprise, instead of having the Mumu inside the jungle, it was actually leeching off towards the Baron lane, which maybe did actually affect some of the gameplay overall, with the lacking of a potential gank on the other lanes. What do you think about this, Husky?
And I think I definitely agree. Amumu is made to be in the jungle, right? You have to kind of contest the Evelyn, and I think for the first 3 levels, Amumu can actually fight the Evelyn without having to worry too much because Evelyn still needs a bit of time to hit that power spike, and Amumu also has better gank potential before level across all levels compared to Evelyn. But the fact that he's leeching off the experience of Xin and they died a couple of times really kind of crippled the laning phase for team domination.
Yeah, that's true. And because of because of, if we take a look at the Dragon Lane just now, how Gragas and also Jin was able to dominate the early game. The first 4 minutes of the game, they were absolutely dominating on the Jinx and also the Seraphine. So it kind of lifts up the pressure for the jungle on on Clown Fiesta to be able to focus on the mid lane and also the Baron lane as well. So they know that Amumu will try and take the Baron lane, but for some reason, but then Clown Fiesta jungler Lee Sin decided to, Dragon Lane is winning, perhaps maybe I could take the pressure off, or assist, perhaps maybe counter ganking the Baron lane, which we saw in the game just now.
Yeah, and of course, there's a couple of highlights in this match itself where we saw Penjahat, he was ganked 2 versus 1, and yet alone, he has managed to make a little bit of that outplay where he was getting dove upon. He just used the Death Mark to be able to actually dodge a lot of all these skill shots, and not only that, he has been able to garner that 1 kill back. And for the rest of the lanes, well, we definitely did saw that Rem Encore actually did decently well on towards the top side, but wow, that big play coming in from Cool Cat as well as Swag over the top, the Baron Dragon lane itself, just to correct myself, where they opened up the curtain call as well as the explosive cast just in the nick of time to be able to secure that perfect double kill over on the favor of, well, Clown Fiesta.
Yep, that is correct. That was a very beautiful. For me, that was a very beautiful engagement right there. Using the explosive cast to actually widen the gap, like to push them away from their own towers, to the safety of their own towers, allowing them for the Jin to actually open up the curtain call and get that double kill instead.
Yeah, and this is also one of the disadvantage that Team Domination unfortunately ran into without the Amumu in the jungle, because in situations like this, you kind of need the assistance of your jungler to show up and perhaps help up the lane. When you cannot win them 2 versus 2, you bring in numbers, and numbers was something that Team Domination did not have in a lot of these situations. As for Team Clown Fiesta, it is a dream game for their jungler, because when your side lanes are winning on their own, your jungler has so much space to work with, and he can show up in any lane and start taking those objectives, and that is exactly what we saw.
Yep, exactly. And plus with the Evelyn on the mid lane, like the moment when Evelyn reaches level 5, it immediately triggers the Demon Shade to have like an invisibility, allowing her to actually help the junglers to gang the Baron lane just now, as you can see just now. So it was really a fiesta right now in the Baron lane. We got Lee Sin and Olaf and also the Evelyn trying to take control and put a lot of pressure on Team Domination's Baron lane, so allowing them to actually gain control over the map entirely.
Yeah, and I gotta say that this match might just be the warm-up match for the side of Team Domination. They're trying a little bit of a different meta at the very least, with a 2-1-2 composition instead of having the traditional triple 1-2 in the sense where you also have the jungle roaming across the map. But hey, that was a fantastic match, and Clown Fiesta, congratulations, as you have been able to walk away with 1,000 ringgit richer. So there's going to be another 4 more matches to go for the side of Team Domination, but they got to get themselves ready for all these other upcoming drafts that's going to be underway. So we saw earlier that Penjahat, as usual, he would love all these sort of assassin picks. So if you guys could choose one assassin for Penjahat to play, what would that be?
Ooh, honestly, there's not too much assassins currently available. It's either, if we talk about just middle lane alone, there's a Zed, there's a Kali. It's pretty much it for assassins. Between Zed and a Kali, I think Penjahat, I would definitely put him on the Zed. I personally prefer a Kali myself, but I think Zed will kind of fit his repertoire a bit more.
Well, definitely, you might have missed out a few in the form of Fizz, and some may argue that Ari could also be considered as an assassin, but mostly played like a traditional mage in a sort of sense. But there's always that high risk, high reward sort of the thing that you can do with all these ults with the tree charges just rushing in towards the enemy side. But of course, now you can also add Evelyn in towards the meta, in towards the mid lane, which was honestly really exciting to watch.
That is true. And who knows, maybe perhaps after this we're going to see a lot more Evelyns in the mid lane maybe, because that was an amazing display of teamwork. You know, teamwork right there.
I definitely would say so. And speaking of which, we're going to be having a look at the scoreboards as well as the statistics to break down this match even further. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can definitely have a look out in terms of score. Well, Zin Interpret might just have a little bit of a Interpret situation there with that 1-8 score. But hey, what do you guys think?
I mean, if you have a Gragas playing a support, but he's buying all those mage items, you know that he's having a great time. Yes, I agree with what the game algorithm has decided. I would personally pick it as my MVP, but honestly, the entirety of Clown Fiesta they just played phenomenally, right? But of course, we have to also give credit to Team Domination. They did put up a decent fight. They did try to kind of adapt. It's just unfortunately they were not able to kind of keep up with what Clown Fiesta is constantly doing, and the proactiveness from Clown Fiesta gave them the win.
Yep, and let's take a look at the graphs on the goal. Perhaps maybe we can have the goal breakdown to take a look at how are they actually, how actually the entirety of the game did actually.
And of course, so we're going to be looking at even more stats to come. So far, of course, Benjahat as the SVP got 2 kills apiece for himself, and these are some of the damage being dealt there. Actually, Zin Interpret did quite a substantial amount of magic damage you can see from across the screen.
Yeah, that's 11k worth of damage, and also like that's about 11,000 damage right there. And you guys can see how the Gragas is only a support but was able to dish out that much damage compared to Evelyn.
Yeah, but just let me point out, Cool Cat, there's also a report he dealt the least amount of damage. Like a Mumu is 1 in 8, but he dealt more damage than a Jin.
Fair point, fair point. But look at this gold graph, though. This gold graph is telling you that Cloud Fiesta is bringing a whole lot of ticket sales to the circus.
Yeah, this is probably. We just started off the day, I would say this is a great way to cap off the year. We just started off the show, and they brought in the finale. Like Clown Fiesta, again, just great performance. But this also makes you wonder, right? If you're in Team Domination shoes, and you wake up to your first match, and you face off against Clown Fiesta, how do you realign yourself for the upcoming 4 matches?
I'm not entirely sure. To be honest, I'm expecting, okay, maybe perhaps Clown Fiesta is really good. Perhaps maybe they have been, practicing every single day. Perhaps maybe they are trying to go pro as well. So that's why we can see these kind of results. But, different people have, different kind of performance, because, there are still 4 more games and with all 4 different teams. So perhaps maybe we can see, one of these, maybe perhaps 1 or 2 games where, maybe Domination absolutely dominates the game. We'll have to see. We'll have to check it out. And perhaps maybe if you guys can tune in up until the whole day today, maybe you guys can see.
Exactly, and I got a little bit of a fun fact here. Like, some of the players coming in from Cloud Fiesta, as I know of, are at the placements of Emerald as well as
Diamond.
Platinums,
Yeah.
even Diamonds as well. So, to be honest, they still put up quite a fair fight coming from Team Domination as they kind of started off in this really hardcore mode. And up next, we're going to be seeing Team Domination versus the likes of Team Mikari. So, well, sounds really delicious, but I wonder what kind of storm would they be cooking up in the kitchen for their draft coming up next.
Yep, I'm pretty excited as well, to be honest. Like, Mikari.
Yeah, so just now I think we did Contra did brought up Fizz, but Fizz interestingly is a champion that you don't see as often in the middle lane, right? People normally go for like Ari or Rihanna, Zed, Akali, Yasuo, but you don't really see much Fizz, and I now it kind of piques my interest that I want to see this champion being played, because I believe Fizz in Wild Rift alone, I remember looking at the numbers, Fizz has not really gotten nerfed by the developers up to this point, and his numbers are actually pretty darn good. So I wonder if any players would pick up the champion in the middle lane.
I'm not entirely, but okay, let's be honest here. Fizz is a really good champion, has a really high burst capabilities, together with the Playful Trickster, the Urchin Strike, and the Seastone Trident, and plus with the Urchin Strike having the on-hit effect as well. So if you trigger Seastone Trident, combo it with the Urchin Strike, it could be potential, you know, a bit of damage, but it's not as for me, it's not as strong as the other assassins like Akali or Zed. Sure, Fizz is really good. The damage is there, but for me, Fizz is just outclassed by Zed and Akali, who is a much stronger pick in this current meta, to be
Well,
honest.
I definitely have a little bit of input to share as well. Like, because of the current state of the game, we saw a lot of all these control mages as well as the assassins with a little bit more mobility. So Zed is definitely going to be on that popular list. But for the side of Fizz, if he can actually hold himself well before level 5, and once he gets his Chum the Waters ultimate, I think that he's actually going to be doing decently well, and that's where he can start to ramp things up, especially when he purchases that big Oldish Bane. And that's where everyone will be
Yep.
running for their lives before they get poked
Yeah.
by that Trident.
Yep, that is correct. And plus, for me personally, I played Fizz. I was a Fizz main in the LoL counterpart. So when I actually got to play it in the Wild Rift version, he actually feels pretty strong. But it's just that Fizz, the only weakness on Fizz was that he was able. Like assassins like Akali or Zed were able to contemplate on the when Fizz misses the Playful Trickster, and that is where Fizz is very vulnerable. So, that is why I think that Fizz is slightly bit outclassed, just because the weakness is there. It was an obvious weakness.
Yeah, I think you could kind of put it the same way for champions like Zed, right? When you don't have your Living Shadows, you are vulnerable. When you don't have the Shuriken Toss on the Kali or the Shroud, I think Assassins, the interesting thing about Assassins is just that they have this moment of vulnerability. But I get what you mean. Perhaps Fizz's one is a bit more easy to capitalize on,
Yep.
Compared to Akali and Zed, which is why he's he's easier to deal with. But his power spike, I think, you can consider it to be slightly stronger than Zed and Akali in the mid game phase.
Definitely will be something that we can definitely continue on to this discussion, and we'll be having our upcoming match coming real soon with Team Mikari hopping on board to take on Team Domination. Once again, congratulations to Cal Fiesta for walking away 1,000 ringgit richer, and we are ready to kick off with Game 2 on our way soon. And this is it. This is going to be match number 2 with Team Domination taking on Team Mikari. We haven't really seen the list of names for Mikari, so I just really wonder, would they be pretty much, the ingredients for Mikari itself, or what shall it be? I really do wonder.
What do you put in your Mikari? Like, I know people put egg,
Fried onions, that's for sure.
onions.
Fried onions.
Fried
Sounds
onions.
pretty
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I put that all the time. It's good.
Well, I guess depending on which state you come from, your Mikaris will be a little bit different.
Do you
Some
put
would like
Milo
to have a
powder?
little bit of cockles inside as well.
No.
Or even, chicken shreds on towards your Mikari to really spice things up.
Yeah, I think Husky likes Mikari with Milo powder, maybe.
Milo powder.
No, I don't.
Oh boy.
But
Oh,
the thing
boy.
is, for if you're Malaysian, you definitely have seen the combination of Mikari with Milo
I've
powder.
seen it.
You've seen it.
I've
I've
seen
not
it.
tried it.
I'm not gonna try it. That's
No,
all
I
I'm
don't
gonna
plan
say.
I'm pretty sure some of the renowned chefs all over the world will be cringing just looking at the picture. But hey, innovation is something that is fairly tested
very
from
so,
time
yeah.
to time.
That is
but
true.
Sometimes, yeah, we leave it to the experts.
Yeah, we leave it to just a normal one actually.
Yeah, and here we go. We are in the second draft between Team Domination and Team Mikari. And speaking about Akali, we're about to see Akali on the Rift for the first time. The Blitzcrank also locked in. We have the Jinx on Team Mikari. Garen is about to be the 4th choice. And Team Domination, they're still sticking to their guns. You still see the Xin Zhao, you still see the Seraphine and the Penjahat Zed. But let's see if they will switch it up for the last 2 picks.
That's right. And looking at the current survey situation, it seems like Zin will be picking up the Monster D, but is he gonna be moving in towards the battle lane again? It's definitely something that we'll have to find out. Reem's just playing with his mic. I guess he's making sure that he keeps all these comms pretty much on the clear. And yeah, he's like, oh, okay, I gotta move into my comfort zone as well. Now, final pick. Will that Wukong come right in? Yes, it will be locked in. This will be very exciting to watch.
I agree because because the last couple of days when they first introduced Wukong into the mix into the champion pool, I'm actually pretty excited because Wukong on the Warrior, I'm looking at it. I think he's a little bit overpowered in this meta because you know how you can use the clone together with the ultimate to stack up that crushing blow passive and dealing a lot more damage, and plus with the golden staff as well, extending the range and also dealing a lot more damage. So I'm pretty excited to see like how this game is going to go because as you guys can see, Team Domination decided to opt for a more laid-back farming, like maybe perhaps wait it out for the late game kind of come. But on Team Mikari, they opt for a more aggressive gameplay. We can see on the Wukong as well.
Yeah, and it's slightly interesting to see this Jinx versus Misfortune matchup because Misfortune, so far, she's not really at the top of the list. I think they're definitely better marksmen compared to Misfortune. The Jin is definitely one of the marksmen you look at. The Ashe is there as well. Vayne is obviously one of the best. So Misfortune has this very weird power spike where you don't really know where to go with her. You can't really build Black Cleaver into Yomos. It feels weird. Full crit takes a bit too long for Misfortune. She can't really fight as early as other marksmen. So I want to see how Team Domination pulls this off against Mikari.
Yep, definitely going to be a very interesting composition to be looking out for. And now we're already in the Wild Rift. Let's kickstart our match here as Team Mikari will be in for this Survey composition right down the bottom. Seraphine as well as Misfortune. So I'm going to be leaving it to our professional casters on the table, Husky and Flicker.
Thank you, good sir. This is it. We are already in our second game, but we're gonna start things off. Reem Uncle just missing that vision ward, unfortunately, just outside the brush. It's not gonna. Hopefully, it's not gonna bite him in the back. Not in this case, but it will be able to allow him to watch out for those early ganks. We're gonna see the classic Akali versus Zed matchup in the middle lane. Are we Jomel or are we streaming? It'll be up against the coolest bruh. So Xin Zhao, the two Demacian Prince, fighting up in this Baron lane. And this should be a pretty stagnant lane for both the Xin Zhao and the Garen. So on these two assassins instead.
Yep, that is correct because as all assassin matchups, people are actually looking forward to an Akali versus Zed because some say that Zed counters Akali, but some say if Akali plays it well, he can counter Zed as well. But let's leave that to the players and see how is this going to find out. As you guys can see here, Panjahat is actually doing quite well at the moment, losing a little bit of health here, trading with the Akali. But so far, both of these players are actually doing really well, and plus with the Akali with the 5-point strike, slowing the Zed down in the at the longest range, could potentially be able to peel off some of the health and probably go in for the kill once the Akali reaches level 5.
Yeah, but it's definitely going to take a bit more for Panjat to get those kills because he is actually running the Conqueror, so no Electrocute burst with his skill rotation. I wonder what the Akali went for. Is it? I don't think it's fit footwork, so probably Electrocute for Electrocute or Conqueror as well. The bottom lane, I like what Team Domination is doing. Omega Panjat actually gets the first blood in the middle lane, so a great start for Team Domination. But yeah, in the bottom lane, Sleepy Godzilla and Rimamko, I like what they're doing. They're shoving this lane in, making sure that this Blitzcrank won't be able to create too much pressure, and this is what you should be doing. As long as you don't get that rocket grab on any one of your members, you should be fine. Now they even get the beat drop on both the laners and they force the flash out of the Jinx, but here comes the Wukong making an appearance in the bottom lane. Immediately does not have the ultimate just yet, but they do get the rocket grab onto Sleepy Godzillas where there's no ignite just yet. It turns around with the beat drop and the echo, not really enough to kill out the Blitzcrank. They do lose the Seraphine, but the Blitzcrank eventually goes down, so both supports are going to trade each other back, but Reem Anko is going to pop that heal and make sure that he gets a second one. Team Domination wipe that bot lane.
That was a really good trade actually. Like, to be honest, even with the gank, they're only able to pick up one, but that was like one support for a marksman right there. So Reem Angkor is in a really good position right here. Probably gonna farm out a little bit more just to get that power spike. But with that kill just now, I think Reem Angkor is in a really good position to perhaps maybe try and sustain in the lane for a bit because he does have the fleet footwork, I believe, and he's doing he's doing pretty well.
And I definitely like what both teams are doing. The jungler was active from the side of Mikari, but unfortunately the kill advantage went over to team domination. We also saw Punjahat getting that solo kill early on as well. So this means that if you compare game 2 to game number 1, team domination, they probably just got their warm up. Now they're feeling a bit more confident. They are playing this. They're playing this in a more dominant fashion. You can see that they're being more proactive, and this is gonna set them up to be even when we go up into those mid game.
Yep, that is correct. And if you guys can see just now, Garen was somewhere near towards the middle here, trying to make a gank happen here, and this is a very interesting playstyle right here because now Garen is in the mid lane trying to put a pressure on Punjab maybe, but then leaving the Jin Zhao, to get more experience in it. Because if you guys can see, the XP differences now was quite, although it was like 1 level difference, but the experience gain is in favor of the Jin Zhao, and you do not want to leave the Jin Zhao alone at the top lane. And oh, here we go. Oh, and that was a ward right there. Akali was perhaps maybe trying to make a gank right here.
Yeah, it's also slightly unfortunate that with the Garen showing up in the middle lane, it basically put this Akali at a disadvantage in terms of experience, and now they're gonna try and contest the dragon. This is going to be an Inferno Drake. You're gonna come in with the Cyclone. You also have the perfect execution. He actually steals the dragon away. The Shuriken toss is perfect, and now this Akali tries to juke away from the damn bar. The Shuriken actually misses from Punjahat, but Punjab will still be able to get the kill on this Akali. Now he needs to get out with his life, but it's highly improbable as team domination. They're gonna lose 3 members. They even lost the Misfortune as well, and only Awi Chomil is left alive after that fight. So this is a huge win for Mikari, and the best part is this Wukong did not go down, so that Guardian Angel stays intact.
That Guardian Angel first item is actually bonkers actually. That was a really good first item, actually trying to get the survivability in the early game, because we all know that Watery is a fast-paced game. So when you're trying to make a gank, you're trying to make a play, there are chances that you might fall. And so with the Guardian Angel, he was able to survive stealing the dragon and even survive the fight as well. So now the Wukong is in a really good position with the 3 kills with 1 assist as well. And I think that Wukong will be able to make some pieces. Like I mentioned earlier, with the introduction of Wukong, we are seeing a lot more aggressive gameplay from Team Mikari here.
Yeah, and it's also slightly unfortunate for Team Domination, though. They were poised around that Dragon Pit for a very long time, and I think it took them a bit too long to finish off that objective, and that really gave Mikari enough time to come in and contest. And you can see Mikari now, they are positioning themselves for the Rift Herald. This Wukong is already showing up in the top lane. It immediately goes on to Awi. Unfortunately, he might need to burn that flash. She might need to burn that flash, and she's able to get out to safety. So Mikari again getting a lot of control, but the bottom side of the river, Zinpure is also being contested at that Scuttle Crab, forced to use the smite, and Punjahat feels like he has a lot to do on this Zed as well. He's gonna get ganked on, and will use the Living Shadow to get to safety.
Yep. I mean, to be honest, the Jinza right now have to burn the flash away, because if he doesn't burn the flash, because the Wukong's Nimbus strike was almost up. So, and plus with the passive of the crushing blow was already fully stacked. So he need to flash away, or else he'll be giving away 1 kill to the Wukong right there. And also we can see just now 2 more flashes was burned, and that will be about like what, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes of lead. So perhaps Wukong can put in a lot of pressure. You guys can see like right now how Wukong is putting a lot of pressure onto the map, having his presence like all over the place, putting a pressure on Team Domination to play it very safe, and perhaps maybe trying to get that farm up to avoid that Wukong being a little bit too aggressive here. And oh, do we have like a little bit of skirmish on the top lane right there, and Punjahat is trying to move in to save the day as well. But oh, Wukong finally burned down his knee. Oh, yep, a really nice play right there with the Living Shadow, and managed to pick up a kill maybe?
I think, no, Wukong actually got out with the clone, so very unfortunate for Punjahat. He was a bit too late to the party. Again, Punjab now does use the Denmark onto this Akali, gets the Shuriken off, the damage is enough. So another solo kill for Punjab. Imperial shows up, the flash was burned by the Garen. So Team Domination was able to get a bit of a retribution kill in the top lane, which did look dire for a while, but the Wukong, I like the confidence. He knows that he's very strong, so he's constantly putting pressure and burning those summoner spells as he takes down Xin. So your Master Yi has been eliminated once more, and feels a bit like deja vu. Punjab now has to carry a lot of weight for his team, but the silver lining is that at least they don't have this huge deficit to kind of catch up with. They are still kind of in the game when going up against Mikari, 6 kills to 7, only 1 kill difference. The Ocean Drake is about to spawn right now, so we'll see what Team Domination wants to do.
I think. What do you think about the Wukong actually? I think that the Wukong is actually a little bit, it's a little bit overpowered right now. But now that now that the Wukong's Guardian Angel is in cooldown right now, so perhaps maybe Wukong will play a little bit very safe right now. Oh, as you guys can see right now, Sleepy Gazillas trying to ward up around here, trying to avoid from Team Mikari to take over the dragon here. But somehow Team Mikari is nowhere to be seen on the map right now. And but then, if we're talking about the map control right now, Team Domination has slightly bit over control. As you guys can see on the tier 1, mid and bottom lane has already been taken out. So right now, Team Domination has a slight bit control over the map, but then Wukong is still applying a lot of pressure to the to Team Domination. But Wukong right now, as you can see, he's playing it a little bit safe, I would say, because the Guardian Angel was down. So the team really needs to play, like for Team Ikari, they really need to do something here to try and get back the control over the map. And since Wukong is already putting a lot of pressure on these lanes, so their team really need to put in a little bit of extra effort trying to take over the tier 1 towers.
Yeah, and I like what you pointed out just now as well, because when it comes to map control, Team Domination definitely has a bit more of that. They have left the Xin Zhao to just push out one lane, the Baron lane in particular. So the tier 2 has already been taken out. They took the tier 1 in the mid and the mid lane and the dragon lane as well. So this really gives them a bit more coverage to work with. But the problem, the question now for both teams is that what is their game plan? What is the next course of action? Because I believe Punjab is caught out. They come in with the Alpha Strike of Master Yi. Punjab was able to get out with his life, and they even kill off the Wukong. That is a very important shutdown for Team Domination. They needed this kill, and with their jungler down, it means that Team Domination, they can now go for the Ocean Drake.
Yep, and right now that the Wukong is, finally been shut down, so it gives a sense of relief to Punjab and also Team Domination to be able to try and try to make some plays. Ooh, nice ultimate, nice bullet time right there by Misfortune right there, trying to make up the kill. Still chasing out the Blitzcrank right there, trying to make the kill. And oh, Punjab slightly bit there, with a slightly bit skirmish with the knee right there, but then was not able to pick up the kill on Punjab, and Garen goes down with the help of Misfortune right there. That was a really nice ultimate, to be honest.
And the Mikari pushing the issue a bit too much and really bit them in the back. Unfortunately, this Wukong is going to die as well. So this is Team Domination able to just kind of dominate Mikari in this match, and all credits go to the entire team. Like, they were able to kind of rectify what they thought went wrong after losing to Clown Fiesta, and now it just feels like they are way more polished than they were in that first match. They're winning all of their lanes, they're doing the right rotations, they're being more and more proactive, and they're getting all these solo kills, which is very, very important. And this Seraphine just solo killed that Jinx in that dragon lane, so you can see how confident Team Domination are feeling at this point.
Yeah, because now they know that they could shut down the Wukong. So right now it's a really good feeling to be on Team Domination right now, because now they know that the Wukong can be shut down, the Wukong can be killed. So it puts them in a really good position. It really brings them together to say, hey, we still have a chance to win this game. The Wukong can be shut down, so perhaps maybe we can do a little bit of play if we are able to try and just continue to play around the Jin Zhao, take some of that out. A nice ultimate right there by Punjab. Will he be able to pick up the Wukong? I do not think so at all, but then Punjab was able to get out from that a little bit of skirmish right there. Now, I think that right now, the objective of this game right now, if Team Domination can play around the Jin Zhao, because the Jin Zhao is with that high amount of healing, I think Jin Zhao could be the winning condition here.
Yeah, and I believe at this stage of the game, Mikari is definitely in a disadvantage, and what they need to do now is to start getting those pickups. This Wukong, even though he had a great lead, the fact that he was not able to translate that a bit further is kind of a shame, because now he has fallen off, and it gave Team Domination a lot of room to work with. So when you look at this five versus five scenario, it's definitely harder for Mikari to just run in and say, you know, we are strong enough to win the fight, because that's not going to be the case anymore. This vision is going to be cleared. Vision control was an issue that you pointed out about Team Domination in game 1, and now they have also corrected that. They're going to start taking the Baron, but Mikari, if they don't know about this Baron is going to go over the Team Domination, and it is going to be so. And Team Domination now, they just have an even stronger lead.
That is true, and now Xin Zhao with the ability to solo push a lane. I think the Xin Zhao is. I think they are able to take at least 2 towers here, but and I think Team Domination is in a really good spot right now. And for Team Mikari to actually try and to do something here, they really need to take 1 or 2 pickoff. But the problem is that when they are trying to do a pickoff, the problem was the Z. Penjahat is on a Z, and for me and from what I see right now, Penjahat is always there to help out who they were trying to pick up, and so they need to try and take advantage of where they need to know, like where Penjahat is, to be able to pick off. Like for example, right now Jin Zhao is currently alone while the others are on the bot lane. So Team Mikari really need to do something and trying to get some of the pick off to be able to try and get back into the game.
Yeah. Another problem that Mikari is facing right now is that they don't have decent wave clear. So all these waves are going to be constantly shoved in. You also have the Baron empowered minions as well. 2 cannons in the bottom lane, and again the bullet time comes out, takes out the GA of the Wukong. Oh, actually it's the clone at least. Denmark comes in from Penjahat. This GA is definitely going down. Just use the Shadow Strike as well, but top lane has already been demolished, and inhibitor turret is no more. So Team Domination is going to start pushing in onto the Nexus. This might be the first win, and after a rough start to the day, perhaps Team Domination might be able to show some semblance of life, as the Akali does able to take out Penjahat in a solo kill scenario, but that base is completely exposed. The Akali needs to get out, but the Seraphim is going to take her out. The Nexus blows up, and it will be Team Domination securing their first victory of this Underground Fans Challenge.
Wow, what a game that was. And finally, they kick off with a really strong note on game number 2 to be securing the very first win for Team Domination. And, well, Mikari definitely put up a decent sort of challenge, but halfway through the entirety of the show, it seems like they have kind of lost the sort of the ideation on how would they find back their win conditions against Team Domination, who were definitely on their resolve to be able to get themselves not only in the lead, but to really pull in the punches to some of all these weak points that Mikari did show early on with those sort of the contests that didn't really favor them at all.
Yeah, and I think for Mikari, I have to agree that they did lose track of their win condition, and it was very unfortunate that we are seeing a very common issue with a lot of players out there, where you can have an amazing early game, but when it comes to those mid game and figuring out what to do, people seem to get lost at that stage, and that was what happened to Mikari. They failed to pinpoint what are the things that they need to do, what are the prerequisites that they need to fulfill to push the lead forward, and it gave Team Domination the room that they need to kind of claw back into the game.
Yeah, that is true. And to be honest, from what I see just now, Wukong could have been like, the winning key condition if Wukong could constantly apply pressure to all the lanes just now, and even like try and assist like the early laners to try and get back control of the map, because as you can see, like towards the mid game, they slightly lost the lead by losing their own control over the map. Like they have the pressure, they have the advantage, they have the I would say a better team fighting advantages, but the problem was they were not able to control the map, and that is what Team Domination was able to take advantage of by taking down this mid lane turret, leaving Jin Zhao alone on the top, trying to farm up a bit and become a really strong fighter. In the end, was able to let the Jin Zhao became the key winning strategy for them to actually take over the game.
Exactly, and not only that, I definitely think supports really play a very vital part in this matchup here. As we saw, Sleepy Godzilla's play a decently composed Seraphine in the terms of how she really put up the encore on those right moments. Although she went down during that fight inside of the Dragon Pit, it has been able to get themselves that Dragon order, that Ocean Drake, back in towards the favor of team domination. And after that sort of team fight, it seems like every other fight really was a breeze for the rest of the members of team domination to just pick them off one after another.
Yep,
Yeah.
and true.
And I think when you're up against a team such as Team Domination, or at least the play style just now, where they leave this Xin Zhao to split push and they send all the other four members to kind of fight, what you can do as Mikari is to take that fight towards Team Domination, because you know you will be fighting with a man advantage. You win those fights, you control the map, and this would kind of render the split push ineffective. But that was really not the case for Mikari, and Team Domination realized that halfway, and they capitalized on those slight windows given over to them by Mikari.
Yep, that is true. Mikari was, I think the lead that they had was amazing, to be honest. But they did not see that they did not see the mistakes that Team Domination was made, because if they actually managed to win those those mid game fights when Jin Zhao was split pushing alone at the top, they could have like taken over the game. Perhaps maybe kill all four the team members that were left alone, push the dragon lane or the mid lane. Perhaps maybe they could have gotten the game. But instead, Team Domination really showed a really good teamwork. They really did worked up on those the mistakes on the first game. They were able to win the vision war and also the map control as well. Give them the win. That's 1,000 ringgit goes into their pockets.
Exactly, and this is the first 1,000 ringgit that they have won throughout the entirety of the day. There might just be even more for Team Domination, or for you fans who are interested to sign up to challenge your favorite Facebook creators. We're currently live from EGG Network on both Facebook as well as the channel itself, as you can definitely watch it live on your Astro channels itself. So we do have 3 more games to be played out. We've seen Team Mikari, of course, from the fan side. This is the first loss that the fans have actually suffered. But at this current record, do you feel like at the end of the day, Team Domination will be able to celebrate their big win with more wins going on their side? Or will the fans actually best out their favorite creators out here?
I think for me personally, I feel like when you look at a team of idols or figures going up against their fans, it's always great to see the bar, right, the level of what the fans and the content creators themselves. I personally would want to see the fans take the cake, but I also want to see the content creators put up a good fight, because it just makes it feel like we're closer to each other than we actually think we are, even though these are our idols. But in game, we're all just the same. So 1-1, perhaps we might see another close game in Game 3.
Exactly, and before we also move along to Game 3, we would like to actually have a look at the standings as well as the score for match number 2 between Mikari as well as Team Domination. And, well, we see Sleepy Godzilla is actually getting a whole lot as a support, but once again, MVP is going to be XK Penjahat.
There's no contest right there.
No contest, because the way he played out his set just now was downright amazing for me. How he was able to, because Team Mikari was trying to get those pickoffs on those Misfortune, on those Seraphine, and even on those Jin Zhao as well. But SK, for some reason, I saw that XK Penjahat will always be there to save the day, and thus, he deserved the MVP. Because he was everywhere around the map. He was able to help out the team, and you guys can see, hands down, I agree with the MVP 100%.
Yeah.
And for Husky, what do you think about the rest of the players in this match itself? I can definitely see that the Akali has put up a decent fight with a score of 3-5. What could it possibly have been worked better for the side of Team Mikari, to say the very least?
And I think for the side of Team Ikari, it's just this Akali was able to get a decent lead, right? You can say that him and Penjahat had a really close match, close duel in the middle lane where Pajat was able to get solo kills onto him. But you have to play with this Wukong. So Akali and Wukong, they are two of the best champions in this draft to kind of just go for those assassinations. So knowing how strong this Wukong is, Akali probably could have worked with that jungler a bit more in those fights to get those pickouts. We didn't really see them, go and tackle a lane and say, let's take these objectives and take over the map. It's all about just, we see one guy, we go for the skirmish, we get the kills, and we go back to our lanes. And perhaps that is what gave Team Domination the time they needed to get the advantage back.
And we're going to be looking at even more stats here with the damage being done, as well as later on the gold graph. So, I got no questions asked for Panjat with that amount of damage. 13,000 out there. So, what are your thoughts? I gotta say, Sukuna in place really came pretty closely to match those numbers, but the rest of the members of the side of Team Domination has been pulling in a fair chunk, except for Zin right there with 2,000. You gotta really work things out as a jungler, or else they'll call, hey, it's the jungler's fault if we do have anything that goes wrong.
Okay.
I'm just slightly, I wouldn't say impressed, but I'm just surprised about how Jinx was only dealing like 459 damage. But you can't really blame him though. I think the game in particular has been pretty rough. There were a couple of deaths for the Dragon lanes of Team Ikari. The Jinx and Blitzcrank were surprisingly being ran over by Sleepy Godzillas and Reap Encore, so props to Team Domination for winning that lane. It also made the game slightly easier for Xin because he spent most of his time just counter jungling, securing objectives, and I think the communication is starting to really become more solid for Team Domination as well.
That's right, and we're going to be looking at the gold graph as well to see how things swing. Of course, that will definitely see that there is going to be the entire Team Domination having not even a slight bit of chance given towards the side of Team Mikari in any given moment at all, as this is just a crescendo moving up for the team.
That is true. Even though that we see the Wukong was dominating the early game, picking off those kills left and right, but even with, the gold graph says it all. Even though you can't win this game with only one man, one man carrying the team. It's all a team efforts, and Team Domination was able to pull it off to finally show the people that teamwork is OP and teamwork is important in the game.
Yeah, teamwork definitely makes the dream work, and I believe that's all of the stats that we'll have for now. And congratulations, Team Domination. Very first win, 3 more games to go, and I really got to commend on that really huge improvement on the lanes as well, especially with this Misfortune setup alongside with Seraphine. If you could just connect that Encore perfectly, it sets up the pull time so well that, all these big Ks are just coming freely if it does land.
Yep, that is correct. The Encore together with the bullet time and perhaps maybe, Jin Zhao coming in to kill, that would have been a really disgusting combo, to be honest. But it's, we didn't manage to see it exactly, but perhaps maybe in the next 3 games we'll be able to see it. Perhaps perhaps on a different game as well, or on a different champion.
Yeah, and I think for the viewers or the upcoming challengers that want to take on Team Domination, perhaps they will have this idea, this inkling of how Team Domination is going to draft. So far we saw 3 returning picks, the Xin Zhao, the Zed, and I believe the Seraphine.
The Seraphine,
yeah,
yep,
Seraphine for them, right? So you can kind of predict that perhaps Team Domination is going to stick to those picks regardless. So now the question for the challengers is how are they going to work around that? What is the draft idea? We saw how Clown Fiesta dealt with that. When you deal with a more passive draft, you just got to be more active. Lee Sin, Gragas, they all fit the memo. For Team Mikari just now, it was the Wukong and the Kali, so perhaps the upcoming challengers can kind of take a page off of that and refine their own picks against Team Domination.
Exactly, and now that we're going to be having another team that will be hopping on board, thank you very much for registering with us here to be playing alongside with your favorite Facebook creators out there. Now, our next team is going to be called Team Lemang. So, well, I believe that they're from mostly Malaysia, and
Most definitely.
well, we all love our food. We've already got mee curry. Now we're going to be getting our lemang. Well, Raya celebrations might just be over a couple of months ago, but hey, we definitely do miss a whole lot of lemang. But from what we saw early on, well, mee curry wasn't really the spiciest dish, but if you serve this lemang with a little bit of rendang, I guess it might just work.
It might just work, and who knows? Maybe some of the champions could be the rendang that this Team Lemang needs actually. And if let's say Team Domination are opting for the usual picks, like what Husky just said just now, was the Seraphine, was the Jinzhao, the Zed, perhaps maybe we can see a lot more tankier support, maybe like Braum that could counter the Encore with the unbreakable wall, or perhaps maybe we can have like maybe a listen.
Yeah, and I think Braum is a very good pick. I think Braum Gragas, at one point, if you are that confident, Vi support also was also a thing for that role. But we just have to see if Team Lemang has the same amount of confidence. I think Clown Fiesta so far are the more the big boys, right?
Yeah,
so
the
we'll
big
see
boys.
if
Yeah, exactly.
any other teams would join that club.
And I gotta say that we are definitely gonna be watching something great here as we are ready to kick off game number 3 in this Creators Collision Wild Rift edition. And for the Fans Underground Challenge right now, you guys still have chances to be playing alongside with your favorite creators. All you have to do is register through the link in the description below on our Facebook live stream, and you'll be able to just get yourselves ready to battle it out for that 1,000 ringgit cash prize. Now, we're going to see whether or not Team Lemang could really keep it up with Team Domination, who have just got themselves that big win, and that 1,000 ringgit is now on the table once again in game number 3.
So we got Team Domination and also Team Lemang as well. So Team Domination just won their first game just now. So is Team Lemang will be able to break the streak, or are they gonna let Team Domination continue on with their winning streak?
I would say that this is always a question that doesn't have a definitive answer. It's like Team Domination, they're opening up Christmas presents, right? That you are just trying to go through and see what you get. So the first one was definitely a banger. Crown Fiesta was able to steamroll their way. Second one was what Team Domination, they can accept it, right? They won it. They won the 1,000 Malaysia ringgit. But now Team Lemang, let's see, like you said, can they turn this around? Can they break the streak? Can they create this pattern of Team Domination, winning one, losing one, and winning one again? It seems like they are still gonna stick with their usual picks, because Zilla's back on the Seraphine. Zimpy Red will be back on the Master Yi. They feel really good about it. Another tank support that we might have not thought of often is the Malphite. Can frontline unstoppable force is always great, and when you are up against supports like the Seraphine or the Soraka or the Janna who likes to play behind, if you can get on top of them, that is a kill that can easily be claimed.
Very fair point right there. And Malphite support, although in the PC version it's not really heavily advised, but we do see a whole lot of that coming into Wild Rift as an alternative option if, say, they might not have unlocked an Alistar, or they just need something that could just annoy enemies with that technical perma slow on the very first skill. And, well, I believe that we might just actually see this Malphite on another lane as they have been locking in the Braum.
And that feels like a Malphite top. Now you have a Nolan jungle. The Braum, Flicker did bring it up just now. A perfect way to deal with the Seraphine. You can also block the Shuriken toss from the Zed.
That is true.
If the Seraphine throws out the Encore or the beat drop, you just need to raise that unbreakable shield, and you're just gonna take everything for your team. It's the best man if you want someone to be your bouncer, then you have the Braum.
That is true. And right now, if you can see from Team Lemang as well, we see an Ahri pickup right there. Now, Ahri has always been known to play a little bit passively in the early game, but are able to escape from Zed as well. So we're gonna see how that Ahri is gonna fare out with XK Penjahat Zed. We'll see how it goes on this one.
And definitely this time, It looks like they do know what they're doing here from the side of Team Lemang when it comes down to the draft. Like Ari is going to be the one that will be controlling the tempo from the mid lane to see where they could she hold up against this very formidable opponent over on towards the mid side, which will be Panjahat's very own Z plays. So with that, Team Domination versus Team Lemang. Take your predictions right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be moving in towards our third game.
And I would say the first thing, you always want to look at the middle lane matchup, right? Zed
Yep.
against Ari. A lot of people might just say this straight off the bat that Ari most like loses to Zed most of the time because of how you don't really have a way to deal with the Zed until you get the stasis enchantment for your boots, right? But in certain situations, if the Ari player plays it to perfection, you can actually beat the Zed after the death mark by charming him. So we'll see if we can get that high level play from this Ari player from Team Lemang. But one thing is for sure, as Panjahat on his Zed, absolutely sublime.
Yep, that is correct. And I'm actually pretty excited to see how these. To be honest, I'm more excited to see how this the Dragon Lane, how Dragon Lane fares, because like I mentioned just now, Braum is a really good counter against the Seraphine, because once you block with a wall, you can just use your Glacial Fissure to just knock these two up, and then Kaisa can go with the Killer Instinct to try and go for the kill as well. And also once that done, Braum can use stand behind Braum to just go back to Kaisa, and then trying to reinforce the Kaisa who's already in the front line. So Team Domination might Team Domination's Dragon Lane might be having a hard time here, but we'll see how we go. We'll see if Team Lemang can actually keeps up, with the Vision War and with the map control as well.
Yeah, and I do like what Team Domination is doing. They're doing the same modus operandi as Game 2 when they went up against Mikari, which is to shove up that bottom wave with the Seraphine Q. And I think that CP Godzillas kind of realized that, okay, when you're up against like a Kaiser Braum, sure, they're really strong when they get on top of you, but the one weakness that they have is that they don't have decent wave clear. It's really hard for them to clear a wave that is crashing underneath their turret, and this is exactly what Team Domination is doing in that Dragon Lane. You force that wave under the turret, you get the advantage in the lane, and it also opens up objectives for your team as well. So when your jungler is ready to go for the dragon, you can be the first one to rotate over. So we'll see if Team Domination can keep up that pressure.
Yep, that is true. And plus on the Baron lane we have the Malphite, and also we have the Malphite who is in the top, who is on the Baron lane. So we might be able to see, maybe we're expecting a little bit more passive on the Baron lane. Meanwhile, Olaf will be able to to create a little bit of pressure, even though because comparing with the right now there's a little bit of skirmish here with the Malphite. First blood goes to Malphite. A very nice one right there, because to be honest, for me, Jin Zhao, you can't really go up against Malphite, to be honest. With the Tectonic Slam as well, it reduces your attack speed.
Yeah, exactly my thoughts. I think, unfortunately for Aoi, he probably didn't underestimated the power of this Malphite, the strength of this Malphite at least. But Panja's gonna get charmed underneath that turret. The demo goes off, but not enough to kill off Sushi. So these two millionaires are gonna come to a halt. But Panjahat was at level 5. He hit level 5 first. So thankfully, this Ari did not have the Spirit Dash to kind of follow up with her combo. But nonetheless, the fact that he survived is good news. However, Aoi was able to get that counter kill, that revenge kill in the top lane, so you evens out the Baron lane for both the Malphite and the Xin Zhao.
Yep, that is correct. And also, I believe that if Ari have a slightly bit more mana just now, perhaps maybe he could use the Spirit Rush, because he wasn't the Spirit Rush wasn't available just now. But if he was able to get the Spirit Rush available as well during the Z combo, and together if he have a little bit more mana just now, he could have countered that. But XK Panjat, a really well played, a really well skirmish right there, and now Ari was able to, I believe that Ari was able to return with a decent mana there. Now XK will need to play this very, very safe, so he might feel that pressure a bit by the Ari, because now he knows that the Spirit Rush is up and the Charm is also up. So XK needs to play really, really safe for this one.
Yeah, and we just saw the Olaf visit the top lane again, takes out the Xin Zhao for the second time to make the lane slightly easier for the Malphite, and things are just going to get tougher and tougher for the Xin Zhao because you don't have that luxury from match 2 where you can just run down a lane. This is not going to be the case when you have a Malphite and an Olaf constantly just putting on pressure. However, they can always rely on Panjahad. He does have the level advantage that we already witnessed. The Dragon Lane is a bit stagnant for both Sleepy Godzilla's Dream Encore and the Kaiser Braum. And Dream Encore with a very, very bold recall is able to make it to base in time. However, this will allow Team Lemang to shove in this wave, and we'll see what they do. They're probably gonna go for their recall timing as well. That's exactly their course of action.
Yeah, because that's quite a big wave actually. So they let the wave shoved in. So leaving the Jinx to have like a little less experience, while they got like some of the experience as well. So that this is actually the perfect chance for them to actually go back, get some items, and then return back as soon as they can to keep up with the pressure. And right now, I think that both team on the Dragon Lane are doing doing pretty well. But at the same time, they are trying to see like what they're gonna do and what they are expecting in the next probably in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, and fortunately for Team Lemang, they will be able to catch the wave at the bottom lane. But meanwhile, another skirmish breaks up, and Jahan was able to get the kill on the enemy jungler. You can see the Super Mega Death Rocket flying towards the top lane. Lemang not able to connect that, but also the Flame Chompers catching both the laners of Team Lemang. The damage just dropped down to get the heal on both Rim Uncle and Sleepy Godzillas. Things working out for Team Domination so far. Getting the kill on the Olaf means that the top Scuttle Crab will be secure by the Master Yi. It will also give the Xin Zhao a good recall timing. Things starting to get even better and better for Team Domination.
Yep, and so far right now, if you can see on the map right now, the vision control on the vision control is slightly bit off for both team, I believe, and but then there's not much vision control on the top. On the Baron lane, but there are some visions on the regular. So right now, Team Domination needs to play very, very safe, because right now I believe that they will be going for the dragon right now. We can see Olaf in the dragon pit right now trying to take that mountain dragon, but then was called off by the team to play it really safe. And you guys can see all four members of the Team Domination are readying themselves in the
Sleepy Godzilla does have the Encore, threw it out, but unfortunately didn't really connect onto anyone. Could have been blocked by the Unbreakable. So no engage right there for both teams. The Mountain Drake is still pretty much alive, but it was a good decision for Team Lemang to not commit to that, because they don't have the Malphite with them. The Ari had to deal with the wave in the middle lane, so they can't really take those fight. Encore is going to be back up in 15 seconds, and Sleepy Godzilla is just going to charge up that passive, that stage presence, and perhaps go for a beat drop again. The Catian Rain does hurt ever so slightly, but Rimanko will go for the recall once more, and this will allow Team Lemang to push out the bottom lane. But we'll see what happens in the top river though, because Panjahad has been spotted out.
Yeah, I think right now what Malphite and Ari is trying to do is they're trying to take the division. They're trying to control the vision over on the top side of the map here, because they want to prevent from as we all know, Master Yi can actually solo the Rift Herald right there, even with like perhaps maybe with the Blade of the Ruin King maybe only available, but he can still be able to solo the Rift Herald right there. So what they're trying to do is that they're trying to prevent the Master Yi from getting the Rift Herald, trying to use the to have like to control more of the map. So right now they're just like putting down wards, trying to make sure that no one's like bothering Herald right there, and trying to make the Panjahad is going in for the kill right there. Really nice Shadow Clone, but I think that will be enough damage to kill off the Ari, and one kill will go to SK Panjahad. A really nice play right there by SK Panjahad, to be honest.
Sushi wasn't really paying attention, so loses his life, but on the bright side, Team Lemang was able to secure the Rift Herald, so they will get the top tier 1, but this also means that XK Panjahad should be able to get the mid tier 1 as well. Ragnarok gets popped, and immediately they're gonna go right on top of the Xin Zhao, and there's no way for him to get out of that. An easy kill for Team Lemang. Are we getting absolutely ran at, and with the Rift Herald still alive, they should be able to take a huge chunk of health off of the tier 2 in that Baron lane. So Team Domination, they're going to trade back with this Mountain Drake. It will be secured by them. So both teams now exchanging objectives. So the next course of action right now for Team Domination perhaps is to go towards the bottom lane and try to get the tier 1. However, it does not seem like Panjahad wants to commit to that.
Yep, if I Well, if you can see on the map present right now, tier 1 on the Baron lane was be able to take down with the Rift Herald, and will be going for the tier 2, but almost get knocked out right there. So but Malphite decided to just back off for a while because they know that the dragon has already been taken and everyone will be recalling home. So he got a back down as well, trying to get some items, trying to refresh the health and all the mana loss as well, and will be trying. And I believe that Malphite at this point will be able to start roaming and try and seize on the other team as well. As you guys can see here, Olaf will be escape another one with the death mark. Ooh, will be able to take down the Olaf, and also Ari was able to do the help, but was not able to, it was technically a 1-for-1 kill right there.
Yeah, it's not really worth though. You sure you got the kill on the Olaf, but you're giving Ari the go after getting the kill as well. So not really the ideal trade for team domination, and unfortunately this Xin Zhao has no place against the Malphite. He is still very far away from being able to take out the Malphite alone. The Iceborne Gauntlet is doing so much work for this Baron laner of Team Lemang. Just now we also saw a kill onto Sleepy Gazillas in the bottom lane while she was trying to go for the recall. So Team Lemang was able to kind of even out the scores between them and Team Domination. The Baron is going to spawn at this 10-minute mark. We'll see what Team Domination has in mind.
Yep, and right now I think that what these two players, because right now if you can see from the Dragon Lane as well, both team are still trying to shoving each other away. Meanwhile, SK Pajat will be going, oh, a nice that mark right there will be able to take out the Ari again. XK is on a roll right here, picking off that target one by one, and I think that evens out the Ari kill just now. So I think XK is in a really good position to try perhaps maybe sniping off, like taking out crucial targets before in a team fight.
Yeah, and M1 DNA tries to fight Penjahat, but forgot that there's a master. He was able to flash away, but the ignite not really enough to take him down. Now he's trying to get to safety with the Ragnarok. Penjahat is chasing. He turns around with the final reckless swing, but a reckless move for the Olaf. There's a free kill for Aoi. So Team Lemang, not really sure what their call was. They were able to kill off the Xin Zhao, but Xin is there for the trade. So Team Lemang slightly falling apart at the seams, not really working together as a unit, and this is going to give a even more room for Team Domination to work with. Penjahat feeling really confident, he's 2 levels ahead, and I believe Sushi did use the Spirit Rush, so if Penjahat gets on top of him, that is going to be another potential solo kill.
Yep, that is correct, and I believe that at this point Ari really needs to figure out like what does he need to do to actually try and get back to the game, even though like he's trying to roam. But I believe that his Spirit Rush was down just now. I think you saw that as well, right? So yeah. I'm not sure how he's gonna play out with this gang with this roaming potential right here, because right now even on the mid tier as well, because there's nothing that Ari can do. He can get solo killed by the Zed, so he was not able to to get that mid tier 1 tower. Ooh, good engage right there with the Glacier Fisher knocking out Sleepy Godzilla right there, trying to take the shot, and ooh, Sleepy Godzilla goes down, but the Kaisa is still healthy right here. But here comes the Escape Jihad, trying to save the day right here with the ultimate. Did he just? Oh, there you go. Kaisa is still right there, going in with the death mark, but was he able to get? But Malphite was there, will be trying to save, and X and Rem Encore will be taken out right here, and that was like what, 2 for 3 maybe.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1. They only got the Braum, so that was a great rotation from the Malphite. First of all, and they should be able to do a lot of damage in mid tier 1. M1 DNA runs away to safety. No big deal right there, but a lot of credits goes over to the Braum. He was the one who made everything possible. Sure, he died, but the trade that came afterwards was definitely in Team Lemang's favor. He was able to block both the Encore and the beat drop with one single unbreakable, and Sleepy Gazillas was not ready for that, and that really allowed Team Lemang to kind of slightly win out that fight. Silver lining for Team Domination, they were able to keep the bot tier 1 alive, this Dragon Lane tier 1 alive. The mid one was also barely standing, and Penjahat might be able to go for another solo kill onto Sushi. You can see on the map, Sushi was able to dash to safety this time. So Penjahat not able to be that lucky, as the unstoppable force does miss from the Malphite. Sleepy Godzilla's dodging a huge bullet right there.
That was a really unlucky, unstoppable force, to be honest. But now that the Malphite ultimate is down, but that's gonna probably take like what, 40, maybe 30 to 40 seconds. So Malphite really needs to play it safe right now to be able to to try and assist with the next team fight. And right now the Ocean Drag is already there. It's already spawned. So right now both teams are trying to play that vision wall right here in the bot side river, trying to take control of the vision, trying to get that dragon as well, but was not able to do so because of the rotations from the Z and also from the Master Yi as well. And to be honest, they like I mean, perhaps maybe you don't want. Oh, there you go, because I will get caught here with the Glacier Fisher, but not hitting that Jinx right there. Almost hit there, but was not able to connect anyone. But Sleepy Godzillas will be able to get taken out right here. And yep, they are actually leaving Jin Zhao alone at top lane again.
It's slightly weird though that Team Domination decided to even try and engage on that bottom lane just now. It was highly unlikely that they're gonna win now, but Jahat is gonna show us, sees that ward, that Ocean Drake goes over to Team Lemang. There's nothing much that Punjab could have done in that situation anyways, but perhaps you might be able to see a kill in the top lane as Sushi was able to dash away with the Spirit Rush, but does not expect the Master Yi to show up. Sushi able to get into the safety of that tower, but the kill still goes over to Xin. And now with this very angry Viking running at them, the Undertow is dead. The Ragnar does run out. Outreach Omer tries to hit the blast code, not able to hit it, and he does go down. And as from his reaction, you know that that was a very unfortunate turn of events. And, well, sometimes it just happens, but they were able to get the kill on the RE, so not all is lost. But things are starting to get a bit dicey though for both teams. We did see Team Domination have a decent lead, but now everything has been equalized by Team Lemang.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean that you can see from his a slight bit of frustration to not able to hit that blast cone, so he had to like take one for the team right there. But so far right now, in terms of the map control and also the vision wall right now, both teams are, I would say, quite even at the moment. Even though like the mid tier 1 tower is still standing right there, but I believe that it was like, I think like about 100 or 150 health. So if somebody could just go there and knock it down, from Team Lemang. Oh, that was a recall.
That
most
was a
definitely.
recall.
That was a recall.
That was a, it's one of those recalls, right? It's one of those recalls. But Sushi and M1 Feizu they're gonna show themselves again. And like you said, they really want this mid-tier 1, but thankfully they have the insurance in the form of this Malphite. So if Punjab wants to try something funny, this Malphite can easily counter-engage. And so far, the front line for Team Lemang has been doing an exceptional job. This Braum and Malphite is able to pull their own wave, and it seems like Malphite is going to show up in the top lane as well. This middle lane getting ran at, and there's nothing that this Jinx can do. We talk about the Olaf. The Flame Choppers does connect onto M1 DNA, and the counter kill will be there, but Sushi to jump in. The encore from Sleepy Gazillas is perfect. They even got the beat drop to kill off Sushi, and now M1 Feizu is getting ran at with the Killer Instinct. This Braum is going to throw his knife, turns around with a huge Glacial Fissure, but the damage is just not there, and he will give Master Yi a double kill, and this Kaiser is left all alone. One more Alpha tries to do the job, and Zinpire with a triple kill. The Unstoppable Force comes in, but it does not connect on the necessary target, and unfortunately, Team Lemang, they got to back up right now, and Zinpire is going to go absolutely ham, and Punjab will claim the rampage. This is Team Domination with their first ace in 17 minutes.
Oh, that was a really, to be honest, that was a really unlucky fight. Braum did a really nice Glacial Fissure right there, but sadly the damage was not there to able to take out Nia, because we're talking about Master Yi here. Master Yi can literally run it down, but it was really unlucky for Team Lemang because everyone was like all over the place. If they could have rotated like a slightly bit earlier, they could have won out the fight, because with the Braum Glacial Feature and with the Malphite Unstoppable Charge, that could have been it. But then with that, they were able to secure the Baron Nashor, and that was like what, a 4-1 exchange with only the Jinx, I believe.
Yeah, Jinx went down, and it's a 1-4-5. They lose the Jinx, they got an ace, and Sleepy Godzilla's on that Seraphine is really showing up, but his Olaf is not really happy again. Pops the Ragnar, runs that Aoi, but maybe the Sindao might try to fight back. Was not able to win. Hasn't got an Angel. The flash comes in. He does use that ultimate. Unfortunately, was not able to do much. And now the Super Mega Death Rocket also got blocked by the Unbreakable from the Braum. They get the Chilling Smite onto Aoi. The Undertow comes out. Reckless Link is there, but Aoi turns around, gets the kill. But they do get the charm on this Jinx. So Team Lemang was able to get a trade back, but they have to start backing up because the counter engage is here, and Xin is godlike, about to go over and beyond with a double kill in the bag. That is 4 for Team Domination, and it's only left for this Malphite to defend the base, which is highly impossible at this point, but perhaps he might be able to pull out something. One last ultimate, one last effort, gets turned around by the on-call, and that is the end of the show. The curtains will be drawn, and Team Domination secure another win in the bag.
Ooh.
Wow, what an exciting game that was. And Team Domination, this is yet again another big win for them after that amazing ace that they just displayed. Oh my goodness. I really felt that that sort of element coming out from Sleepy Godzillas have really changed the tempo of the game. And wow, Xin Interpret really playing an amazing Yi this time around, coming with that triple kill in that fight itself, and later just slashing his way through the Nexus. And now this is another 1,000 ringgit for Team Domination.
That is true. And to be honest, that for me, the last fight that Team Lemang was trying to pull out, it was a really bad fight. They picked a really bad fight just now. Like when they came when.
Very ambitious one, in fact.
Sorry.
A very ambitious
Yeah,
attempt is you can definitely see Malphite is pretty much far away in the top side.
Top side, and was trying to defend the base as well, but Olaf was still trying to go for the kill right there. He could have taken, he could have killed, he could have he could have killed the Jin Zhao, but the problem was Jin Zhao had a Guardian Angel right there. The Guardian Angel might be able the Guardian Angel was able to save the Jin Zhao's life, but the problem was that they wasted a lot of resources trying to kill that one Jin Zhao and the Jinx, but they forgot that the Master Yi and also the Zed existed in the game. So with that, these two champions, XK and also Xin, was able to pick off all the other members and left Malphite alone in the base to defend, and thus winning them another 1,000 ringgit.
Exactly, and I felt that Team Lemang was really holding back a little bit. They were playing a little bit passively, a little bit of a hiccups here and there with Spirit Rush being used up before the gank instead. So I believe that a couple of all these matters could have been rectified early on so that they could coordinate better fights. But we do see interesting pickups coming in from the lanes from time and time again. Malphite definitely a really strong counter pick towards the Xin Zhao top side, but even then they didn't really seem to be able to siege much of a turret in any sort of these sort of potential pickups.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, Team Domination might have found their winning formula, right? They have found the playstyle that gives them the best edge in these games, and they still have 2 more to go. But if they can stick to this formula, I think their chances of winning really does go up. You have Benjahat always running around on the Zed. You have this Xin Zhao just trying to dominate the lane and just constantly pushing out a single lane to create those the split push presence. And of course, you have CP Godzillas on her signature Seraphine. So with that set in stone, the burden now lies on the public, the challengers. How are they going to solve this equation that Team Domination has kind of come up with?
Well, if we do look in towards all these sort of statistics as well as the usual picks that they've been leaning on towards, so who knows if the teams from the fan side might just be able to change things up a bit by snatching their favorite picks like the Zed or even Seraphine to begin with. Now, speaking of which, we would like to actually have a look in towards the scoreboard right now to see how both teams have fared. And look at this, Fahimi's has been going for 4 kills with building pretty much a full tank composition, but Frizel remains as their SVP. And once again, Jahat will be the MVP for Team Domination.
Slightly weird with the dust play. I definitely did not expect the dust play on the Kai'Sa. Perhaps a Ruinous Hurricane or a Phantom Dancer would have kind of fit the Kai'Sa a bit more in the situation when they're up against assassins like Yi's, not like Zed or Xin Zhao or even the Yi. But either way, this Kai'Sa was kind of pushed to the limit. There was nothing much that she can do without this Braum or Malphite. So it's understandable why she's put in this 2 and 2 KD position. However, for Team Domination, they are just strong as always.
Yeah,
Exactly. And we're definitely going to be looking at even more stats to come here. And we'll be looking at some of the damage being done. And oh my goodness. I think this is a record high that we are seeing from this Zed that's being wielded by Pajahat throughout the entirety of the 3 matches. This has got to be the most output that we've seen so far.
the highest by far. 24k damage by Penjahat dealing damage. But to be honest, like if you really take a look at Team Lemang as well, everyone got their, have their, decent share as well of the chunk of the damage.
Yeah, and I think for Benjaha, the fact that he was able to get a couple of solo kills on this Ari really did put them ahead in the situation. And Zin and Aoi as well, they are constantly improving how they play the game in terms of laning, in terms of the mid-game presence. This team is just gradually evolving throughout these matches.
That is true, and perhaps maybe we can take a look at the gold. The gold graph as well. As you can see that, throughout the entirety of the game, we can see like there's a slight hiccups like here and there where there are points where team domination was in the lead, and then we have like the team Lemang was in the lead, but towards the end we can see how team domination was able to hold out their grounds and overcome their obstacles, win the vision war, take control over the map, take their fights very carefully, and was able and capitalize on the on Team Lemang's mistake and was able to win the game.
Exactly, and what I really want to point out is that throughout the entirety of that 15 minutes of play, the goal is not really going more heavily against one another of the team. The advantage is just merely about less than 1,005 that we can see from the graph until that fight happened over the mid lane, where the dive hit over towards the Seraphine, and eventually they did get that 1 kill towards Reef Encore, but at the cost of an ace. That really was something that we didn't really expect to see coming from Team Lemang, to really go very deep into the jungle, and that really altered the decisions, and they could, after that, siege towards the mid lane. Team Domination took the Baron buff and of course closed up that match itself in style. Now, up next we do have Team Domination versus Vidal in our game number 4, but I believe that we're going to be taking a little bit of breather before we get ourselves in towards match 4. So you guys are currently watching this on EGG Network's Facebook page, or even our channel, as well as our top creators of Facebook gaming have been here to be offering us a whole lot of wholesomeness, and you guys also have a chance to participate by being one of the lucky few fans to be chosen for our upcoming game. So make sure you guys check out that link in the description inside of Facebook, and you guys can perhaps win yourself that share of 10,000 ringgit up for grabs, but each match of course worth 8,000 ringgit each.
Yep.
And with that being said, we'll be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll definitely bring you even more Wild Rift action to come. My name's Contra, alongside with Flicker as well as Husky. We'll be seeing you guys shortly. once again, welcome back to Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition. My name's Contra alongside with Flicker as well as Husky. We've already had 3 matches that have been concluded as Team Domination has been able to win 2 out of 3 of their match. And if you guys really want to participate, all these actions are currently brought to you live on EG Network's Facebook page, live stream, as well as on TV. And definitely you guys could be able to participate in the action by just heading over to the link in the description. There's a way for you guys to register if you guys are interested to get that lion share of 10,000 ringgit up for grabs. Now, we're definitely going to be talking a little bit more before we hop in towards our upcoming match on game number 4. So what can you guys definitely conclude from those matches, because that was actually a back and forth between Team Lemang as well as Team Domination up towards the very final team clash. But we just saw a big ace that really went by.
Yeah, and I think the first thing I want to see for at least the last 2 matches that Team Domination will be playing in is that I want to see the challengers take away the comfort picks. I want to see Zed ending up on the enemy team. I want to see Seraphine on the enemy team. What does Team Domination have left in the tank if not for their comfort picks? I think that would definitely give them a challenge, and that would really show us how Team Domination actually is. Are they actually super dominant, or it's just because they are comfort with what they have?
That is true. Because to be honest, from what I see, they have been using the same picks for the past 3 games. We see the Seraphine, we see the Master Yi, the Jin Zhao, and Master Yi, and also the Zed. So I would like to see something a little bit different here. Perhaps maybe the first game they were trying out how they would play out if they play a tank jungler, which is the Amumu, if we remember on the first game. So they opted for something a little bit more straightforward, and maybe like a fighter jungler, which is the Master Yi. But perhaps maybe I would like to see maybe a Wukong jungle.
Wukong jungle definitely will be very interesting. We did see a Wukong coming up online in game number 2 where Team Lemang was playing, and it actually came up with a very good result. So the only problem for Team Mikari is that they didn't really get too much of those team fights that they were looking for, and eventually one after another they get picked off, and that was the very first victory actually going over towards the side of Team Domination. And speaking of which, Pajahat has been getting the MVP as well as the SVP title for 3 consecutive games, and we'll definitely look at the survey standings as of the moment as well to see what will we possibly get as a little bit of prediction towards our total 5 games to be played out by Team Domination eventually.
Yeah, and I think judging by how Team Domination has been constantly evolving and adapting across their matches, I wouldn't be surprised if they close out the day with like a 4-1 record with only that 1 loss towards Clown Fiesta. But again, the challenges from the public fan base, I want to see a bit more fight. I feel like starting the day off with Clown Fiesta with that dominant victory really did set a high bar to clear for the rest of the players. But at the same time, it also gave us a very deep insight onto how good the player base really is, how fast that we are catching up with the trend.
That is true. And perhaps maybe we can see a more diverse meta, or a diverse champion pool that we can see from Team Domination as well. Because right now, the player base, as we can see, Clown Fiesta has absolute dominates the first game. Mikari, I would say it's okay, but from Lemang as well, it's also like put up a good fight. But perhaps maybe we can see a lot more a lot more good players out there who will try perhaps maybe put up the same performance as Clown Fiesta maybe. And I really hoping for that actually. Not saying that I want Team Domination to lose. Don't get me wrong, guys. But perhaps maybe I would like to see
a little bit more challenge on the table so that that was not the easiest 1,000 ringgit of their lives.
Exactly.
In a sort of the way that you want to point out. But, when we look into all these sort of drafts that has been brought by the fans, I really love the creativity that they've been working on. And the most creative draft up till now was actually coming from the side of Clown Fiesta. We got that Evelyn mid lane. We've got Grounded support, which honestly is a really good flex pick. He could have gone to the jungle, he could have gone towards the top lane, mid lane, and support is uh not so oftenly seen
Yeah,
over
never
on the
before
bottom
seen
side of the
actually.
lane.
Yeah.
And hey, Swag actually rocked it really well. So we're gonna be checking out the standings as well to really get up to date for those of you guys who might have missed out. So later we'll be putting it on your screens. So far, what's your favorite matches coming in, Husky as well as Flicker?
My favorite match, I, it feels slightly bad to say this, but my favorite match is still gonna be match one because of how clean it was. I think that game was under 10 minutes, so Clown Fiesta basically shut the doors before Baron even spawned. So we only got 2 Barons so far across 3 games. And speaking about that, I think there's also a couple of champions that I want to see, but I believe we'll take a look at the brackets first and get you guys up to speed with what we have for the rest of the day.
Exactly. We'll be checking out the brackets as of now. So far, match 1 all the way to match 3, we've already seen a loss for Team Domination, but they made their comeback real strong in game 2 to be taking over the entirety of the stage, and they have closed things up against both Team Mikari as well as Team Lemang. So I guess Team Domination have devoured any food they see on the table. But is there any other team out there with food names? I suggest a little bit of rename right now, because Team Domination, they're really looking to chow things down. But over here, match 4, match 5, we are waiting for all these upcoming fans to really get themselves ready for this upcoming challenge. Now, just for the fans, if they are currently watching, you guys have to look out for these few pocket picks here. Master Yi, Seraphine, as well as Zed. Now, these are really prominent, as we do see Rem Encore does rotate a couple of champions from here and there, but Jinx is also being brought up to the table from time to time. And, well, top side, what do you guys think about the top lane so far with Xin Zhao pick from Game 2 as well as Game 3?
I'm surprised that Xin Zhao hasn't been, I wouldn't say hasn't been challenged, but I'm just surprised at how we have not seen a lot of those potential picks. Like, for example, the Darius hasn't been shown too much. We also have the Nessus to work with as well. So perhaps we might be able to see it throughout the rest of the day. I want to see the Draven in the Dragon lane as well. One of the strongest marksmen that we have in the game.
I gotta definitely say that he definitely will be a showstopper right here. But now we're gonna be seeing Team Domination take on Vidal, and well, we are already in the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, as we are already looking at Misfortune being the first selection for Team Domination. Now, over on towards the other side, we do see Zed getting snatched away from Pajahat, and he's really shaking his head right now. He's not so sure what exactly will he be going for this time around.
He is definitely not happy right there. He's definitely not happy.
That's 10 points for Badao. They are listening in. They're like, yeah, I think, you know, if we can't beat them at their champion, we take their champion away and then we beat them with it. So that's definitely, I would say, a slick move. You know, even though, yeah, it's a slick move. That's the best way I can put it. So Zed take it away. Pajahat is now, you hardly see him in the last pick, but he's really prying his head out. Like, what else can he play? Is it the Ari, the Akali, the Fizz, the Yasuo? Does he want to bust those out? And it might be the Akali. Yep, he locks it in. The rest of the draft for Team Domination is still going to be the same. The only difference is that Pajahat is going to be on the Akali this time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited to see how he's gonna play around with the Akali, because all we know that Zed offers a lot of mobility. You know, once you use the Death Mark, you can still teleport back to your location if the enemy brings you really far ahead into the towers or into the behind the enemy lines, so he can TP back. But with the Akali, it's going to be a little bit difficult, because once you use your perfect execution, you need to time your perfect execution, either go for the kill or to go for the escape.
Yeah, and all eyes once again will be on Pajahat. 3 games, he did get himself the MVP or SVP title at the very least. Now that he switches over on towards this Akali, the only change that we are seeing from Team Domination, will this affect the win rate so far, or will Badal finally crack the code after 2 losses being suffered from the fan side? Now, back to the casters on deck, it will be Flicker and Husky.
And thank you again, Contra. another great match. Now we're about to see Penjahat being really put to the test. Is this star player for the side of Team Domination only proficient on the Z, or can he also bust some moves with this Akali? Because we've seen this is kind of the El Clasico in the current Wild Rift meta. We don't have much assassins to work with, so the benchmark is set by these two champions alone. So perhaps Penjahat will be able to put a difference and already kind of winning out the trade. 2 perfect 5-point strikes, make it 3, and able to get the assassin mud proc as well. So Penjahat running the fleet footwork as well, knowing that he kind of needs to sustain against the Z. I think he has everything figured out.
That is actually a really interesting rune pick actually. Going for the fleet footwork, for the sustain, because once you actually get, you know, 100 stack on that, and once you auto attacks a minion, you can actually be able to heal up. And right now, as you get, I mean, like, you guys can see right now, even though like the Z got some, you know, pretty good decent hits, but the fleet footwork was able to negate those damages, and Penjahat was able to, oh, and the first blood goes to the Lee Sin, picking up Aoi right there on the top side. A really good gang right there, and now Alistar is in the Master Yi jungle, trying to disturb the Yi's jungle, trying to get, trying to, you know, disturb the Master Yi a bit, trying to, you know, not letting the Yi farm.
Yeah, and I really like what Bada is doing. It's the classic, you know, Lee Sin, red buff, level 2 gang, and it really did work out. And like you said, the Alistar going for those harass, he's really buying time. He actually shows up at the red buff as Penjahat continues to try and make something happen, and got the kill on the Master Yi. So things not really looking well for Team Domination as the Lee Sin now shows up in the jungle, and unfortunately Penjahat is occupied by Kazekiro for now. Sleepy Godzilla was trying to provide assistance but was forced back as well. So Bedao really kind of had things worked out there, buying so much time for their own jungler, and the fact that the Lee Sin showed up meant that he should be able to do a bit of counter jungle, but surprisingly the red buff still stands, so Zin will be able to claim that.
That is true. And oh, nope, he is still there actually. You can see here, Lee Sin is still in the jungle here with the Alistar, trying to pick up, and was able to get a kill on the Master Yi. That was a really cheeky invade with the double kill as well. Now Sleepy Godzilla is getting knocked out as well, and also with the Gragas on top lane, trying to get a kill right here with the slightly bit more kill. Oh! Aoi with the plays, the turnaround.
Yeah,
that was a really well played.
You can't bully him always. It got ignited by the Triumph plus the level up with that kill actually saved him from the ignite. But unfortunately, the red buff goes over to Bedao's Lee Sin. His Alistar is causing a lot of chaos, so Master Zin is forced onto his top side. No blue buff, no red buff, only level 3. And he kind of has to play the catch-up game. And unfortunately, in this situation, for Massey to catch up is a very tall order. And this is also the first main pick that we have in this Underground Fan Challenge. And they can go for the immediate engage. Combo is there with headbutt and polarize to get the stun out from the trample. Reemhanko was able to get out the Ignite, not able to kill him off, but Sleepy because it's getting gone on. Kazekiro is chasing with the Living Shadows, drops the second Ignite, gets the kill on this Misfortune, and he gets executed as well. So no goal goes over to Team Domination. Sleepy Godzilla was completely helpless in the situation, and I would say Bedao another slight victory in the Dragon League.
Yep, that is correct. And to be honest, if you guys can check out if you check out how the fight plays out just now, it was a really well played in a way by Budal, with the Alistar with the trampoline, was able to get the stun off on towards Reem Anchor, who was just about to go bullet time, but was only able to shot out one wave, and then but was immediately shut down by the end. Got cleaned off by the Z, and even though Sleepy Godzilla was not able, you know, perhaps maybe could have like one auto attack there, could have gotten the kill, but perhaps maybe he was she was a little bit too afraid that, you know, maybe perhaps the Z might still have his ultimate just now.
Yeah, and right now Bedao with a commanding lead, they're gonna go for this Cloud Dragon bottom lane again. Reemanko getting gone on. The Cloud Dragon goes over to the side of Bedao. Bedao drops that ward, not really in the brush, but he is able to spot out both the Lee Sin and the Alistar, as Kazekiro will show up, being in a very aggressive stance, knowing that his team is there to back him out. As the bottom lane is gonna be under siege pretty soon. If Godzilla doesn't get out of the way, he's gonna get engaged on it immediately. That's gonna be what happens. The triple auto attack with the Silver Bolt prop would be enough, as Alistar picks up the kill instead, and the Dragon Lane has completely fallen apart for the side of Team Domination.
That was not even with the final hour from Vayne actually. Now imagine that with the final hour, I'm guessing that they have. I think Badal right now has a really strong control over the Dragon Lane right now, and I believe and they are and will be able to take down this first tier turret right here.
But Jahan though might be able to make something happen.
Oh,
Flashes in,
so
gets
close!
condemned into the wall,
Oh!
and gets taken out. And Panjahat, that must have really stung. The idea was correct. You knew what he was going to do. Flash, perfect execution, shuriken flip. Everything seems to be lighting up, but the condemn from the Vayne really shut it down. And Panjahat does not seem happy about that at all.
Not just the condemn, the pulverize was on point, was able to knock down a bit, and then combo with the condemn. There's nothing XK Punjab will be able to do right there. Almost got a kill right there. Almost. I mean, if he could pull off the combo right there, it would have been perfect. And right now, Team Badal is in a really good spot right now. Taking over the first tier tower, and also now Lee Sin will be picking up that Herald and probably will drop it down on the Baron lane to secure to secure the side lane first before everyone will be gathering up to take the middle turret.
Yeah, and I think Badal kind of had a couple of boxes ticked, right? They didn't just take away the Z from Team Domination. They also picked support champions that can frontline and also deal with assassins. And other than Braum, Alistar is one of those champions that can fulfill those requirements. If assassin jumps in, all you need to do, headbutt, polarize them away, save your carrier. You have the unbreakable will, so they can't really one-shot you in most situations. And I would say Hazim has really been pulling out all the stops. Meanwhile, Awi gets taken out again. The Rift Herald gets dropped in the Baron lane. Panjahat now has to deal with both the Zed and the Vayne, but the problem is they can't really fight because of how much of a lead Badal has.
Yep, and also they actually don't know where Alistar is, and oh, there you go. Trying to make the headbutt pulverized combo right there, was not able to do that, and Panjat is trying to hold on here, but was not able to withstand those 4-man dive right there. It was almost, Panjat almost got taken out right there, but will be able to survive right there, even though they lost 2. But Panjat is not going to make it a 3 loss.
Yeah, and we just saw the live demonstration of the unbreakable wheel. Panjahat, perfect execution. The Alistar did not feel a thing at all. It was more of a tickle, than an open wound. So Hazim actually went for the dead man's plate. So this Alistar is really going to be running around the map and killing people off. They just lost the Master Yi as well. The Z does go down as Panjahat finally gets a kill on the assassin counterpart, but it might not be enough as Badal shows up in the middle lane. The safeguard is there, but not really in range, as Badal just constantly being on the aggressive side.
Yeah, and also right now, as you guys, if you can see here, Gragas is able to hold out just fine, and Awi is just trying to play it safe, trying to assess the situation if he is required at the bottom lane. But now Sleepy Godzillas will be taken out right now by the Vayne, and Sleepy Godzillas was alone at the bottom with no one around, and yep. As you guys can see on the top here, Awi is just trying to assess the situation right now on what does he need to do to actually try and trying to win the game right here.
Yeah, and for the Sindel to be effective in constantly pushing out a single lane, you need to win the lane, and that is kind of the box that the Sindel has to tick. And whenever he was not able to fulfill that requirement, the lane becomes shambles. You can't push out the lane, you cannot win against your laner, and it basically becomes a dead lane where the enemy can capitalize on. They either run you down or they take out your teammates on the other parts of the map. And you can see Awi, he is completely trapped here. You can't really leave his Gragas, he would take your towers. But if you don't leave, this kind of gank is going to happen. They just blow him up once more, and Team Domination 2-15. Badal just running over this team that seemingly has been dominating so far.
Yeah, and one of the reason why Buddha was able to pull this kind of strat off is because they are currently winning the Vision War. I believe they have been warding their place. They have been warding the enemy jungler, so they know the position of the Master Yi and also like the others as well. So they know what they need to do. Ooh, really nice right there. Master Yi was able to pick off the Z right there. But I believe that there was a 2-for-1 kill right there. Akal, Penjahat, and also Sleepy Gonzalez was taken out right there with the cost of 1 Z. Now, as I was saying, right now, Buddha was able to pull off this kind of strategy because they were able to. Oh, and right, another skirmish right there. Uses that, the spin, trying to push away the Master, trying to push away the Lee Sin, but was not able to do so. And, 2 more kills goes to the hand of Budal. Budal is actually dominating this game, to be honest, with 3 kills to 19.
Yeah, so you can say it's almost a landslide victory, and they're just gonna continue that onslaught as Lucio on his fade. He's gonna go on a rampage. Rimanko and Penjahat, there's no way they can defend this tier 2, so Budal will claim it, and Free just goes in with the Proto Belt into a Dragon's Rage to cash up Penjahat, and that was just beautiful, and he didn't even go down. Safeguards to safety, and Budao now they went from team domination to just styling on them. This is all for the marble. This is all for the style points, for the social media like. This is the highlight reel for Budao right now.
Was that a Proto Belt Lee Sin? Did I see this wrong? Was that a Pro? But perhaps maybe the only reason why Badal was able to actually you know dominate this entire game is because look at their map presence, look at their map control, look at their control over the map. They were able to rotate this they were able to rotate everyone very well, capitalizing on the position of the enemy. They know where the Jin Zhao is, they know where the Master Yi is, so using that information, they was able to do a lot of pickoff on the Dragon lane, such as the Seraphine as well. And look at that, Alistar with Olo finally with the Unbreakable Will, trying to make some move here, but was not able to pick it off. Have to back off, have to pop the Unbreakable Will because he needs because the team wasn't there, so the team wasn't able to the team was not able to follow up on the engagement of the Alistar. So everyone has to go back here, trying to perhaps maybe trying to rethink of the strategy, like what they actually need to do. They're gonna have to reassess like who's their winning condition right now, or what kind of strategy they need to pull off to actually win this game.
And there's a huge possibility that Budao is already starting on that Baron, as this is going to be the case. Awi tries to go for the face check, and all he's going to run into is the Grey Screen. As the Gragas goes on a killing spree, the Baron will be claimed by Budao, and this is going to set them up for a final push down the middle lane as Riemann clears at the bottom wave. But you can see Lucio and Hazim, they're running towards this misfortune. He gotta get out right now with the recall. 5 seconds should be enough. The final hours will be popped. The flash in. Lucio finds a condemn on his face, and that will be Hazim picking up the killing spree. And you can see Riemann is like, he's pretty much done with that deafness. Nothing much that can be done, honestly, from the side of team domination. And at this point, Badao is just looking for that opportunity to push on towards the Nexus.
To be honest, the amount of kills securing in this game is, oh my god, that Yi just got bursted. Look at that, like how and there goes Sleepy Godzilla. The Zed and the Lee Sin is just going super ham right now, killing people left and right, and asking with the stasis that was able to stay alive for a bit. And there you go. Prim Anko was right with the stasis at hand as well, trying to get in, but the Guardian was able to save his life, but get taken out as well, as all of the team from Vidal will be, mowing their way down and winning the 4th game with team domination.
Wow, my goodness me. Team Budal absolutely dominated. Team domination this time around. And what a masterclass this was. We saw some insane Dragon's Rage. We've seen some really great death mark as well. And it was just outplays and outplays throughout the entirety of the match. And I just gotta say, I felt really bad for Sin because he got invaded from the early game till the late game. He couldn't even enter his jungle safely.
Yeah, and I think that was just a textbook way of Team Bird are reading the movements of Team Domination perfectly, knowing how a Master Yi normally operates in the jungle. He's not good at level 1 skirmishes. You just need to pick a stronger jungler to do the job. Lee Sin is the first one to come to mind. You have Olaf and Xin Zhao as well. But you pair it up with a support that has the potential to run around early on, like this Alistar when he hits level 2. You just got a perfect duo to invade a Master Yi jungle.
Yep, that is correct. Because they know that one of the winning condition for Team Domination is actually will be the Master Yi and also the Jin Zhao as well. So how are they going to capitalize on this? Is that how they wanted to prevent the Master Yi and also the Jin Zhao from getting a little bit too much farm. So that's what they did. They drop a ward in the jungle, watch. Find the information on where exactly the position of these players, and taking advantage of that. And they know that the Vayne can actually have I would say a really safe escape with the tumble. So which is why Alistar can leave the Vayne alone for a while and go for the invade together with the Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually brought up the Alistar because the bottom lane duel was really something to look out for. Lucio is really a familiar friend of mine that has been playing a whole lot of mobile titles out there, and that setup when Pajaha was actually looking for a potential triple kill down on the bottom side, wow, the setup was absolutely nice with Pulverize hitting off Pajaha down towards the wall, then Lucio combos with that Condemn, and you even see Lucio was so aggressive, he flashed right in towards the bush and also spotted Reem Anchor and forcing him to really call it quits from the recall.
Yeah, and I think it's just about this proactiveness that gave them the edge, and we might have found a bit of a solution to Team Domination's draft or playstyle, whereas both games that they lost, if you put skill gaps aside, it was more of how proactive the challenges are. Clown Fiesta was really proactive with how they start the fight, same as Badao as well, whereas in the games that Team Domination won, they were the ones who are more active.
Yep, that
so
is correct.
perhaps this is the way to take out Team Domination, and it's something that they need to kind of watch out for before going into their final match later on.
That is true. And right now, what I think that Team Domination really needs to look out, like what do they need to do? Like for example, you can't rely on, to be honest, for me personally, you can't rely on the Master Yi and also the Jin Zhao every single game, or XK Pajahan with the Z as well. Now, before we move on any further, let's take a look at the scoreboards for match number 4 between Badal and also Team Domination.
Yep, that's right. We're going to be checking out the scoreboards as of the current, and I think this is one of the rare few moments where you actually see Pajahat comes in with a negative score line, but honestly, it's not too bad judging from the amount of goal that he's garnered for the rest of the team. And yeah, it really shows that they definitely suffered quite a huge blow from each respective lanes. But what can you tell me more about Team Budal, because they absolutely had a stomping performance right here.
Yeah, and I think you did mention about Lucio. We both know this guy way back. He's very proficient.
Kazuhiro as well.
And Kazuhiro, right? I was about to point it out. It's not just Lucio. You're looking at Kazuhiro. You're looking at these names. They have been here for a very long time, and it really does explain better why they are so effective on the champions that they play, because it is really their kind of playstyle, and the translation from then to now is really apparent. They made it very smooth, and they made it look really good on themselves.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight Ree as the MVP this time around as well. You saw a lot of all these drive-bys where he just didn't really care. If he lands that kick, he's gonna fly in. His mind's not gonna tell him no, because he just follows what his heart desires right there. And you saw that Dragon's Rage setup with the Pro Belt, something that, the game kind of recommends you to buy that Pro Belt, something you don't really see on the PC version of League of Legends.
That is true.
And, well, this is just a really good way for him to reposition himself for that perfect Dragon's Rage.
Yep, and to be honest, with the Dust Blade and the Yo moves as well, top it off with the Black Cleaver, that is one that is one bursty Lee Sin. Like the moment he got his resonating kick like hit on someone, his mind is not gonna tell him no. He's just gonna go all in and to get and just kill everyone with the Dragon Rage. And I was actually surprised that Zin was bursted out like in like what was that, 1 second?
Yeah, and speaking about bursting damage, we'll take a closer look at the damage graph and then see how much damage Ree actually dealt to his enemies. And I'm expecting with that MVP status, it's gonna deal the most damage. In that sense, 15,000, close to 16k on a single Lee Sin. You could have asked for a better Lee Sin game.
Oh yeah, absolutely agree. And Reem Encore seems like he was having a really good run as well on the bottom lane, as he did the most damage for the side of Team Domination. But Hazim as well as Lucio really held their ground and showed them a whole lot of retaliation. And there was not really much room for them to really breathe, as in Fora eventually also got themselves a little bit of upper hand over the top side. And we're going to be looking on towards the goal graph as well to really explain it further. Well, at the very least, we see a little bit tinge of blue at the start, but after that, things started to get pretty sour.
Yeah,
Yep.
that blue, that slight ascension of blue was probably when Masty killed the first camp, and afterwards he got invaded, and
Yeah, that's probably the
the
case.
stocks started dropping for Team Domination.
Oh man, it really fell in terms of the market share if this is going to be stocks. But hey, some say that the skies will rain red. Well, we're going to be looking at this sort of the goal differential. This is the largest goal differential that we are seeing between two different sides. And in terms of deficit, this has to be the highest deficit that has been suffered by Team Domination, with perhaps a 16.5, or should I say 17 at this point, at the very end of the game. And this resulted in less than a 13-minute bout. Well, or should I say 14?
14. That
Yeah.
was somewhere close about
14
14.
minutes.
Yep.
So,
And-
with that being said, now we only got one more game left, and this is quite a round that they have been having a little bit of a knockout going on. So, what should they do this time around to be able to perhaps bring back a little bit of pride by the very end of the day, with the 5th game being concluded for the side of Team Domination?
This feels like a best of 5. This feels like a
Yeah.
best of 5. Team Domination backs against the wall. The final game will determine whether whether they are the overall winners,
That's
or
true.
they will be coming in second.
This feels like a World Championship in a way. This kind of feels like a World
in a way,
Championship in a way. But then, for me, I think that Team Domination really needs to really needs to assess their win conditions. Like every time they go into the game, like I said, they can't rely on the Master Yi and Dijinza every single game. So they really need to assess their situations. They really need to assess their their winning condition. Like how are they going to overcome their problems with the Vision War? How are they going to win that as well? And also how they are able how they need to quickly adapt to the situation on how the enemy plays and find any weakness to that strategy for them to win on the next game.
Exactly, and speaking of the next game, Team Domination will be taking on Gamhyung Crab. So, if I really recall, the last 2 bouts that they fought against any type of food, they have won, and they've devoured them in style. So,
Yeah.
is this a good sign for Team Domination here? Gamhyung Crab, another spicy one. So, I think that Team Domination can somewhat handle the heat, but to what extent? Like Gamhyung's kind of spicy with a tinge of golden sort of aromas in your mouth, but crabs, they also have claws to really,
Bite things off.
Yeah,
or pincer off in a sense.
Yeah, pins her off. My apologies. Pins her off.
I mean, if you compare Gamhyung Crab to lemang or mee curry, obviously it's a more luxurious meal.
True.
Expensive one.
An expensive one, right? And let's just hope that no one on the side of Team Domination has allergies to seafood, because that would be a disadvantage when you go up against Gamhyung Crab.
Yeah, that's true.
Now I miss crab.
Oh yeah.
Thank-
And I'm not too sure if Reem Angkor has ever tried Gamhyung Crab, but if he were to be in Malaysia somewhere in the future, pretty much he's gonna be able to enjoy a little bit of that sort of seafood. But before he gets to enjoy any more of that, we're going to be seeing how they prepare for this game number 5. It's been quite a long sort of bout for team domination. So after game number 5, we will be seeing the other team that will be taking on our fans for the entirety of the day, and that will be Team Resolve. If you guys haven't checked out the lineup, we're going to be, of course, showing you guys much later on. But now, Match 5 is underway, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition, all brought to you by EGG Network. So with that, we'll be heading in towards our draft for game number 5. This is the last one for Team Domination. Of course, I hope you guys can cheer on for your favorite creators out there, as well as the fans that will be participating for that lion share of 10,000 ringgit.
And what better way to end this, right? Well, technically a best of 5 at this point.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah,
Technically
Team
the best of
Domination.
five.
It was an interesting storyline so far. They've won 2, they've lost 2, and the ones they won were close, but the ones they lost, there was a huge disparity,
Huge gap, yeah.
between them and the challengers. But the ones they won were food. So it's lunchtime, right? It's 2:30. They're probably hungry for some crab. So maybe Kamyeon crab. It's a fitting way to close out the first half of this
Perhaps.
Underground Fan Challenge.
Perhaps. And I mean, for the past 2 games, they fought with the team that has a name, a food name in their team. Is always a win. So perhaps maybe this could be a win maybe. And again, with that Akali, Seraphine, and Jinzao pick, and also a Master Yi Bison as is pretty much the same one, but an interesting pick from the Kampion Crab for the Sona and also the Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, Kamyeon Crab stole the Z away from Penjaha, so Penjaha has to be on the Akali again. And at the same time, they also picked themselves Sona, right? As it was this joke in the community where you have this Seraphine is basically Sona 2.0. So we will see. We will see if the original version of this musical champion can she stand up against Sleepy Godzilla's Seraphine, who so far, if you look at the heroes or the champions from the side of Team Domination, most of them have a 50% win rate. Seraphine has a 50% win rate. Sinzao has a 50% win rate. What else? The Jinx has a 33% win rate.
Yeah.
Well, I absolutely agree, and so far things are looking pretty interesting in the drafts. And Kampion Crab, they're going for something that kind of is similar to what the other players have played from Team Budel, where we got the Zed as well as the Lee Sin. But now, all pressure on Team Domination. They have won 2,000 ringgit. On the fan side, they've also won a fair share of 2,000 ringgit. But can Kampion Crab really snatch the final 1,000 away from the pockets of Team Domination? It's time for us to find out here in our Wild Rift matches here, as we'll be kicking things off with our favorite creators jumping into the Rift.
Now, let me just add on one more thing. Because we have because just now for Team Budal, they put up a really good show. They put up a really good performance with the Lee Sin and the Zed. So this is a bit, for me, it puts up a little bit pressure on Kampion Crab. Are they able to perform in the same manner of way? But we'll see how it goes. XK right now Penjahat with the Akali moving in towards the mid lane right now, and like Husky once said, perhaps maybe we'll see who is the best musical champion in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and this is always I find it pretty interesting, when this whole concept, right? They both utilize music, and obviously when you compare Sona to Seraphine, it feels like Seraphine kind of has a bit more potential in terms of utility, and damage, and control. But Sona has slightly better sustain in lane just because of how low her cooldowns are. So when you put that into perspective, it doesn't seem all too bad for the OG musical champion.
That is true. And to be honest, because Seraphine to use the surround sound, it relies on how many of his allies are in the vicinity during the surround sound, comparing to Sona, where the heals, her heals does not rely on anything. You just click on it, has like a flat amount of heals that is applied. But perhaps maybe that could be the game changer. In terms of out healing, perhaps maybe when a fight occurs around the minion, perhaps maybe Seraphine could heal a little bit more than Sona, but without the minions, or maybe without the Scarab, or perhaps a little bit of skirmish in the river, perhaps maybe the fight. Perhaps Sona could out heals Seraphine's surround sound.
And speaking about Sona, I wonder where she went, but we do know that there's a first blood really happening as Awi just getting ran down by the Olaf, a very angry Viking in the Baron lane. And things not really looking too well, but Jahat was able to trade evenly with Yukihara. But we did see the Lee Sin in the top river, so Jahat has to be slightly careful because a gank might just come in. Judging by how the lane is dealt with so far, Jahat does have the level advantage. Does get the shuriken flip, goes in, gets another good trade-off onto the Zed. As meanwhile, I believe the Lee Sin got a gank off and got a kill.
Yep, that is true. Just saw that as well. Oh, and here comes the Lee Sin. Trying to make some play here with the Twilight Shroud. Was not able to. And Lee Sin with the Resonating Kick was able to pick up Penjahat right there. A really nice Resonating Kick and then straight up to the finisher.
Yeah, and that is just patience, right? You jump in, knows that Penjahat might still have the Shuriken flip and the Twilight Shroud. So you get the Tempest on, you make sure that you're on top of the Kali, then you try the Sonic Wave, or you can just wait for the Kali to show. And this the kind of discipline that allowed him to get that kill, and that will also allow this Zed to have a bit more space to work with. He's going to get a decent recall timing, manages to come back into lane to catch the wave, and now with an item and an XP advantage, they should be able to shut down Penjahat. Meanwhile, Master Yi again, Zin getting ran as there are two different fights happening on the map. No kills yet for either team or for Kamhyong Crab.
I believe Zin was able to make it out alive this time.
Was able to make it out alive, thankfully. But I believe he had to use the flash to get out of that predicament. So the next time the gank happens, he might not be so lucky.
Yeah, he might not be so lucky on the next one. But then now he knows that the enemy is... a really nice play right there by Penjahat, trying to get... got some decent damage off, but was not able to use his second execution right there. And there goes the window, and now he has to wait for another cooldown, which is about 85 seconds for him to use the perfect execution again. Almost a good play right there. And there you go, Zin will get taken out by the Lee Sin here, and Awi will try and assist here, but was not able to do anything because he's already half health left. Oh,
Awi's gonna die. And slightly weird that Awi decides to just stay there, but at least Penjahat was able to get the solo kill onto Yukihara Faiz in the middle lane. So again, it seems like Penjahat has been the breadwinner for team domination for the entirety of all these 5 matches. He's been consistent in getting those kills in. He's been trying to create as much pressure as he can, and his presence is always felt regardless if team domination is winning or losing. With the Inferno Drake now finally spawning, we'll see what Team Domination wants to do.
I think Team Domination would really want this dragon because that 8% increase in damage is quite a lot actually for them. So it could be very useful in the long run. But then Lee Sin will be here to know. But the Encore was able to pull off, but did not get the kill right there.
Yep,
and Lee Sin is just dominating the game right now with 5-0 just now, as you can see. And Penjahat is this probably put in quite a pressure on Penjahat Sini, and now Kamhyong Crab will be able to secure that.
Oh, the Shuriken flip miss. First execution is dead. They were able to kill off the Lee Sin. Kiara Fires trying to get away with the Shuriken toss, and that is a good double kill for Penjahat. Definitely what they needed.
Exactly, and that was a really good perfect execution actually. A really nice flip to the perfect execution using the Twilight Shroud to avoid the 10% the Resonating Kick, and was able to pick off a double kill right there. Now they know that the Lee Sin can be taken out, so this might give them a little bit of hope that they could actually win this game.
Yeah, in the middle lane, the Olaf shows up and just immediately clobbles into oblivion. And, there's nothing much that this Master can do. It's just one of those games where Zin was completely pressured out of his own jungle, can't really show up in lane. There's no place for this Master Yi, unfortunately. Supporting Scarlet Crab would be claimed, and that Vision Ward will be able to give Awi sufficient information to back off from another potential gank. But even then, with the Reparo spawning in 5 seconds, you can definitely be sure that Kamhyong Crab would fix their eyes on that objective.
Yep, I believe that Harold is really good in the early game. Like even though if you, even like if you just dropped it in the lane and then just leave it, it could potentially deal a lot more damage to the tower. Hence, applying a really a good amount of pressure to the enemy team. And there you go, Lisa just pick up the Harold right there, and Punjahat will try to go in to kill on the Zed right here. Zed perhaps maybe with the stasis in hands in the early game, Zed will be able to and perfect execution is still available for Punjahat. So
Trigger
close
flip.
right there.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
a very nice kill right there by Punjahat, outplaying that Zed so well. Will be able to pick up that solo kill right there, and a Guardian Angel is already available for Misfortune. I think it's going to be a really good pickup items for a Misfortune.
Yeah, and I absolutely love what Penjahat is doing right now. The fact that he's able to constantly put on the pressure, and that solo kill in the middle lane definitely exemplifies, how Penjahat is able to adapt not just to the draft but also to the situation and staying cool and composed at any given time. So this kind of gives the Team Domination a bit of more room to breathe, knowing that Penjahat kind of got their back and will be able to pump out those kills whenever needed.
Yep, that is correct. And now, Zin is just getting pressured out of his own jungle here, as Zin will be perhaps maybe will get knocked out by the Lee Sin here, and Zed will be available on the Dragon Lane as well to assist together with the Misfortune as well. Meanwhile, Aoi in the on the Baron lane trying to push this tower out, and he's dealing a decent chunk of damage. And with Olaf out of the lane, out there roaming, it's a really good opportunity for Aoi to just to apply the pressure onto the Baron lane, and perhaps maybe could potentially lift off the pressure from the other lane. But however, what Kamhyang Crab needs to do right now, if they could capitalize on this disadvantage that Team Domination is having right now, they could possibly win. Perhaps maybe small skirmishes and just grouped up to push out a lane.
Yeah, and it's slightly unfortunate though, despite the fact that Kamen Crab is getting all these fancy kills, they are getting map control. If you look at the map right now, Team Domination have yet to lose a single turret. And if you're Kamen Crab right now, you gotta realize that this is starting to become a big issue. The fact that you're getting these kills, you are 7 kills ahead of Team Domination, and you still don't have a single objective. It cannot be like that, as DC finally takes out the mid tier 1. So that is a good beginning, as Dream Encore will have to defend the top tier 1 alone. But seems like Team Domination, they were able to finally set up Aoi to push out that bottom lane. And perhaps this will give them a bit of room to work with, as Yukihara is going to get ran at again. But Jaha this time will not be able to catch that Akali, as the top tier 1 will also fall towards to the Lee Sin.
Yep, and right now it's going to be like pretty much the same as the as game number 2 maybe with Mikari, where the Wukong was getting all these fancy kills, but they lost the Vision War. So if Kamhyang Crab would like to perhaps maybe if Kamhyang Crab still wants the lead in the game, perhaps maybe they need to try and get this objective. And looks like SK Pajat will be taken out by a 4-man gang right there, taking out Akali instantly. And yep, Olaf will be there to try and stop the recall right here and trying to get the kills here, but Olaf is just running it down, trying to get some kill, but was not able to get any kill right there. But here we go. Lee Sin will be in the bot lane, trying to get something. Sleepy Godzilla will be knocked down here, and Aoi will be able to recall safely. And this opens up a lot of opportunity for Kamhyang Crab to actually push out in the bottom lane. But apparently there's not going to be a single ball. Wait. Okay. There you go. Zed will be staying up to try and push out the Baron lane right there. And so far right now, Ram Encore is still trying to get that sweet spot up, trying to farm up here, and Sona just got the kill off the Scuttle Crab, and that's gonna be a slightly bit disappointment. But so far, Ram Encore is doing pretty well. He's dishing out a lot of damage right here, so he just need a little bit more time. If Team Domination could able to drag out the game a little bit and let Ram Encore to just perhaps maybe farm out a little bit more, he could potentially dish out a lot of damage from the backline. And even though like maybe perhaps they could have like a few casualties, but Reem Angkor could potentially deal a lot of damage here.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways for Kamyon Crab to deal with Penjaha. You have the Crescendo, you have the Dragon's Rage to make sure that this Akali stays away. Unfortunately, for the side of Team Domination, they don't have a front line. They only have the Xin Zhao to work with. And speaking about Xin Zhao, Aoi is going to get instantly jumped on and executed by Kamyon Crab, putting Team Domination at another disadvantage in terms of members. And with the Xin Zhao down, this should allow Kamyon Crab to potentially start the Baron, as the Scarlet Crab was able to spot out the Baron at 10, but it seems like Team Domination, they're not even going to bother responding to that. So instead of going for the Baron contest, which they know that there's a huge chance they might not be able to work it out, they're gonna settle for the top tier 1 turret instead.
Yep, that is correct, because they know that they cannot actually compete for the Baron because they're already one man down. So instead, why don't they decided, why don't we go to the opposite lane and at least get this one turret so we can have an even control over the map right now. So now all team now both team needs to do is winning their vision war. If they are able to control the entrance of the jungle maybe, or the river perhaps, they could actually potentially be, oh, a nice Dragon Rage right there by Lee Sin, killing Ram Encore. Almost right there, SK with the perfect execution, trying to kill anyone, but not getting a single kill right there. Very unfortunate and unlucky. And SK Punjab almost dead right there. Almost.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about this, the importance of the crescendo, and I actually caught Penjahat and prevented him from following up instantly, and that really kept the Lee Sin alive. But they were able to kill off the Olaf in that bottom lane, in that Baron lane, with the combined efforts of both Xin and Aoi. So this would again further slow down Kamhyon's Crab attempt to kind of end the game. But they did get the mid inhibitor turret though, so it is still a loss for Team Domination.
Yep, that is correct. And one of the most important objective in in Wild Rift right now is going to be the inhibitor turret. If they are able to take it down, then the super minion will start piling up, and will start spawning in. My apologies. And once the super minions start spawning in, they are it's a super minion. They have a really high damage, a really tanky, so they are able to push out the lane even without the champion aside. So this gives out a lot of pressure to the enemy team to try and control over there. Now getting go. Oh, Zed is trying to go in for the kill here, but was able to pick up the Master Yi, but get taken out immediately as well.
And able to use the Leaving Shadow to back off. The Sona was already there to protect him, and Aoi just doing his job, taking that bot tier 2. This is where Team Domination can kind of really force a response from the side of Kamhyong Crab, and it will also allow them to buy more time for their cores to come online. This from the Sakali, from the Jinx. Aoi's gonna get found out. The Shadow Strike gonna stop that recall. They use the Deadlock on team, and Yukihara will be able to get an easy rampage on the Xin Zhao. Meanwhile, at the same time, Kamyon Crab is pushing that top lane. So Penjahat and Sleeping Godzillas is gonna try and make the rotation to keep that base alive. But as long as they were able to push out the middle lane, they'll be able to delay this siege from the side of Kamyon Crab, as they now get ready for the tier 2 siege in the bottom lane.
Yep, and this could be a potential skirmisher because a super mega death rocket that was released but was not able to deal enough damage there, because it's because the it's kind of like an execution damage where it based on how many health is living, so it doesn't deal any much damage here. But if the thing that interests me, Husky, is that if you notice in this game, most of the players from Come Here Crab actually have a Guardian Angel. I believe that I saw a Guardian Angel on the Misfortune and on the Lee Sin, and also on the Zed as well.
Yeah, they all have Guardian Angel.
Yeah, they all have Guardian Angel right there. And
the Crescendo actually misses. But Aoi was still taken down regardless. So this is still a 4 versus 5 situation for the side of Team Domination, which they now have to try and hold on for 30 seconds. But it seems like Kamhyong Crab, they're going to go for the safe route. They will back off, they will let Team Domination defend the base, and they will go take a second Baron instead.
Yep, and that will be that is the second Baron right there, and I believe that if Kamhyang Crab could actually use that second Baron to push out either the Dragon lane or the Baron lane, they could potentially or perhaps maybe a split push because they have the Olaf, and if the other four members stick together with the Lee Sin could potentially make a lot of plays with the Dragon Rage and also the Proto Bat as well. So if Team Domination would like to for me, if Team Domination would like to still have a chance in the game, they really need to either pick off a lone target, or just take the fight to Team Domination.
Yeah, and
That is a miss encore right there. So close, it could have hit if the Lee Sin only committed to the fight.
yeah, they tried to go on the Lee Sin, but Encore missed, and they lost the Xin Zhao as well. As we unable to do much as Panjat shows up and just turns golden with the stasis enchantment. Realizes that he can't really catch up to the Z anymore, but probably a mistap on the stasis. So there's 2 minutes without the invulnerability, and with those Baron empowered minions barreling down in each individual lanes, they're gonna lose the top inhibitor turret as well. Only the bottom one still stands, so we'll see if they can hold on against Team Kamhyong Crab, but they've already lost the Jinx. Sindao coming back in less than 15 seconds, and I don't know if they have 15 seconds to hold on though. We're about to find out as everyone piles in. Bullet time, Crescendo gets thrown out, and it seems like this should be it. Nexus goes down. Kamhyong Crab will be the first foot team to take a victory over Team Domination.
For the foot category for the fans as well, Gamhyung Crab managed to demolish the Nexus at the very end, and that will mean that the fan side today has been able to snatch about 3,000 ringgit already, and of course for the efforts of Team Domination they walk away with about 2,000, but still a really great showing. They have been able to hold on for quite some time, but the pressure was way too much after all these sort of Baron buff was already in hand for Kamkyong Crab. Well, since they're crabs, they absolutely dominated the river, and well, what can I say? This was an absolutely a great game that went on their favor. So, any thoughts on this match itself, Husky, on what you could take from this?
I think the state of the game right now is just you have to be proactive. You have to convert every single move towards an objective, and we've seen the difference between getting a kill into a turret and getting a kill and doing nothing at all. And I think Kamhyong Crab really demonstrated that. And also just huge props to Team Domination. 5 games in a row through tough losses and close victories. They deserve all the credit they can get.
Yep, that is true. And because Kamehameha Crab, although in the early game we can see like a slight bit of all these fancy kills, but with no priorities over the objective, but they were able to somehow get their head in the game and was able to start to group up, even though they leave the Xin Zhao alone, but they didn't leave him for far too long, because they know if they leave the Xin Zhao for far too long, it's going to be too late, and the Xin Zhao is just going to steamroll through their team. So that's what they did. They left the Xin Zhao for a bit just to group up, just to get advantage over the other lanes and start getting advantage over the Xin Zhao as well.
Exactly, and I definitely would say that a lot of all the sort of the transition over the map, all the rotations were working really well, up to the point that we see that the Sinza was also going in for a little bit of a desperate situation as well, where he went in for the split pushes,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem like it was always worth the cost at the very least.
Yep, that is correct. And even though like one of the things that I saw just now, even though the Xin Zhao was actually trying to get the Baron lane tower, but Kamehameha Crab was able to capitalize on the situation, moving on to the Dragon lane and getting advantage over the other as well. So without further ado, perhaps maybe we can take a look at the scoreboard first and see how the team goes for both of the team, for Team Domination and also Kamehameha Crab.
Exactly, we're going to be looking at the standings right now, as well as the scoreboard for the entirety of match number 5. And I believe that we are going to be having a little bit of talk about on the performance of Shizun. I hope that I do get the IGN right, but the MVP title yet again on another phenomenal Lee Sin. When we look at all these gangs, they just look absolutely sublime.
it was fantastic how the Lee Sin was able, like if you can see, it's not actually a proto belt Lee Sin. He actually took out the boots to buy the Gargoyle Stormplate, which is absolutely fascinating. Like how he could, uses that the ward that he used, like how he do the insect move, trying to kick Dragon Rage people out of their team, which was really a Lee Sin thing to do, but still amazing to watch.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and we finally got a game, out of these 5 matches. This is the first match where we have a deathless champion, which on in this case is coming from scrap Mochi Mochi 90 on the Sona 0, and 4. This is the dream support that you would want on your team in every single game. So props to them. But we also see probably one of the closest mid lane matchup that we've seen throughout the entire day thus far between Yukihara Faiz and Penjaha. They both have solo kill moments, but I would say Penjaha kind of get the better end of the stick because he was able to solo kill this Z 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah, and I gotta say that Yuki Hira definitely found their way to actually get a little bit of the kills coming in from those side lanes as well when they go in for those sort of ganks. And I guess that actually gives a little bit more leverage on towards the Z instead of Bajahat, because Bajahat has to go all in, and there's not many sort of ways for him to actually go outside of that fight right after. So definitely it was a sticky scenario for the likes of Team Domination, because they don't really get much out of the top lane. They don't really get too much of the bottom side as well. They were just waiting for Master Yi to actually open things up, but didn't seem like they do actually find that window anyways.
Yeah, and I would think that for the side of Master Yi, one of the weaknesses is not just how he's not that proficient in the jungle early on when it comes to dueling, but also the fact that he's a champion that kind of needs to get the ball rolling, and it's very easy to control him and burst him out. So I think for teams that were able to find a remedy to deal with Xin, this is what they did, right? You see this Master Yi run at you, focus all your damage to take him out, and he becomes a non-factor.
That is true. And together, and even Kam Hyung Crab, my apologies, slight bit of tongue there. Kam Hyung Crab has a lot of utilities to actually, counter out the Master Yi, and even the Akali as well, with the Crescendo, and even the slows from Make It Rain, from the Misfortune, and also the Lee Sin can use with the Dragon Rage is very versatile. You can use it to kick enemies into your team or kick the enemies out of your team. So I think Kam Hyung Crab did a really good job in suppressing like whatever that Team Domination have in stake.
Exactly, and we're going to be looking at the gold graph as well, and it's kind of similar to what it was on the previous game before this one started, with Kam Hyung Crab on a slight deficit until minute 2 onwards. We're going to see a little bit of the sort of the gap being closed out here by Kam Hyung Crab, and it snowballed right after the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and I think for this particular graph, even though you can say that it's pretty dominant for the side of Kam Hyung Crab, but at the same time, you can also see signs of life from Team Domination in that 6 to 8 minute part where they were able to get those kills, and that is where Penjaha was really trying his best to pull the weight, but ultimately Kam Hyung Crab was able to solidify their lead and constantly push that towards the victory.
Yep, that is correct. And so far, I think Team Domination had done a really great job in trying to hold off trying to hold off the Lee Sin and everything. But in the end, they weren't able to, stick together to a point that, they can't exactly, push it out to take objective because of the pickoff from the Lee Sin. Okay, so technically, in a way, it's a really nice game, and I think the fans have bring out like about what 3,000 ringgit, I believe, Contra.
I definitely believe so as well. Now, of course, we've already got some of all these sort of the matches all concluded for Team Domination, and we are definitely looking forward to hear what they have to say later on as well. So, of course, congratulations to all you fans who have been able to take those win off, and those 3,000 ringgit being won by those respective teams definitely was something that we enjoy witnessing, as well as the caster really highlighting some of all these matches in style. So with that, we are going to be having another team join us later on, but before that, of course, Team Domination does have a little bit of the words to say before we end the entirety of the chapter here, before we get ourselves Team Resolve to be coming online, to be standing in for Team Domination, who have already played 5 games. I'm pretty sure that they might actually feel a little bit worn out from that, but of course, I'm not too sure. Are they happy? Are they upset about their performance? Who's to say? So, of course, we'll have to hear it from themselves itself. So we'll be moving in for our interview with Team Domination.
We also have to kind of put ourselves in their shoes, right? In what they want to see. But let's see what they have in mind. So hello, Team Domination. How
Hey
you guys doing?
guys!
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, I hope you guys are having a great game just now. So, what do you guys think about all the games that you played just now? How do you guys feel at this point?
Can someone talk? Sleepy Godzilla, can you? Answer?
Sleepy Godzilla, can
Yeah.
you
Godzilla.
answer that question? Yes. I think you can. Rim Uncle, you can answer that question.
Rim Uncle, you can answer it.
Correct.
I give you
Rim
answer.
Uncle is
Maybe
best.
I can speak in Malay for you guys. Maybe if you guys want, I can speak in Malay.
I think Rim Uncle is very good English and
yeah.
Sleepy Godzilla. Their English very nice.
They both are good, very good pair. Good.
You guys are very matched together. Okay, that's really good to
Yeah,
hear.
very
So I got a question for you, Ram. How do you find it difficult, to handle, team, to have a team like this, to handle any? Do you find it ever difficult, or how is the experience of you leading them?
Well, I can't remember much except a lot of shouting. So there was a lot of shouting from all of us, a lot of laughing, and a lot of my name being called. I don't know why, but well, for the game, I think for a few of the teams, it was just like the differences between skill level is quite different. But we had a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of fun for this one, even though we lost 3 out of 5.
I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying this entirety of the tournament so far, and you guys walk away with 2,000 ringgit richer.
2,000 ringgit.
And yeah, there was a lot of all these fans who really put up the show, and they have challenged you guys and have actually won. What do you think was the hardest game you guys played today? Was it match 3, 2, or 4?
Paling susah mungkin ni lah pre-show.
Oh,
Yeah.
pre-show.
Pre-show.
I
Yang mana?
see.
Yang match nombor 1 mungkin? Is it like match nombor 1 masa korang lawan dengan Clown Fiesta? That was the hardest. Itu yang paling susah ke?
Ya.
Itulah rasanya tu. Nak terberak main dia tu. Match tu.
Alright.
Hampir sikit-sikit je dah keluar.
Okay,
Oh.
saya ada satu soalan je untuk Awi. Okay, Awi,
Awi.
kalau awak diberi pilihan
Yo.
untuk memain fighter lain selain daripada Jin Zhao, siapa yang awak akan
Yo.
pilih dan kenapa?
Okay, saya akan pilih Darius. Saya akan pilih Darius.
Darius. Tapi tak nampak pun Darius tadi.
Alamak, sebab saya belum training lagi Darius tu. Belum training
okay.
dalam rancangan.
Okay.
Oh, tak confident lah tu.
Tak
But
confident.
it's okay
Belum
lah.
confident lagi.
I also have one question for you guys. So, what was the mindset? Your state of mind, your mindset coming into today's show match?
1,000
Mindset,
ringgit.
1,000 ringgit. Yes, Rim Uncle.
That was our mission. Our mission was
That's
1,000
our
ringgit.
mindset. 1,000 ringgit only. No problem. No matter what.
But hey, you guys actually get 2,000, so
Yeah, we
that's
got
double
2,000.
of what you guys expected. I'm pretty sure you guys are more than happy to take 2,000 ringgit back home, right?
Terbaik.
So congratulations,
Thank you,
Team Domination. You guys actually played really well. I hope to see you guys a whole lot more in the upcoming Creators Collision for sure. And one more question for Penjahat. Penjahat,
tadi kita nampak kelima-lima matchup pun penjahat jadi SVP ataupun MVP. So, any words that you want to say on people who want to learn assassin dekat mid lane?
Kepada semua yang sedang belajar assassin dekat mid lane tu, jangan jumpa aku lah sebab belum pernah kalah lagi lah.
Okay, good advice. Don't ever face penjahat in the mid lane because you're guaranteed to lose.
Penjahat actually easy je sebenarnya, tapi itulah.
All right. So I got this final question for all of you guys. After all of that, any words you guys have to say about this whole program of the Creator Collision Wild Rift Edition with the fans, and any words you gotta say to everyone watching from AGG Network today?
Start from Aoi.
Zain.
Okay, Sleepy Godzilla boleh bercakap kot, dia tadi diam je.
I think we need Sleepy Godzilla.
We need Sleepy
Tak
Godzilla.
dengar.
No,
Tak dengar, Syah.
tak dengar.
We cannot hear you, Sleepy
We
Gorilla.
cannot
You unmute the Zoom. Unmute the Zoom.
Unmute the Zoom. Yes.
Hello, Tess. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
No
wonder.
We thought you're sleeping.
Alright, by the way, it's a good program to start with. It's a new games for me, and I believe everyone is this is their first game, their first time to play a Wild Rift, and yeah, I think viewer is more professional than us. Yeah, they playing very well for Wild Rift. Maybe they they're playing game in ML also. So I believe Wild Rift is easy for them. I think lah.
All right, great words coming from Sleepy Godzilla. Any words from you, Aoi?
No word. Tak ada kata apa.
Ada. Tapi untuk peminat yang sokong Aoi tadi main Sinzao dekat top lane, any tips tak untuk Sinzao?
Untuk tips sebenarnya dia apa tipsnya? Apa tipsnya Zin?
Jangan bagi tips, jangan bagi tips. Nanti kalah aja dorang.
Tak payahlah share tips Awi
Tak
tu.
payah tips.
Dia pakai langsung.
Wih, bernafsu tadi.
Tak, saya bernafsu je tadi.
Awi kawan dia teammate dia sendiri pun dia dah tolong dia pure je.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, of course. Any last words from you, Ren?
Well, I think this is the first time I participated in kind of like a tournament for mobile-based mobile games, because I'm usually a PC player. And
nice.
Shifting over from playing Dota to League of Legends, learning it, and then as well as learning on mobile. It took me a few months, but I think I can learn faster than I thought I would.
Wow.
So, yeah, looking forward to doing more. Because I don't play Mobile Legends, I don't play any like Wing Glory, whatever, right? So this is like the first mobile for me. So yeah, looking forward to seeing more. Maybe like a yearly thing. That would be a lot of fun.
By the way, you are a good
First,
player.
thank you guys so much for participating for today.
Power.
I really hope you guys all have fun, and of course, we'll definitely have more programs to come in the future. And thank you guys so much, Team Domination.
Team Domination.
Well, hopefully, we'll get to see you guys rocking a whole lot more in more Wild Rift action to come. So, can you say bye-bye to the camera, to all?
Bye-bye.
Can we
stop laughing?
Jangan lupa like and share kawan.
Jangan lupa jadi supporter.
Jangan lupa jadi supporter kawan. Dapat nak belajar
Jangan lupa follow page.
boleh PM tepi.
All right, that's a whole lot of love coming in from all of our creators that has been enjoying their past 5 rounds. Team Domination, really kudos to you guys for that 2,000 ringgit that has been grabbed up. And the fans actually reap even more rewards. 3,000 ringgit already being stashed up by the likes of Clown Fiesta. We got Gamkyong Crab and of course Bedal that has been able to take that total sum of 3,000. And we're looking forward for more to come, heading in with our upcoming team, Team Resolve. And they will be starting their very first match later on. And with that, they will be facing Team Hyper as well. So we haven't really seen them perform, but there's a whole lot of hype. You know, Solos is the maestro of all these MOBA titles, right? So do you think that he's going to be able to really put things on a different level as compared to Pajahat and Co?
I think that because Solos has always been Solos has always been the face of MOBA. All people has always known him to play like a lot of different kind of MOBAs. So I think the basic understanding of MOBA, he's already got that. But to be able to understand the mechanics and itemization of Wild Rift, now that is probably might be the challenge for Solos. But we'll see how he's gonna play later.
Yeah, and I think, again, the adaptation and transitioning from different platforms or different genres to Wild Rift is kind of an adventure, right? It's also a fresh experience for these players. And we've heard it from them themselves that for some of them, it is second nature, but for some of them, it took them a pretty longer time. But nonetheless, it's all fun and games. They came in with a minor goal of 1,000 ringgit, but they got double that, twice of that in return. So Team Domination, we talk about how they are fresh, they are a box of surprises, like a box of chocolate. Now we're about to move on to Team Resolve after this, which consists of the biggest names, and we know that these people are going to bring out a heck of a show. So just can't wait for that to happen.
Exactly, and speaking of which, we'll definitely go on a short break, and when we come back, even more League of Legends Wild Rift will be coming your way in our Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition with all of you fans out there. My name is Contra, alongside with our dear casters. We'll be right back for a short commercial break, and we will start our match with Team Resolve coming in. And once again, welcome back to the Creators Collision Wild Rift, and we are having a blast here, casting as well as witnessing some of the finest plays from our favorite Facebook content creators out there. And my name's Contra. I'll be your host for today, and all of this is brought to you by EGG Network. We're currently broadcasting live from our Facebook page, EGG Network, as well as on TV. So if you guys want to tune in, make sure you guys tune in all the way, because we'll be having 5 more matches to come, and now we'll have yet another team of creators that will be hopping on board. Before I introduce them to you, we also will have to welcome those of you guys who have just tuned in right here, and we also have our dear casters that will be covering all of the action available, and that's Husky as well as Flicker covering all of the details out there. So after those matches with Team Domination, we're going to be having Team Resolve coming on board. How are you guys feeling about this? Because you know the drill, some of these guys have been playing quite enormous games coming in from back then all the way up to now, from different sort of mobile titles up till some may say League of Legends PC. But in Wild Rift, how would they fare with our fellow fans that have been registering themselves to be winning that big part of the 10,000 ringgit?
I mean, for me, my expectation just went up a notch, right? If Team Domination can bring us such a performance, you look at names from Team Resolve, you definitely would expect a whole lot more from these guys. I want to see clean plays. I want to see them really just give the fans a run for their money.
Yeah, that is true. And with all these big names in Team Resolve, such as Solos and even Too Easy for Jep, we might see some interesting plays here coming from them, because they are very well known in some other mobile titles. But in Wild Rift, we're gonna see how are they going to adapt to the to the certain changes in their playstyle, and perhaps maybe we can see perhaps maybe we can see another stomp, maybe like how Clown Fiesta, Badal, and even Kamcheong Crab did to Team Dominations. Are they able to put up with the challenges that the fans might be bringing to them?
Exactly. And speaking of which, you guys must be wondering who will be on board in this particular match to come, and it's Team Resolve. So without further ado, we will introduce you one after another the members that will be playing for Team Resolve. And of course, before we move right in towards that, we're going to be looking at the bracket so far. And this will be Team Domination, who have suffered 3 defeats as well as having 2 wins against Team Mikari as well as Team Lemang. But, their plates were pretty much full and they've already ate pretty much enough, so they could not devour Kamkyong Crab at the very end, as they will walk away with at least a 2,000 ringgit prize pool up on their pockets pretty much. And overall towards Clown Fiesta, Badal, as well as Kamkyong Crab, they really worked so hard to be able to grab that stash of 3,000 ringgit, which means 1,000 ringgit apiece. So out of these 3 teams, which were your favorites coming in, Flicker?
I would say Badal will be my favorite. I mean, I thought Clown Fiesta had it all, but the plays coming from Badal, just stomping Team Domination was absolutely amazing, with the Lee Sin and with the Gragas on the Baron lane, the solo lane, and they actually did a really good job coordinating with their teams to try and win the Vision War, having a total control over the maps, and just steamrolling in general.
That's right. What about you, Husky? Now, of course, we're going to be moving to Team Resolve versus Team Hyper, but your favorite team coming in from those matches with Team Domination, which side of the fans were you on?
I mean, I would say they're all pretty close, but if I have to really pick one, I would still stick by Clown Fiesta. Not because of the fact that I know these players, because we've seen a lot of familiar names across the winning teams, but I just feel like if you put Clown Fiesta and Badal or Kamhyong Crab side by side, the execution was just a bit cleaner, and maybe perhaps of the fact that their experience from the PC platform was already there, so you can kind of get into their mind and understand that these people have a better grasp on how things work in Wild Rift as well.
Well, I definitely would say that is a slight advantage that they do have, but To me, I would definitely say Clown Fiesta side really looked exciting to watch because of the sort of metas that they create, and that mid lane Evelyn is something that you don't really see from day to day unless somebody say you're trolling if you're picking
Yeah,
an
exactly.
Evelyn in towards mid lane. But hey, they made it work. It was roaming all across the map, really causing a whole lot of nightmares to be on the wall rift. But now that we already have Team Resolve on board that will be taking on Team Hyper, I really want to see how's the chemistry like. Will it be better than the side of Team Domination, or will they struggle a little bit, just like how it was for the likes of Domination in their very first game, and eventually pick it up from that point onwards?
Yeah, and I think for Team Domination, right, they did give us a bit of insight towards their comms, into their comms where there's a lot of shouting, they called Rim a lot of times, and there's a lot of laughing, so it was all fun in games with a bit of tension in the mix, but at the end of the day, I think they kind of came here and achieved what they wanted to achieve in terms of getting 2,000 ringgit in the bag, and of course having fun with a title that is new to some of them. But Team Resolve, again, my expectations are high, so I'm just looking forward to see what they have to bring to the table.
Yep.
That's right, and speaking of which, we already got our Game 1 underway, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be looking at the draft for Team Resolve versus the likes of Team Hyper. So I'm hyped up for this. I hope you guys are excited here. If you guys don't mind, do hit that share button if you guys are watching it from our Facebook live stream. And of course, get it all out to your friends out there to support your favorite creators and the fans that are really crafting out to be some phenomenal talents in Wild Rift. So with that being said, we'll see what will go down in game number 1.
So we got Team Resolve versus Team Hyper. What are they gonna bring into the plate here? Because as we guys can see just now from the previous team, which is Team Domination, they bring in a lot of Jin Zhao, a Zed, and also Master Yi as well, and also a Seraphine with a really good support right there. But for Team Resolve, I'm like you guys, I have a pretty high expectation of these guys. I'm hoping that they're not gonna use a single champion for every single game, and because that offers a lot of counter pick to because the fans are watching from their home as well. So if they see these guys are picking the very same thing every single game, so the high chances are they might get counter pick. And you guys see Agus Rian's picking up that Shyvana.
Yeah, it's about time we bring in the Dragon Lady. The Shyvana, in general, is one of the more dominant junglers in Wild Rift, because she has just so much damage. She has very great mobility, and each dragon that Shyvana is able to secure just makes her even stronger. So
that is true.
This really looks different, right? You look at Team Domination, and then now you look at Team Resolve. That draft is very it really personifies who these players are. They bring in a Shyvana, solos locks into Akali. This is pretty much expected from the Maharaja himself. But perhaps we might get an Annie as well, Annie in support. But no, they say, why not we put Zed and Akali in the same team? And that's what Team Resolve just did.
That is a very interesting pick, actually. But here's the real question here, guys. We all know how scary AP Shyvana can be in the LoL PC counterpart. Do you think that AP Shyvana is going to be a thing in Wild Rift?
Well, I do think that it was pretty solid, and there was a little bit of nerf that went on towards the side of Shyvana for the very least, but it still did not really alter the fact that she can still play very well if she does get any leads through ganks or just stealing off some camps. But too easy for Jeb, usually playing tank in other Survey games that he plays. Now he's going to be playing another tank support in the form of Braum, which is going to be pretty exciting to watch. And he's going to be supporting Daddy here, so I guess Daddy's going to be giving them a whole lot of instruction. Now, I guess he's also going to give us a little bit of tutorial. Okay, this is how you set up those routes, this is how you set up all your summoners as well. So I really can't wait. 2 assassins, and we are seeing a tank, your usual marksman, as well as a jungler. Now, how will they fare against the likes of Team Hyper?
And it's pretty interesting as well, right? Because too easy for Jess, he himself is a dad, right? And then back in different titles, he he is kind of drawn towards these kind of beefy frontliners. Braum is a perfect resemblance of that, and you know, Braum is always going to be that daddy figure that stands in front and takes everything for the team, and be supporting another daddy in the form of daddyhood in the Dragon Lane. So there's a lot of resemblance that you can play around, but it also kind of intensifies the personality that each of these players have on the side of Team Resolve.
Yep, that is true as well, Husky. And you know, now we're starting onto the Rift with a Freljord bot lane. We have the Ashe and also a Braum, and I think these two are a pretty good combo. Is that a popped out heal?
Yeah, that's a heal. That is confidence. Like, Daddy who just we gotta get to the brush faster. Look at this, they use the heal to get a bit of a movement speed and well, and a level 1 hawk shot. That's vision. You know, it's all about vision. You know, you talked about this, right? Vision, and that is what Team Resolve is trying to show us.
Yeah, vision, like I mentioned a lot or a couple of times, vision war is always, you know, it's always a constant war in the Rift. If you win the vision war, you know where the enemy are, you pretty much win the game. And right now with the, you know, with the Ashe, with the hawkshot available, I think it's going to be, I think the Team Resolve is going to have an easy win on the vision war right here. And plus with the combo of Braum and also Ashe, it's going to be a really strong Dragon Lane here.
Yeah, and in general, Ashe into a Vayne is Ashe favored throughout most of the laning stage because of that volley, right? You can always outrange the Vayne. The Vayne can't really run from you because you have the passive, the frost shot, and in terms of trading, Vayne can't really get close to you as well, and you have a really strong jungler in the form of the Shyvana, and of course not to forget the Braum, who can always jump on top of you and take you out. So Team Resolve have all the ingredients to kind of win that Dragon Lane. But speaking about that, an engagement comes out, a bit of a trade. Too easy for Just will survive that, but perhaps not the Shyvana though, as he's getting absolutely clobbered. It's going to be a first blood for the side of Team Hyper.
That is a very unfortunate. That is quite unfortunate here, because we can see Shyvana was trying to get the scuttle in the bot side river, but however was interrupted a bit by the Jinzhao, and also with the Ari, and also Nami as well was there to help him out. And not the best start that, you know, Team Resolve have at the moment, but you know, it's still too early to say. And there you go, Ombong just secured the top side scuttle, and because, you know, to assist the jungle, like I said, vision is important in this game. You win the vision war, you pretty much win the game, because you know the information of where the enemy are and everyone. And you gotta remember, and there you go, we have the Death Mark already available for Ombong here, but also the Spirit Rush is available for the Ari as well. So perhaps maybe we can see a little bit of skirmishes here in the mid lane, maybe.
Yeah, you kind of need to. This is where you, as an assassin, you want to bring in your jungler if possible. The top lane is a exchange where both Baron laners trade each other's life in return, the Garen and the Akali alike. And the fact that the Akali was able to stand up to the Garen shows that the understanding of the champion, at least in this particular matchup, because it's not every day you see an Akali going top, as it is not really, you know, her home ground to be said. But we do have the enchanted crystal arrow for Daddyhood, and Glacial Phage is also available. They're gonna clear out this wave and go for this synchronized timing. This is very well done. But same for Team Hyper, their Dragon Laners also will go for that recall. So both teams are gonna meet in the lane probably at the same time and go for that complete reset.
Yeah, as you can see, Agus is currently clearing out the red buff right here. Probably going for the Krugs after this. There you go, going after the Krugs. Trying to buy some time, trying to, you know, like, you know, make use of the time maybe to try and wait out for the enemy, for the Vayne and also Nami from Team Hyper. Oh, here's an engagement right here by Solos and also Ombo. A very preemptive ultimate right there, but not able to pick up the kill on the Garen. Slightly bit slow right there by Solos. If, you know, if Solos could actually, oh, there you go, a counter engagement by the Ari. Solos didn't have, he didn't have Twilight Shroud available. Have to burn the flash to safely run away right here.
Yeah, it's slightly unfortunate for Solos though. If he landed that first Shuriken flip, they probably would have killed off the Garen,
yep.
and he did not have the perfect execution as well. So all these little things do matter, but he's not jumping with the first proc of the perfect execution, and he does get the execution off, but gives his life away. So yeah, Solos realized that he kind of messed that up a bit. Could have been cleaner, but nonetheless, it was a good attempt. So both barrel laners trade their life in return again. The China Crystal Arrow was previously used. There's no Glacier Vision as well, so they go with the Audacious Charge onto 2EC over Jess, but he does flash away. But Wavy is just going to follow up with his own flash, and they even bring in the Tidal with the Tsunamis there. Argus Ring gets bubbled up and slain by Hoya. So 2 kills in that bot lane for Team Hyper. That is a great response from the red team.
Yep, that is true. And to be honest, like, you know, when Solos got the kill just now, I think he just realized that he doesn't need the second cast of the perfect execution.
Yeah, that's true, flip, right?
He could have like finished off this earlier, but Solos was a bit like he actually he find it actually really funny because he messed it up like just a little bit. But overall, that was a really good kill. Now Solos know that he can actually kill the Garen, but so far right now he's doing pretty well, and I think the Garen will need to rely on his jungler to actually try and get a kill on Solos, and Solos cannot waste his Twilight Shroud just like cannot waste his Twilight Shroud easily because he would want to save it for a gang or maybe perhaps for an escape.
They should be able to get this kill though. He has the Ignite and the Sugar Flip. This one was slightly cleaner, and Solo makes it clear that he is the king of the Baron lane. But
He is the Maharaja.
He
right?
is the Maharaja, right? He has to stamp his name everywhere he goes, but he gets Charm and Silver Arm challenges that. Now he's gonna use the Sugar Flip, Twilight Shroud, perfect execution, turns around, but burns down to the Ignite. So unfortunately, Solos would not be able to survive that. And Team Hyper, in the meantime, was able to secure the Infernal Drake, so that really does add a bit more of an advantage to them. The fact that they were already dominating 2 lanes at once. As you can see, the Shyvana got taken up by the Sindar once more.
Oh yeah, and now Jin Zhao has a really clear sight of the objective. So now they are going to get that Rift Herald for the early push, which is going to be really good for Team Hyper right now, because right now they are how to say, the Baron lane is currently on losing. Meanwhile, on the Dragon lane, it's currently on par. So Jinza really need to do something to try and take control of the map, and also providing vision for the team so they would know how are they gonna. So Team Resolve have to assess what they need to do on this game for them to actually win this game.
Yeah, and let me just say, Daniel could prioritize a lot on the visual game. He actually went for max hawk shot, but 2 different engagement happening in the top lane. Solo's forced back, but Obong was able to get the solo kill on the Sindao, who tried to challenge him as he walked past the tri-bush. So taking out the Sindao, claiming the double buff for the Zed is definitely something that, if you're Team Hyper, you have to be really careful about. His Solos is tanking that random turret shot. He really wants to go for this Garen kill, but Garen is staying on the turret, making sure that he is well protected.
Yeah, and plus with the Perseverance from Garen's passive, that's gonna be a little bit hard for Solos to actually try and out damage the Garen, because once the Garen deal enough damage, he could just use his courage to just back it off a bit and healed up a bit with the knee. But then we can see a slightly bit of skirmish maybe in the Dragon lane here. So far, the Shyvana is there. Oh, there you go. The Vayne is trying to go for the engagement here. Final Hour was not popped, right?
Yeah, no final hour just yet, and you can see that Argus is also trying to be around this Dragon lane just to provide the necessary backup. There's a lot of presence from Team Hyper around this area as well, due to the fact that they were able to win out the earlier 2 versus 2, and with that Ocean Drake coming up pretty soon, it's very imperative that they secure that, as Solo's getting dove on, goes to the Twilight Shroud, able to survive the burst, the engage from the Sindao.
That was a really well played right there by Solos. Even though he had to burn off his ultimate, but it's only on a 64-second cooldown. So I think Solos is doing really fine at the moment, and using the Twilight, saving that Twilight shot, not just for the movement speed, but to escape for a while.
Yeah, they good. They found Hoya. Use the concussive blast to stun him up. Final hour gets popped. Too easy for just Gessel. Goes on the serve on the tidal wave. The exhaust comes out. But it doesn't really matter as Hoya gets the kill, and Daddyhood kind of baited his fellow laner into his demise.
Yeah, because right now Daddyhood does, as you can see right now, Husky, Daddyhood does not have that much damage as Vayne, because Vayne has, you have to remember, Vayne with the Silver Bolt and also with the Condemn offers a really substantial amount of damage even for a tank. Pretty much Vayne is a counter tank with the Silver Bolt, and because the Silver Bolt passive is like dealing true damage on the every third consecutive attack, so it's going to be a really hard for too easy for Jeb to actually try and survive, unless if he has a backup from here, which is going to happen right now.
Death Mark onto Hoya. Hoya tumbles, accidentally tumbles backwards as 2EC4Jebs will punch him down with that big shield. Yeah, so I really have a mispress right there. He tumbled backwards, but the charm actually lands on the 2EC4Jebs. Damage follow-up is not really enough from the Ari, as Solos also has just made it to the bottom lane, hiding in that tri-brush near the Gromp. As Daddyhood's gonna throw out a constant hog shot to make sure that he has vision. The Sintana comes in and Solo now has to provide assistance, but it's too late. Daddyhood goes down. 2EC4Jebs will not be able to survive as well, but Solo now finds himself in the 1 vs 2 situation with the perfect execution. Goes in, should be able to execute, and a bit of a mistake again. Giving the Ari a double kill, they were able to kill off the Ari in return, but Solos definitely could have played it slightly cleaner. Nonetheless, an even trade in the bot lane.
That was a really nice. That was a really nice aura of deception from Ari, killing the after killing the Ashe, immediately gets a kill on the Solos. And to be honest, Ari is in a really good spot right now, even though he got shut down a bit just now. But he is in a really good spot to deal out a lot of damage, and together with the Garen, trying to just roll it down onto the Baron lane.
Middle turret is under
I think
attack.
Team Hyper really got this in the bag.
Yeah, and I think Team Hyper definitely has a slight edge over Team Resolve right now. Vayne definitely has a better scaling in the late game with the Nami supporting him as Ombong tries to challenge Owo, but it goes back with the Living Shadows, flashes away. Ooh, barely survives that. The auto attack from the min and doesn't kill him off, and now Shyvana comes in to claim the kill as Ombong will be able to get out with the sliver of HP. But if you kind of rewind the tape back to the Solos approaching that bottom lane, the perfect execution, if he dragged it upwards, could have been a double kill instead. Unfortunately, that was not the case. However, he was able to redeem himself. He got that solo kill, solo takedown on the Ari as Mohaha tries to make his way towards Agus. Agus takes on the Xin Zhao, but Wavy will be able to win that out. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow just misses barely. And this Xin Zhao will be able to survive that.
Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we can see here Vayne and Nami is just pushing through the tier 2 tower here, and perhaps maybe the right now, Team Hyper has a really good control over the map right now. Now that tier 2 has been pushed together with the Herald right there, and now Team Resolve actually needs to do something to try and get back into the game here. Ombong is trying to assassinate someone here. Meanwhile, trying to back up Solos here, and there you go. Ari and Jinzao will be trying to go on the offense here, but Solo was able to use the Twilight Shroud, trying to get some kill. But Ombong here with the death mark on the Jinzao, but was not able to get a pick up again. Slither help, and Jinzao gets a double kill right there.
Yeah, and that is just perfectly done by Team Hyper. It was pretty hard for Solos to escape from that. Didn't really have the perfect execution at that time, at that moment he was ganked. And the Xin Zhao ultimate, he gets damage from sources out of that ring and the death mark proc, but it dealt nothing to him. So Wavy now with that double kill, it opens up the top side of the map, the Rift Herald, or in this case the Baron, as it has already spawned. So Team Hyper, they can set up for the Baron, or they can go for another pick on Daddyhood. He has to get out because Wavy just showed himself in that brush.
And I believe right now that I think Jinzao can pretty much assist with the team to try and get some pick off, or maybe trying to push it down the lane, because he is in a really good spot right now, especially with that Guardian Angel pickup. So he's going to be really he can really survive maybe a couple of team fights maybe, and even if he got ganked, his team are able to rotate together with him. Like as you can see right now, ooh, Karen's getting his Solos trying to go in for the kills here, but Solos.
Oh, what an ambitious dive in, ambitious engage, just getting completely caught out by Team Hyper. 2EC4Jebs also used the Glacial Fissure. Unfortunately, it didn't connect onto anyone, so there's a huge ultimate down from the side of Team Resolve. They still have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Argus Rain is also around, but Daddyhood has to be really careful though. You can't get Charm, at least not at this stage, because it can easily mean Baron if any of the members, especially if the Shyvana gets caught out.
Yep, that is true. And right now they really need to stay alive as long as they could because for solos and also Neo, they're trying to pick up Jeb there, but they couldn't make it. Now the thing about this game right now is that solos and also Ombong still have that damage, the damage capabilities. They could still try and get some kill, but. Vayne just got a solo kill on Ombong right there, knocking them out. And meanwhile, in the mid lane here,
the Crystal Arrow comes out solos, perfect execution, goes into stasis. It's about a bit of time. They should be able to at least get a kill onto the Garen, and solos will be the one to claim it. And that is definitely something that you want to see if you're from Team Resolve, is getting a cleaner engage in. However, the Cloud Drake was taken earlier on by Team Hyper as the Ari comes in, tries to go for a pick out onto Jazz, but ends up going down to solo instead. And however, Hoya comes in, final hour, picks himself up a double kill, and solos will have to back out of that. There's no way that he can fight this Vayne. And despite Team Resolve getting a couple of kills, it was still Team Hyper that comes out on top.
To be really honest with you, with all those Guardian Angel pick up by 3 members of the team, you see the Garen, you see the Jin Zhao, and also the Vayne, picks up that Guardian Angel. Team Resolve is going to have a really hard time trying to win this game because they have to put in a lot of resources trying to kill as you can see just now, trying to kill a single Garen. They put out a lot of resources, even but now they have to focus on the Jin Zhao as well. So there you go, Ombong just got a gang right here. With the preemptive Demacian Justice there, trying to go with the trying to escape with the death, but was not able to escape at all.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't use the Living Shadow slightly earlier. He did get silenced and ignited at the end of it, so didn't really have a chance to get out. But solos might want to try going for a solo kill on the Vayne. We just have to see if that works out. The 5-point strike is there, but solos immediately gets ambushed and charm. Should have conflict to get away, but it does connect onto Silver Arm. Solos decides to not follow up with that, as it will be a death trap. And throughout all of that, Team Hyper was still able to maintain that map presence, as Ombong going down one more time just now in the top. They definitely made things even harder for Team Resolve.
Yep, and even with the presence of 2 assassins, the Guardian Angel pickup by Team Hyper makes it really difficult for the assassins to actually commit to their kills. And now Team Hyper with the Baron and with the Baron buff as well, will able for them to just steamroll through the mid lane right now. And there you go, Wavy will go for Daddyhood, and Daddyhood will get taken out here together with Agus as well. Now Solos is trying to escape here with the bubble already hit, with the perfect execution right there going in. Solos with the station and trying to stay alive here, but with the double execution, Solos won't be able to live right there, and Team Hyper will close out the first game.
And just I wouldn't say a perfectly clean game from Team Hyper, but definitely a dominant one from them. They're able to just take out Team Resolve. And there's definitely some questionable moments, some interesting moments as well from Team Resolve. You can see the final engage was a bit uncoordinated. Daddyhood started things off without any comms or without any proper information given to the team. However, it was a good attempt from them nonetheless. Congratulations Team Hyper though, they walk away with 1,000 Malaysian Ringgit, and they dealt the first blow to Team Resolve in the second half of the Underground Fans Challenge.
Well, of course, that was an interesting game nonetheless, and usually, the creators need a little bit of warm-up, and the saying goes, first game I just.
Yeah.
So this is still the very first game that Team Resolve have been playing out together as a team. So just to remind those of you viewers who are currently watching right now, this is the Fans Underground Challenge, where Team Resolve is playing together with the fans that have been selected to be on board. So if the fans win, they'll be receiving 1,000 ringgit for their effort, and if Team Resolve wins, they also will win that 1,000 ringgit. So the first 1,000 ringgit already being given over towards Team Hyper. So congratulations to Team Hyper for walking away with 1,000 ringgits richer. So with that being said, we are currently live on both AGG Network's Facebook page as well as on TV. So make sure you guys can tune in on either side of the platform. If you guys are currently watching right now on Facebook, make sure to hit that like button, of course, and follow us throughout the entirety of this journey, because tomorrow we'll have 2 days of tournament with the top content creators of Facebook gaming itself, as the creators will be having a little bit of a clash of styles there with a total prize pool worthy of 70,000 ringgit. Now, of course, that was game 1. We see some very interesting play. That 1v1 with solos as well as the Garen on the top lane was pretty much a little bit of a back and forth affair. But yeah, what was interesting was Daddy Hood right down below on the Ashe was actually maxing out the vision. So I guess he really prioritized on making sure that, you know, every part of the map is kind of lived up. But that was just game number 1. I believe that they might just have a little bit of a switch up to all the sort of picks that they've been going for. And your thoughts? Team Resolve versus Team Hyper game 1.
My thoughts, I think I would have to go with it's just a warm-up game situation. Perhaps 2-3 more matches down the road, we can kind of gauge how Team Resolve plays. But so far, I would say it's definitely closer than you would have imagined. Considering how things started out for Team Resolve.
Yeah, I definitely will agree with that, and we're going to be looking at the results of game number 1 to explain further on the tempo of the match itself. So without further ado, let's check out the standings right now as well as the results.
Oh, look at that. Solos with the SVP. Meanwhile, if you guys can see here, so far, it's not exactly a stomp. That's for sure. It's not exactly a stomp. As you can see, I just want to point it out that, you know, Team Hyper has a little bit more better coordination compared to Team Resolve only for this game. And so far, Team Resolve have done really well, and Solo even picked up 7 kills in this one, making him the SVP for this game. Meanwhile, Wavy, the jungler for Team Hyper, was able to pick up that MVP because his map presence was pretty much all over the map, but not to give you too much credit, because Ari was there with him of the entirety of the gang, so was able to assist out Jin Zhao in making these plays or kills happen.
Exactly, and just to also point out the support in the game, of course you got Too Easy for Depth trying his best to really protect Daddy Hood, but Haphazard has a clean record right here. No deaths, no kills. That's the dream for any ADCs to work with, and with a whopping 12 assists. So Husky, once you look at all these sort of scores, what could you say that Team Hyper actually did right here?
I think it's just about winning the lane. The bottom lane, when you look at, again, right, we compare the matchup, when you look at Ashe and Braum, you would expect these 2 champions to have a more dominant lane over the Vayne and Nami. So other than the fact that the bottom lane for Team Hyper received help from the jungler, if you look at how they played the lane alone, it was pretty obvious that Team Resolve didn't know how to push that lead, and it gave a lot of breather for both the Vayne and the Nami to kind of strike back.
Yep, that's right, and we're really looking at the sort of the goal graph as well as the damage output throughout the entirety of the game. And as we look towards our screen here, you can definitely see that Solos really put out the pain there. And this is almost equivalent to what Pajaha did, but his record was slightly higher with a 24k, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, and so far, if you guys can see here, even like, you know, like I mentioned, how Jin Zhao and Ari was working together really well to make those kills and plays happen. They have a whopping of 20k on the Jin Zhao, and also 18k total damage on towards the dealing the damage on towards Team Resolve. And although Too Easy for Jep didn't exactly hitting that glacial fissures, but you know, I'm pretty sure that he could redeem himself in the next in the next entirety of the game. But meanwhile, let's take a look at the goal differences for this game.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell that from this graph itself, it explains that from Team Resolve side, they actually were controlling the first 4 minutes of the game. So, Husky, what happened after 4 minutes of play?
And I think after 4 minutes, the easiest way to put it is that a lot of the lanes went out of control. If you remember, Ombong on the Z was actually making a lot of moves around the map, right? He was creating those the same as solos as well. He actually worked in tandem with solos. But what happened? What was disastrous for Team Resolve was that Dragon lane. Both Daddyhood and 2 Easy for Jazz were constantly being dove on. Shyvana kind of got outscaled at one point. She was not able to really secure the objectives for the team. The Xin Zhao got out of control as well, and he pushed that lead towards the Vayne and Nami, which is what we kind of point out earlier on. And Team Hyper just played around the advantage because Garen was able to hold his lane. That was all that they needed.
Exactly, and I definitely love the coverage coming in from Team Hyper as well. Just look at how they work so coordinatedly in this single match for themselves, and they have proved to be the better team for the very first match of them versus Team Resolve. But not to worry if you guys are fans of Team Resolve, there's still going to be more matches upcoming next, and in this Underground Fans Challenge, we'll be looking at Puri coming in to challenge the likes of Team Resolve. So with that, that's going to be another sort of a condiment to your food. Well, I gotta correct myself. If I'm not mistaken, Puri is kind
It's
of
a
like
bread.
a roti that you can find in those stores as well.
Yeah, puri is actually a bread. I think it's a type of bread.
Yep, a little
Yeah.
bit puffy, if I must say. Something
it's
similar
really good.
to a roti canai.
Yeah, it's really good actually. I enjoyed it every time I go to a mama store.
Okay, and for speaking of which, we'll definitely see whether or not would Team Resolve do exactly the same to devour some really scrumptious meal in between. And with that being said, I'll definitely want to see how exactly will they cope in game number 2.
Can't wait. Well, we can say that Team Resolve, they were just getting their gears warmed up. They were just stretching their joints, cracking some bones. But after that, sometimes you need to go through a severe beatdown to get back up stronger. That was what happened with Team Domination. So perhaps Team Resolve will be able to bring the same intensity of a comeback in
That is
this
true.
game too.
That is true. And even Solos just now, he was having fun. You can see from Solos, Agu's perspective, they were actually having fun. They were just laughing it off, even though they little bit of some mistakes right there, but they were actually having fun. So perhaps this is maybe the first game is just a warm-up game for them. So we're gonna see how they are gonna put up against Puri.
Yeah, and interesting enough, like Agus Rienzi says, okay, my turn to take over. Insta locks that Ash right onto its, well, maybe they are going for switch roles, because if he's going to be moving in towards the Baron lane, I'll be a little bit upset with the Ash. But hey, Solo's now looking to lock in a Lee Sin. So do you think that he'll actually do better inside the jungle?
I mean, can't say he's not there. So
Yeah, he doesn't have to be
Oh,
there.
he's back.
Oh, there
oh,
he
he's
is.
back. There he's back.
Yeah, he's the Maharaja. Come on, like you don't question royalty, right? So
Yeah, I have
but
to agree with Husky on this one.
contrary to Team Domination, where everyone sticks to their own role, Team Resolve, they're a bit more flexible, right? You can be the jack of all trades. So we have the jungler in game 1 is now the marksman. The Baron lane is now the jungler. This all sort of switcheroo, and this one actually looks pretty deadly if they can pull it off, right? You have the Malphite, you have the Blitzcrank. So many single target controls.
That is true, and also with the Annie as well, offers a lot of utility and some crowd control as well in the mix. Perhaps maybe we could see Team Resolve having a really nice time. But in the meantime, you guys can see on Team Puri as well, they have the Wukong, they have the Jin, they have the Sona as well, which offers the same amount of crowd control at the same time dealing a lot of damage. So we're gonna see who's best at who's the best at coordinating between the teams.
All right, and of course, speaking of which, we've seen a little bit of change of draft coming in from Team Resolve now versus the likes of Fury. I really want to see whether or not will the fan side actually take another 1,000 away from the pockets of Team Resolve, as who knows, they might just be able to gain 1,000 this time around as well. Now, leaving this to our casters on the desk, Husky and Flicker.
Thank you very much once more. And Team Domination, they closed out their run with a 2-3 scoreline, right? 2 wins and 3 losses.
Loss, yeah,
They had a
correct.
decent feast, in the middle, in the middle of the entire run. But let's see if Team Resolve can kind of overtake that record, right? Let's see if they can end today with more wins than Team Domination. They dropped their first game. It was a pretty heavy loss, but perhaps everyone was playing their off-road in their first game. Now they are, on their main role. Solos on this listen. Oh, I am excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not trying to pick sides here, but I think I got a pretty good feeling on Team Resolve, even though they are not like Team Domination was have their every single people with their own specific roles, but these guys are actually flexible with their picks. Like before this, we see Solos on the top lane, but now he's on Solos on the Baron lane. Now he is on the jungle side. Meanwhile, Daddyhood was before this. I believe that he was on the carries, I believe, and now he is on to the support. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one goes. But I do not agree with this. Not agree, but I do not agree with Malphite walking up to Wukong like that. Come on, bro. You just can't do that, man.
I mean, too easy for Jeff is exerting dominance, right? He walks up, goes for a seismic slam, and this instantly sets the Wukong on fire. It instantly ignites him, right? So now he has exerted, his presence in the lane. Then Wukong is going to think twice about diving this Malphite. And as he gains level, it's going to be slightly easier for the Malphite to survive. But a fun fact, the fact that Wukong's crushing blow actually destroys your armor makes Malphite not as tanky as he usually would be. But 2EC just does have that level advantage. So this would keep this monkey at bay at least for now.
Yep, that is true. Because you see, the monkey relies on a little bit of attack speed as well. Oh,
What
a
a
really
grab.
nice grab right there by Daddy. So the Jin had to flash away. Did he flash away? I believe that he did flash away. He had to burn the flash right there, trying to escape the death slows by Agus right there. And as I was speaking just now, because the monkey the Wukong relies on his Nimble Strike to gain attack speed and to deal to stack that crushing blows. But because Malphite has a seismic slam, which allows to counter that attack speed just by a bit.
And Daddyhood has been really testing the waters with that rocket grab. So the Jin is now flashless. So if he can grab the Jin one more time, or when they hit level 5 and get those ultimates, then it's gonna be pretty easy for this Dragon Lane of Team Resolve to get those pickoffs. And whenever you have a champion like Blitzcrank on your team, one rocket grab can make all the difference. So Daddyhood, he has the potential to turn the game around in his team's favor. Meanwhile, top lane, Solo comes in with the Dragon's Rage and a resonating strike. That is first blood for Team Resolve.
Solos with the plays. I actually love it. That jumped into the safeguard into the ward, Dragon Rage, dragging it to the side, and was able to connect that resonating kick, able to pick that kill off. Really beautiful play right there by Solos right there. And I'm actually legit impressed by Solos on his listen. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Lane right here, Daddyhood is still trying to make maybe not. He will be recalling, trying to get that mana back, and probably get some Glacial Shroud maybe. Yep, into an Iceborne maybe.
He went for the Nagaton Cloak instead. All right.
Negative Cloak and the Glacial Shroud, I believe.
Okay.
I think.
No, okay.
Okay. Now,
I think so.
yeah, I do believe so as well. And right now, if you can see, Wukong is just harassing too easy for Jeb in the Baron side right here. But for now, I think everything looks pretty well for Team Resolve, and Solos is showing his presence here and there, trying to make sure that his laners are trying to ensure that his laners are in control. Ooh, going with the invade here. Interesting play right here by Solos. And
this is a smarter play from Solos as well. Just knowing that if he can take his blue buff, he can control the bottom side, but Dragon's Rage, Living Shadow to follow. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does miss. Solos gets out with the blue buff, and with that hawk shot from Agus flying through as well, they notice that okay, there's no red buff for Puri just yet, so Solos can go back and take its own blue buff and perhaps look for another gank elsewhere. So this is a great maneuver from Team Resolve.
that is true. And so far right now, both team are actually on a really on a stagnant phase at the moment. Both team are trying to make some trades here, see if they could make something different here. But somehow I'm actually more afraid of the Amumu, because you know how Amumu is. If you let Amumu alone in the jungle, it could potentially be very dangerous, because Amumu is quite tanky with a decent amount of change there. And a very nice steal right there by Ombong. Trying to steal a Scuttle Crab with the with the summon Tibbers. Solo's trying to make some plays here. The Dragon Rage is not available because he used it on the Z just now. But Solos will try to make some plays here.
Gets the Death Mark. It does survive as Cannon Grants just flashes in with the bandage toss and rocket grab from Daddy, but pulls him even further in. And now Tibbers gonna join the fight as Solos gets killed off by the Z. Daddy who just gonna dive the turret and realizes that he's not able to get anything done. Top lane as well. Another trade kill, the Malphite and the Wukong, they both trade their lives. The Z actually went down to Solos as well. So 2-for-2 trade, pretty even across the board.
Yeah, so far everything here looks pretty good. And right now I think Ombong, once he pick up that Ludin or the Arcane Soul Stealer, I think he's going to be in a really good spot to actually dish out a lot of damage, but at the same time providing some crowd control during the fights. And together with Solo's Dragon Rage and even Daddy's Rocket Grab, that could potentially be a playmaker right there. That could potentially scramble up the team a bit, so they could be in a little bit of shamble.
And then Solos drops the Vision Ward, does see the dragon being started, so this will also notify the rest of Team Resolve to be on standby, as 2 easy jabs gets taken out by the Wukong in the top lane.
Yeah, because to be honest, Malphite in the early game, how tanky are in the early games. Tanks are actually like in the early game they are super squishy at the moment, so they really need their time to get their items for them to actually be really tanky in the late game. So I'm guessing that if Malphite could actually maybe pick up maybe a Deathman plate. Ooh, really nice kill right there by Solos, picking up that Wukong. But the Wukong was technically really low, so but then another nice pickup right there by Daddy.
Yeah, didn't even need to use the rocket grab, so he still has that available. And that would guarantee Team Resolve Dragon control. They can now consider if they want to go for the Cloud Drake. And again, a lot of single target control from the side of Team Resolve. And all these pickoffs, they will slowly add up to give Team Resolve a much greater advantage as this rocket grab from Daddy, who does miss. But I think they are now prepping to take the objective.
I think the dragon pickup would be really good for them, because to have that because some of the like Solos and also Annie relies on their ultimate to actually but I believe that would be actually an Ocean Drake, I believe. Yep. So that would be a really good pickup for them as well, to able to deal damage at the same time, provide have the Omnivamp as well. Meanwhile, Daddy and Ombong have a really covering the ground really good. But there you go, Ken Grant going in for the kill with the curse of the Sad Mummy, able to lock down 2. Ombong trying to stay alive right here, but the enemy team almost lost. Almost did not see Ombong, who's at a very low health right there. Meanwhile, Agus will be continuing to keep that farm up. Meanwhile, I believe that it was a 2-for-0.
Yeah, definitely a 2-for-0. I believe Team Resolve were able to get the Drake, but they had to lose 2 members in the process. That was very well done from the side of Puri as well. Just starting to engage with the Curtain Call, followed up by the Bandage Toss and the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Z also came in to create havoc in the backline. getting 2 cores was definitely what they needed to do, and at the same time, Puri also secured the Rift Herald, so even more objective control for their side.
Yep, that is correct. And to be honest, right now, I think Team Resolve need to perhaps maybe bump it up a bit. Like solos really need to like focus on helping out the other laners to secure the lane, and perhaps maybe in this case he needs to help out perhaps maybe the dragon lane to try and get a couple of kills. Perhaps maybe to counter that Wukong with the Rift Herald, because Wukong with the Rift Herald, if they are able to pick up a couple of kills, and here you go, some skirmishes right there, a really nice rocket right there. Lee Sin, oh, solos was not it. Was trying to Dragon Rage the Sona out, but instead kicking them towards the tower. So, burn some flash in the process. But I believe if solos could play around the Dragon lane, they could potentially pick up, pick up these two.
Yeah, it's slightly unfortunate though, as Argus Rian does have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but didn't really use it until the last moment. If he used that to engage, then it made Solo's life slightly easier as well. But top lane, you can see the monkey doesn't really care too much about too easy for Japs. At this point of time, this is definitely a slower game compared to the ones that we saw, as both teams just trying to really wait each other out. It's a lot of respect given to each other by both teams. We have yet to see there's a bot tier 1 taken out as well. Who's gonna try and walk off for rocket grab at the ready, gets the hook on Sona, but she turns around with the crescendo, and that will just disengage the entire fight. Top lane, Sonic Wave connects on the monkey solos with another great kill. A Spanish toss from Ken Grant does miss, and that would at least secure this Baron lane for Team Resolve as well.
Yep, if Malphite could push it up a bit, or siege on the tower, it could potentially be securing the Baron lane right here. Even though like the mid tower is still standing strong here, but the Zed is applying quite the amount of pressure towards the mid lane and also to the other laner as well, because this Zed knows how to roam and knows when to roam and how to roam, and so far it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I think for a side of Team Resolve, your winning condition right now is to have this Blitzcrank follow one of your cores like the Lee Sin or the Malphite, and you need to start running down a lane. They haven't even gotten a single turret just yet, and this is a pretty bad for Team Resolve, because you need these kind of objectives, because the longer the game drags on, the higher the chance it is for Puri to kind of make a comeback.
Yep, that is right. And the thing is, right now, like I mentioned, solos really need to help out. These laners to actually help out secure some of these towers right here, because solos has already made some, solos has already like did some really good plays right there.
Oh,
there you go, a really nice
arrow.
engagement right there, and solos barely needed. Oh, finally Agus got 1 kill right there, tanking the turrets, but was able to pick up that Sona right there. Even though the Jin has now, with his Guardian Angel went down, and together with Ombong is trying to assist with the kills here, and finally picked up the kill on Jin. Meanwhile, the Wukong and also the Amumu is finally in, and also Zed will be going on to will be applying the death mark on towards the Ashe, killing the Ashe, and Ombong is trying to stay alive here with 2 champions on their side right here, trying to make it, but oof, almost survived right there. If only he had like a little bit more damage right there, he could have like he could have picked up some kills right there. So that was like 3 for 3.
Yeah, a great fight from Puri. They got engaged on by pretty decent execution by Team Resolve, but the response was definitely on point. The way that they took that fight really did make even out the scoreline for in terms of trade. They were able to get some massive shutdowns as well onto Ombong as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not really being piloted by Argus Rian, so it does miss. But even through all that, Team Resolve has yet to take the bot tier 1. Well, sure, too easy for just took out the top tier 1 finally, but the fact that they still don't have much map control means that Puri can lose a couple of fights and still have a great chance of coming back, because they know that their map is safe.
That's true. And to be honest, I think Puri was trying to capitalize on Team Resolve's, like, how the Malphite is still on the top side. So Puri knows that Team Resolve is actually, our 1 man down. So it potentially could bring, it could potentially bring like a few kills, but Solos was able to get out just now. So it wasn't exactly a really good trade for me, in my personal opinion. So getting, a 3-on-3 is still fine, I would say. And now here you go, and I know Team Resolve is committing to this Dragon Lane right here. Wukong will be going in, and with
curtain
the
call.
and the current call is open up as well. But so far they are doing pretty well. Agus with the really nice kite right there, trying to get some decent kill right here. Most of the GA has already been down. Agus Rin will be the only one left, and Solos will be trying to go in the back end. Will be trying to assist here, but so far was not able to get in on any kill. And Agus Rins will be able to get knocked out as well. Only Solos and Malphite remains.
Solos still have the Dragon Rage, so Bobby pretty much is gonna be dead. So it's going to follow up with the Resonant Strike. Doesn't even need to land that roundhouse kick as he goes unstoppable. So that's a decent pickup for Team Resolve. Unfortunately, they still lost more than they gained. Solos was able to secure the Drake, so that is definitely good news for Team Resolve. But the fact that they still lost out that team fight overall doesn't make things any easier. So it's gonna safeguard in and take out the mid tier 1 finally, and you can definitely expect him to go for the GA for his next item.
Yeah, but I believe that just now was the Cloud Drake, right? So Cloud Drake could be potentially a really good pickup for Team Resolve right here. I mean, with the faster ability haste on your cooldowns, that means a lot more playmaking potential for every single one on their team. And right now, on the Dragon Lane, the tower, the tier 1 tower is almost down, so Agus just need to push it up just by a little bit. And we can see right now Malphite has started to join up the fight, because now Malphite has the potential to actually, make some playmaker, because they have a really decent team right here. Annie with the summon Tibbers, Malphite with the unstoppable charge, and also Solos with the Dragon Rage able to disturb or cause a little bit of disturbance in the front line, maybe kicking them away, from there. And here you go, Solos trying to make some plays here, but not gonna commit to that fight, because he knows that his team is not there, so he had to back up for a bit.
And with the Baron Nashor already up, the top Skull Crab was taken by Team Hyper, by Puri, excuse me. Team Hyper just played, but taken by Puri, as Puri now shows up in the Dragon Lane. They're gonna use the Curtain Call and Death Mark onto Danikwood. Danikwood dashes away, dodges the Crescendo, but it's definitely gonna go down. Unstoppable for the Zed, with the Inferno Drake coming up in a bit as well. Puri will definitely be looking at that objective. Unfortunately, with one man down, this might not be as easy as it seems. They also dropped the Summon Tiber, but unfortunately, the damage is not enough. Too easy for Jazz. Wants to run away, but does take Dancing Grenades in the face, and ultimately, it's going to be the Solo Knight who picks up the kill. Solo shows up, but runs straight into the face of the Wukong, as Volcom will be ready to retaliate if needed. Solo does land the Sonic Wave, but the target for Puri right now is going to be the mid-tier 1, and they will get it. Kengram now gonna take the Resonant Strike, again safeguard forwards with the Dragon's Rage, but the damage is not enough, and now Solo gets the damage on himself, was able to survive that with a slither of health.
Thank God to that safeguard, to be honest. That safeguard actually saved Solo's life. And even the Guardian Angel was not even proc as well. And these guys are actually having fun. Look at these guys laughing away. And I think they are doing a really good job, to be honest, even though, some of these guys, are actually from different titles, but they are actually doing a really good job. And now they're finally taken, finally they have like a slight bit control here. Solo's trying to make some plays here. Oh, nice escape right there by Solos, going through the enemy back line towards that brush right there, to over the wall and escape, and was able to escape. And I think Ombong and also Daddy is trying to get the jump on the Jin here, but I think the Apuri would have known that Ombong and also Daddy was in this tri-bush right here, because because of the slide, because of the vision plant just now was able to reveal their locations. So it's definitely a slower paced game compared to previously, and I think both of the team are doing a really good job. Oh, and it's an Elder Inferno as well. They are committing. They're actually committing to this, but somehow Malphite is not there to help them. Deathmark on Agus, and Agus will be taken out right here. Meanwhile, Ombong is in, but then Amumu was able to steal that. Meanwhile, Solos will lose his Guardian Angel finally, and Amumu with the front trying to get to it, and Solos get knocked out. Ombong will go on a retreat here, and also Daddy as well. So, and Too Easy Project is still going on the offensive right here. And to be honest, I think it's a really bad idea for Team Resolve to actually commit to that fight, because they knew Malphite was actually going, they're just going to push the top side. But at this point, I really think that, Malphite or Too Easy Project should just join in, with the team, because, they have a lot more playmaking potential if he actually sticks with the team.
Yeah, Too Easy for Gems. If he was, I think the best course of action in the middle game was just to use that ultimate whenever possible to get pickoffs, but that was not the case, and now he's going to be gone on. Get Death Rock onto him, the fucking electrocute. Too Easy for Gems looking for the ultimate way out, but it's not going to be the case this time, as Ying is now godlike onto Zed. They even claim Baron, and they stole the Elder Inferno Dragon, so everything was pocketed by Puri and Team Resolve right now. Their time might be running out.
I think this is good. Yeah, I think this is looking quite bad for Team Nini, and Amumu is pretty tanky to even tank the turret as well. Now, I think Daddy Hood is going to fall with Agus trying to help out, but was not able to help out. He didn't have enough damage to actually dish out a death mark on the Agus, and Agus will get blown up in a split second by the Zed. And a nice Stacy's hands right there. Ying was trying to get a kill, but was not able. A very nice stun right there. But the curtain call, the first shot of the curtain call, finally takes down Ombong right there. And Team Puri will be able to close out the game.
Wow, then now from the fans once again, it's going to be 2 wins in a row in the Fans Underground Challenge. Heading over to the fans, great job to you guys. And against Team Resolve, it's already 2,000 ringgit being snatched away, and it was honestly a very long drawn out battle where Team Resolve, they had to lead for a while. It was a little bit of back and forth going on, but this game definitely took a little bit of a passive turn. No but sides really want to put that full commitment in towards that 5v5 battle, but when they do, it was for that Elder Drake that really was the deciding factor. And from that point onwards, after losing that Drake, it seems like Team Resolve knew that, okay, this is pretty much a gone case for us to perhaps salvage at the very end. But still, really good stuff. Solos on the Lee Sin was really something to witness.
Yeah, and I would say for that game, it's the classic example of teams playing to not lose. And usually in these kind of games, it's pretty slow. You might say that there are a lot of empty moments. There are a lot of voids where where both teams, you don't really know what they want to do. You can see all these individual players kind of have the lead. They're strong enough to fight, but they're not taking the initiative unless someone else does it. And a lot of these situations were just Puri being reactive to what Team Resolve was doing. Team Resolve goes for a dragon, Puri shows up. Team Resolve tries to take a fight, Puri retaliates, and it's gonna seesaw a lot of times until a team crumbles, and in this case it was Team Resolve who was not able to win out the long marathon.
I definitely think that the coordination was a lot more well prepped coming in from the side of Team Puri. Team Puri, you could definitely see the current call timings were absolutely perfect. They knew that, okay, if they were to run away in a certain sort of scenario, then there's always the last resort where Curtain Call is possibly the longest range spell that there is in the entirety of this specific matchup. Of course, it's going to be a lot harder for them, especially them being stuck around that Dragon's Pit in that very end. Well, some may call it Drake, of course. So, with that being said, this is 2 games in a row where from the side of Team Resolve, they have yet to find that winning formula. So if you guys are definitely cheering on for your favorite Facebook creator, make sure you pump in all the comments on our Facebook live stream. And hopefully you guys are also enjoying the entirety of the Creator Collision here through our TV channel, of course, on AGG Network. Now, once again, reminder that this is definitely a participation from the fans as well, where tomorrow we'll be having the full bout tournament where A total prize pool of 70,000 ringgit is on the line. So, tournament hasn't started, but at the very least, for our creators, this is honestly like a warm-up run and kind of like a way to also give back to the fans in the case if they lose.
In the case that they lose, yes. But I would say, I think for Team Resolve, you can start to see the a bit of difference between them and Team Domination. I think Team Domination does have a better grasp on the game as a team, whereas for Team Resolve, it's more of an individual kind of thing. So there are a lot of moments where they seem a bit more uncoordinated. They didn't really know how to move around as a team, and that's what's probably set them apart from the first batch, right? So Team Resolve, I think what they need to work on is just be clear of what they want to do together as a team, and incorporate that into their already fluid solo mechanics, individual mechanics, right? We know that players like solos can play, like 2 for Jeff, they all know the game, they all know how to operate, but now they need to work together as a unit.
Exactly, and we're going to be looking at the scoreboard right now to check out some of the close calls that we had early on in our match and check out some of the stats of our players and specifically Solos, because he got quite a staggering amount of kills that has been garnered. So without further ado, let's bring it on our screen. It's 7-3 for Solos as he will be the SVP, but all eyes were actually on Ying because Ying got himself a total of 9 kills and 7 assists.
I would say this is just an amazing performance from the side of Puri, especially the Amumu, right? This is the second Amumu that we saw today, but it really demonstrates the potential that the Amumu has, the amount of aggression that this Sad Rami has been bringing to the Rift in that particular match shows you how effective he is at frontlining and forcing the issue, and that is what got Puri objective still. That is what won them the team fights, because this Amumu was willing to pull the trigger. And if you compare, contrary to Team Resolve, they kind of lost their mojo. I mean, look at 2EC for just that guy is a bloodthirster on the Malphite, right? So it definitely shows how different these two teams are.
Yeah, to be honest, I think what Too Easy Project is trying to pull off is probably that full AP but slightly bit tanky Malphite, because if you can see like from the early game, he did maxed out his second skill first, which is give him the empowered auto attacks. But however, it didn't work out so well. So he had to resort to, that's why he had to resort to the split pushing. But if he could have just gone for the for the normal Malphite, which is your normal run it down tanky Malphite, he could have probably made a better impact towards the team fight, because as you guys mentioned just now, it was a back and forth passive situations whereby both team are actually not giving up. It was a long marathon, it was a really long game, but it's who crumbles first. And in this case, ever since Malphite decided to go split push at the top, and Team Resolve was just committed to getting all the dragons, so it kind of became their downfall in a way. So Puri was able to he was able to take advantage of that mistakes and was able to secure everything.
Yeah, and to be honest, about almost 20 minutes of play that we witnessed early on, it's still kind of amazing to see that they do actually hold on with that bloodthirsty Malphite at the very end, like, to me, pretty impressive that it's a 1-4 still, as he eventually goes in for a little bit of mixed bag of everything, of armor, some mana, as well as a little bit of AP in between. Well, would have been very interesting to actually see him go for the full build, but to my surprise, he did really finish off his boots as well. But I will definitely give some time for Too Easy for Gems to adapt to the picture. Now, this is going to be the damage being dealt throughout the entirety of the game, and well, Agus actually dished out a lot more than what Solos did, even though Solos actually put out pretty high KDA on the score lines.
Yeah, and you can also look at how much work all the cores on the side of Puri has done, right? Like Ying 28k on the Zed. You even have this Amumu who went for a full AP build, 18k damage. So every single member on the side of Puri did contribute. It's also due to the fact that they were a bit more team fights compared to the previous matches that we saw, and it was all because of how passive these two teams were playing until a big objective was contested. That's where they forced the occasion, forced the issue. So I would say the numbers on Puri it is a living proof of how evenly spread out the contributions for each members are.
Yep, I definitely gotta say that from the side of Puri, they definitely have taught this composition well enough that they are looking for those big team fights. They want to enter with the big cyclones coming from Volcom, and of course Chris the Sat Mummy from Amumu, and Crescendo to top it all off. How could you possibly escape from that chain reaction coming from the crowd controls? And that was how Team Puri actually get themselves 8,000 ringgit richer, and congratulations to them. And I believe that was all that we have coming from Puri as well as Team Resolve, still having 3 more matches to be played out right after this. So still very satisfying of a game. I want to see a more brawl-ish kind of situation for both sides who are actually hunting more on the KDA part. But, well, I'm still pretty much grateful that we do see a decent quality game coming in from either side. But really, Puri is really showing up strong with this one.
Yeah, I think even if you look at the goal graph, it does show how sluggish the game is. Right? You see this constant seesaw
Going up and down.
of net worth exchange, but if you kind of put it into perspective, it's just how slow things are, because you can see the amount of area that each team kind of covers is all due to the lack of action that is happening within the game.
That's true. And plus with all the laners are just constantly farming up, just playing it safe, playing it passively, just farming up their goal and everything. That is why you see like all these all these graphs are going up and down. Like for example, you have Agus who's on the Ashe, was just farming up, trying to get that damage, and Malphite as well, who's just staying on the top lane, trying to just push it out as much as he can. But the Ashe was able to dish out a lot of damage in the end, but however he didn't exactly have that the support that he needs whenever he wants to deal out the damage, because he constantly getting destroyed by the Zed, and Zed just constantly going in the back with the death mark, and just in a split second Ashe is gone from the game.
Yeah, I gotta say that, of course, priorities on the objective is really crucial in the game. We see from the side of Team Resolve, they've been constantly trying to take everything that they see on the map. And yes, they actually get quite a significant amount of dragons, and those drakes definitely did help in the mid game. But when it came down to the Elder, that's where the big hiccup happened, which kind of costed them, or else you still see them really holding on towards their goal lead. And with that, honestly, it was down to that very final fight where Jeps was kind of absent from that point onwards. Split pushing Malphite will not contribute as much as a team fighting Malphite. That's definitely a bigger picture that he has to look at. If he actually finished off the teleport, hey, I don't mind that split push anyways. But of course, with that being said, the game that's coming up next is gonna be fury hot, because what we're having up here is going to be Team Resolve taking on the Dragons.
I think I kind of have an inkling, but I'm gonna keep my my excitement for when we go into the draft. But I think I know. I think I know what's happening.
I got a feeling I know who the Dragons are.
Yeah, I kind of have a feeling I know who the Dragons are. This is gonna be an exciting one for sure.
All right, so for those of you guys who may not know the Dragons have recently won a tournament coming in for our very first community Wild Rift run, happening, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere between last month or so, and they were actually the champions. So if these are the champions, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to show any sort of ease or mercy towards the side of Team Resolve. So I'm not really sure if Resolve's ready for the Dragon's Breath that's coming true. So we're definitely going to find out right after this, as Team Resolve goes to fight against the dragons.
So, if these are the actual dragons, like
Yes.
Contra said just now, this is going to be a very exciting match, actually.
I mean, so far our fastest match has been between Team Domination and Clown Fiesta, right? I believe it is
8
around
minutes?
9 minutes.
Yep.
So we'll see if the Dragons can break that record. Right? So far, there was only one game has ended before Baron Nashor spawns, and again, Team Domination, it was the very first game to open up the day. But if this is the Dragons that we all think it was, man, Team Resolve is
You're gonna
they are
eat
in for a very rude awakening. But also, it's going to be the first time that we get to witness the this Dragons lineup actually perform at their full force. You know.
That's right, and now we're already seeing the draft happening right now. The Dragons will actually get picks such as the Lee Sin, Akali, Gragas, and for the likes of Team Resolve, they're falling back to something relatively similar that too easy for Jeps this time around. Instead of playing Malphite, they are switching. Okay, I'm seeing a Baron as well as a Nasus here, so who exactly is going to the jungle, who's going to the top lane, and I wonder what will happen this time around.
Yes. I mean,
Are we actually going to see a Nasus jungle here?
yeah. Yes. That's it.
Oh dear.
Solo
Oh, dear.
Yasuo. Yeah, Solo has been he's one of the very flexible players, right? We saw his Lee Sin, we saw his Holly. Now it's time for
Always by
solo
my side.
Yasuo, and he's feeling it. He's feeling the win.
I mean, if he could roam down on the dragon lane, because we see like Daddy still picking up that Blitzcrank. If he could actually, if Solos could actually, roam down on the dragon lane, Solos could actually help out Ombong and also Daddy to actually apply a lot of pressure on towards the dragon lane.
Yeah, it's a jungle Nasus as well. So
That is going to be very interesting, actually.
Exactly, and this is going to be a Yasuo for Solos. So far, he does not have a bad track record at all. All positive KDAs on even the matches that he lost, being the SVP. Now, is this Yasuo is going to send all of them flying with those Hasagis? Well, it's time for us to find out because they need to slay the dragons, and they have yet to find that win. 2,000 ringgit has gone towards the fans. Will this be a 3,000 ringgit run for them, or will Team Resolve find their first 1,000 in the bag? So it's time for us to kick things off here in Wild Rift as we'll move into the action here
Follow
with
the
Flicker
wind,
and Husky.
But watch your back.
yeah, and I mean, what can I say, right? This kind of feels like the grand finals. I'm not gonna lie. Like if you see the Dragons, you're like, yeah, I think this is the grand finals.
Yep,
and
that is
yes,
definitely
and
the
yes, you see the
Dragon.
name.
Yep, that is definitely
Yeah,
the dragon.
that's definitely the Dragons. That is definitely the one and only Dragons, the successful Dragons.
Yep,
If
and-
Kill me.
Yep, Team Resolve
can
is
try.
going to have
oh
a rude
boy.
awakening.
Okay, just look at those names. Like I remember them on my friends list.
Oh, I
I
remember
see
them
Hoki.
from my PC's
I
friend
see-
list all the way to my Wild Rift friend
Exactly.
list as well. So, Saki, Hoki, if I'm not mistaken, they might just be from the same college, and they used to play professional League of Legends on PC.
Yep,
so,
that is correct.
this is a little bit scary. You can see Agus is just laughing. Why did I pick Nasus in the jungle? It's taking forever for me to clear this. But, hey, great job. He finally got that blue buff, and he's already making a move on the Gromp.
Yeah, and he's actually having a really hard time here. And now Janna is going in, trying to go for the invader, and probably gonna back it up a bit here because he knows that okay, Agus is gonna have a really hard time in the jungle here.
Yeah, and I think for if you're up against a team that clearly on paper is slightly stronger, I think what you need to do is to be a bit more bold. When you're up against a stronger opponent, you have to kind of throw them off guard by, let's say, being a bit more aggressive or just pulling out unorthodox strats or drafts. And in this case, their draft is pretty much standard, so you gotta kind of outmaneuver your opponents by perhaps running at them, just being aggressive and taking the fight to them. See Daddy taking a chunk of damage. Too easy will just get set on fire and will burn. That's first blood going over to the dragons, and the jungle is also under siege. You can see Agus also eliminated by the Lee Sin. That's 2 kills over to the Dragons.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely Team Resolve is going to have a really hard time right here because, you know, as you guys can see just now how these guys are playing, because these guys are actually, you know, professional, you know, Wild Rift players. You can see like how when Daddy Hood misses, oh, is that going to be a nice kick right there, but was not able to, you know, to secure the kill right there. And from the top lane, you know, just now you can see like, you know, when Daddy misses the rocket grab, and you know Hockey and Sagi immediately goes in trying to you know take advantage of that mistakes, and that is just like, you know, like that is just amazing how they could like, you know, take advantage of, you know, every single mistake that you do. Like, you know, it's an opening, a chance for them to actually dish out a lot of damage. So your opponents will feel the pressure of just being there.
Yeah, and I think in this particular match as well, the fact that Solos is dealing with a mid Gragas also means that it's very hard for this Yasuo to try and go onto the Gragas and attempt to kill him off, because the Gragas can always stop this Yasuo in his tracks. He has the body slam, which the wind wall doesn't really do much against, and of course the explosive cast if needed. So in this scenario, I think what the best thing the Team Resolve can do right now is just to win in terms of numbers. If you can't win, you know, 1 versus 1, bring the numbers in the Solos. He's gonna try regardless, but Lee Sin's gonna show up immediately. He gets sent back with an explosive cast. They do have the Sonic Wave still, and it's gonna immediately connect. The Gragas will take the kill, and Solos gets sent right back. Agus man just shows up, turns into that big dog, but Dragon's gonna take him for a walk. Back into the base he goes.
That was actually nasty, and the rotation of these players are just, you know, are just amazing. Like how you know, when Solo was just trying to go in for a kill, but the Janna from the Dragon lane moved down towards the mid lane and was able to secure some of that kill. Oh, with the kill, use the Galen there, and Ombong will get knocked down as well. Daddy Hood will try to get the hook here, was able to connect the hook with the rock grab, but was not able to dish out additional damage for them. And you know, Agus was trying to save the day, but was not able to do so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dragons close out this match without a single death, because so far everything has been squeaky clean, as the first turret will finally go down. And I think Team Resolve, they are kind of in a shambles. They are trying to figure out a way to stem the bleeding, but it can be a flashback to how teams like Gamhyun Crab or Clown Fiesta or even Blizzard have been playing, where all these proactive moves is really throwing our content creator off guard. Zeno just jumps in with a shuriken flip but doesn't really care, gets grabbed by the rocket grab, goes into Twilight Shroud, and Solos misses that Steel Tempest, does have the dash, then go on top of Zeno. Zeno might just be the first death for the Dragons as they ignite him as well. Here comes the Dragons with the body slam, but they're gonna jump on top of him and execute him with the massive justice. The Dragons with the explosive cast is gonna send everyone back, but maybe the fight is not over yet as Rio is there with the Dragon's Rage. They kill off Solos, they're gonna find Agus as well. Killing spree for Sagi. Daddy Hood will take the cast in the face, and Sagi will claim his double kill.
Oh dear, that Kaisa, Sagi is just amazing with his Kaisa, to be honest. He's very deadly on the Kaisa, and I believe that, you know, on the winning games during the community tournament as well, he was on the Kaisa as well. And this guy, Sagi, is just flexing his Kaisa right now. Oh.
Yeah, and it's also pretty interesting, right, to see Sagi. Normally he plays mid assassin. Now to see him on a different role is definitely refreshing. And like Zeno, right, guy was a support player, now he's playing assassin in this Baron lane. So all these players who kind of have sort of a role switch and still performing at the peak really shows how the experience and the mechanical prowess that they possess. And the Rift Harrow is going to be secured by Rio. That means that the Dragons are ready to crash down the bottom lane, and you can see the Team Resolve, they're going to immediately back up, but Rio finds the Garen. Too easy for jabs, too easy to be killed off. That's the rampage for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, you can see like how these guys are able to, you know, like, you know, they know that Nasus is going to be a beast in the late game. So they had to have these kind of shutdowns, and also on the Yasuo as well, Yasuo and Blitzcrank. So they know that these guys are the threat in this fight, are a threat in this match. So that's why they need to shut it down, invade the jungle, and there you go. Hera has been put down here, and probably a skirmisher gets the kick on the Dragon Ray on the Garen and on the Ashe, and the Ashe will get knocked down here. Agus will get knocked down as well. Daddyhood as they just go in for the ham here, and I'm speechless.
Yeah, the Rift Herald is still alive, and if it is, this could be the end game. And we might be looking at a new record though. Let's see what the Dragons wants to do as solos. He wants this Gragas. The Gragas
wants this Gragas so bad.
Turns around as the Gragas is still pretty much alive. But he might not be able to get the kill though. As Solos follows up with the flash, finally gets the kill. Doesn't really care about the base. His team can take care of that as a Daddyhood desperately tries to stay alive. Sagi is low. Finally goes down to Ombong. But the base is in total shambles. And well, the Dragons, they overextended. And Team Resolve stay alive for a bit more.
Yeah, that was like about close to 60%. Like the Nexus was like 60%, and Solos it will be going on a chase on the Janna here, but I don't think he's ever gonna. Yeah, he can't get it. Look at the score right now, 3-17, with even the inhibitor turret for the Dragon Lane has already been taken out right here by the Dragons, and this is gonna be a really quick game, I suppose, because right now even on the Baron lane right now, only the inhibitor turrets left, and oh, there you go, the Akali going in for the kill with the shuriken flip and with the perfect execution right there, killing away Ombong.
Yeah, and that is what we call clean. It's just so flawless. You feel good just watching Xeno do that, and there was nothing that Ombong can do. Like this is assassin. The assassin champions at their peak. Solo tries to go for a recall, but I think they found him. As he actually walks past the brush without checking it. So Solo survived that. So thankfully, but the inhibitor turret is gonna be under siege again. We'll see what Team Resolve can do as Ombong just takes a huge chunk of the Cathian Rain. Solo will have to stand in front. And while that is all happening, Dragons, they rotate to the middle lane, and the mid tier 2 will be under siege.
It's amazing how these guys have rotated so perfectly. He rotated so well, like from the top lane, from the Baron lane, and then straight toward the mid lane. And now, now the inhibitor turrets are under siege. Now they know that these two lanes are currently under siege, and they are able to take that, provided if they play this out correctly. But on the same time, on Team Resolve, they still have the chance to actually trying to win this game out by probably just try and stall the game a little bit longer, try and counter perhaps maybe disengage or counter disengage like the engagement from Dragons.
Speaking about that, they took the Ocean Drake. They're coming with the Dragon's Way on 2 easy for jabs, and they will blow up this Garen in an instant. The Ombong will also be vaporized by Dragons. And now the Dragons up 5 versus 3 with everything at the ready. Their arsenal is pretty much packed. They're gonna go straight for the Nexus. They want that 1,000 ringgit, and they're gonna take it from the grasp of Team Resolve. Nothing much that they can do. August Red tries to walk back into the fountain, but Sagi says no. And it's only going to be Maharaja Solos left alive. They're gonna spare the royalty, but they will take the crown regardless. Nexus goes down. The Dragons will claim this win.
And the Fire's Breath from the Dragon have been able to crush out that Nexus. And another win goes to our Underground Fans Challenge tournament that has been able to been picked up by all these fans out there. And once again, Team Resolve now getting defeated. I felt like they really need to get themselves back to that drawing board. But hey, nonetheless, it was still an interesting game. But the Dragon side, they really show no signs of mercy at all. And we knew some of these names has been in the MOBA scene for a very long time as well. But, well, it seems like they are more well-versed to take on the side of Resolve.
Yeah, and this is just, you can't really compare. It feels like you are looking at I don't know, like a dwarf against a giant, and in this case the Dragons were the giants. There's nothing much that you can say about it, because they just got Team just got outclassed. But I think at the same time it's also a good experience for them to look at how these high level players operate, and the Dragons just demonstrated how with enough understanding and coordination, this is what you can pull off in Wild Rift.
That is true. And plus, I mean, that is what you get. That is, I mean, you're expecting from the Dragons. The Dragon has been in the pro scene for quite some time now, and now they are planning to go pro in Wild Rift as well. And they have been putting a lot of trainings every single night, and this is their result. This is the something that you can do, and you can see like how high level these guys are, because they could they just could be taking advantage of every single mistake that you did. Like when Daddyhood misses the rocket grab, they immediately just go in to deal like enough damage for forces the Blitzcrank to back up. And that's not all. That's just like one of the plays that the mistakes that that Team Resolve did that they taken advantage of.
Yeah, and by far, I think coming from the underground fans challenge here, Dragons look to be one of the best teams to have come out from the underground challenge, and by 6-minute mark they have already sent the Herald all the way towards the Nexus,
Yeah.
which is something that we don't really see even on a usual normal game basis. So I gotta say that the way of execution coming from the side of Dragons have been crisp. They definitely deserve that 1,000 ringgit in the bag. We're going to be looking at some of the stats to see who's the biggest winners coming in from the side of Dragons. And Resolve, of course, they were suffering blows left, right, and center, but I don't think that they're battered just yet. They still have 2 more games to go. They got to keep their spirits up high if they want to walk away with a little bit of moolah, or else, they'll just have a little bit of a sad tear coming up. But let's have a look in towards our scoreboards right now, as we'll see this really, really huge win for the likes of Dragon. And Sagi seems like he's going to be taking the MVP title this time.
Meanwhile, Solos will take the SVP for the on the side of Team Resolve.
I mean, anyone on the side of the Dragons can deserve the MVP. I think this is, again, there's nothing much that you can break down for this match because of how dominant and how familiar we are with the Dragon lineup. But the fact that Team Resolve was constantly trying to adapt to what Dragons were trying to do, and they were still putting up a fight. It's a commendable effort, right? Even though the game was pretty much over by the 5-minute mark, Team Resolve were constantly trying, and there's some signs of life.
Yep, they still had that kind of chance, but it's just that they just, for me personally, they just made they just got outclassed. That's all.
Yeah, and I gotta say that playing a Nasus in the jungle right now is ill-advised, as his clearing speed is quite slow as compared to the rest of the junglers out there. Not to say it's undoable, but it definitely takes a little bit of time for a Nasus to ramp up in speed in towards the late game. So Rio, knowing this, he does get a heavy punishment sent towards Agustin's way, but I think the highlight for the side of Team Resolve was really the goose chase between both Solos as well as Love in towards the jungle as well as the river, where Solos was hunting out for his kill, and eventually he does get it, and of course earned the title of SVP for his efforts right there. So we're going to be looking at the damage charts as well to see some of the highest damage being dealt out, and wow, it's actually coming in from the Gragas with 11.7k damage being dealt across the game.
And these numbers also indicate to you how active the team has been. The fact that the game length was barely 10 minutes-ish, and you have 4 cores on the side of Dragons who dealt either close to 10k damage and more than an average of 10k damage, really shows how these players have been active. They've been really looking for opportunities to just get the kills and translate that into an objective. Whereas for the side of Team Resolve, definitely a more passive playstyle. Solos has been trying to pull a lot of the weight, but the Yasuo alone has its limits.
True, because if you guys can see from the Dragon team right here, if you guys can look at each players, the team fight that they participated was unbelievably high, to be honest. Like, Lee Sin, with the 15, I believe that was the 15 team fight that he participated in. So it was a really good. That's why it was a really good. It was a really good, engagement by the knee and together with the Gragas and everything. So Dragons just put up a really good fight and puts up a really nice performance or show, so stating that, hey, this is what high level of gameplay can do.
Exactly, and of course we're gonna be looking at the gold charts. Oh
Oof.
boy,
Ooh.
that is. Wait a minute. How much gold is
Wait,
that?
what?
Wait.
88.
I'm pretty sure that's the experience.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
okay.
I got a heart attack. I
It
was
said
like,
some concern to me because
I was like, holy cow! Did they
it
just?
can't be this. It's game breaking. It's at 100k gold difference that we're looking at.
100K gold
But
difference.
no. I just to show you this. See, wait. Actually, it might just be. Oh, okay.
No, it is an experience.
A
It is
total
experience. Yeah,
enemy
yeah.
experience.
We
I got a shocker right
Whew.
there. Don't worry, production. We got you. We got
I
you.
mean,
Like-
those kind of goals are possible in the League of Legends PC counterpart. It
Like,
could be a
if-
3-hour
if
game.
If it's 100, if it's like 100K gold difference, you don't just break the game, you break your enemy team.
Exactly. Yeah. We're gonna be, of course, seeing in terms of goal how exactly have they fared, but EXP is kind of self-explanatory, anyways, because if you actually get ahead of your enemies, you'll be maybe a level or two higher, or even more in certain cases, for sure. But after this, we're gonna be looking at another match coming up for Team Resolve, and they will be taking on Syndicate. So this is going to be game number 4. You are currently watching this through HG Network, either by Facebook or our channel itself on TV. And my name's Contra, alongside with Flicker as well as Husky. Later, we'll be going in towards game number 4 right after this. And all of this is brought to you by HG Network. We'll see you guys after a short commercial break. And once again, welcome back to Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition here with your favorite creators. And my name's Contra. I'll be your host alongside with the fine gentleman on my left. It's Flicker as well as Husky. To follow them on their social media as well as mine right down below. And remember, there's going to be 2 games to be played out, and we've already have 3 concluded for Team Resolve. But so far, they have yet to actually get themselves in their winning ways. But luckily enough, this is only going to be show matches where they are playing against all the fans that have signed up in the Underground Challenge. So kudos to all of you guys who have definitely won the Underground Challenge, as you guys have raked up a total of 3,000 ringgit, especially in the appearance match with Dragons early on. And all of this is all brought to you by EGG Network. Be sure to tune in our live stream as it's currently happening live on Facebook as well as on TV. So up next, we do have another exciting match for us to witness, and Team Resolve still picking in the pieces there. Last game was a little bit harsh. The other 2 games definitely looked to be on the brighter side of the notes because they actually do have some of all these advantages coming in.
Yeah, and I think for Team Resolve, it is going to be an uphill battle. I think for this team, because they, first of all, they have yet to get themselves a single win, and all of these teams that they went up against so far have been pretty much dominant against them. And again, I've kind of touched on this slightly, that the Team Resolve perhaps not really understanding the game as a whole compared to Team Domination, and that is what kind of got them in a more peculiar spot. The fact that they were not able to get a single win thus far. But again, 2 more games, they might still have a chance to walk away with a victory.
That's right, and speaking of which, we will have a look at our updated brackets as we'll check out the entirety of the brackets itself. Earlier today, we also have Team Domination playing, so if you guys missed match 1 to match number 5, Team Domination have been able to pick up 2 wins against Mikari as well as Team Lemang. And for now, Team Resolve may not have found their winning ways just about yet, but in match number 9 as match number 10, they might just actually get their chance to be able to at least tie things even with Team Domination. Hurry Dragons, Team Hyper, congratulations for walking away 8,000 ringgit richer. So up next, we still have 2 more for Resolve. So do you expect any changes to come for Team Resolve in terms of maybe the drafts, maybe the champions that they are using, or the roles, as we do see a little bit of mixed roles coming through for the team itself?
To be honest, what I'm seeing from Team Resolve here, it's a slight bit of a little bit of, I would say they are too flexible. They're too flexible with their roles. They don't have a definitive, what role I should be playing, and they are more of a laid back, have fun kind of peeps. So, that's why I think that's why they are, at least they are having fun. But for me, I think that they should find that sweet spot or a sweet formula for them to actually try and win at least 1 game.
Exactly, and gentlemen, great news is that we do have our game ready for match number 9, and Syndicate this time will be taking on Team Resolve. So let's hit ourselves in towards the Summoners Rift, and once again, you guys are tuning in to the Creator Collision Wild Rift Edition.
So, Team Resolve versus Syndicate. This is going to be, I'm hoping that, on this game specifically, Husky, we're going to see, perhaps maybe Team Resolve will finally, go into the serious mode and then be like, hey, you know what? We're going to try and win at least 1, What do you think?
I mean, the first thing I think of when I see Syndicate is I like how creative people can be with team names. We went from food to generators like Clown Fiesta, and now we have Syndicate. This is like an organization. They are here to take over the Rift. So they've already started things off with the Orianna, the first Orianna pick that we've seen today. Of course, Solos is gonna go for Master Yi, and Daddyhood will block in the Tryndamere. Vi also being picked up by Syndicate. Again, first time we're going to be seeing the Vi as well. And the Ezreal lock. This is Syndicate bringing in a completely fresh draft.
Yep, and to be honest, this is the first time I see the Vi for today, and also a Tryndamere on to the Team Resolve. So I'm guessing that Team Resolve is going for a split push comp maybe, because you can see on the Master Yi pickup and also the Tryndamere, and yeah, Ombong will go on the Zed as well, and Agus will be going on the Ashe. So I'm guessing this is definitely going to be a perhaps maybe a split push comp, or a comp that mainly revolves around the Ashe or the Zed or a Tryndamere.
Yeah, I definitely would say that this is a very fresh take coming in from both teams itself. Now, solos on Master Yi. When Master Yi's actually get really fed in the late game, there's a very high potential for that pentakill. So are we going to be seeing any pentakill for today? It's time for us to tell, as Team Resolve now taking on Syndicate, who have brought us pretty much a fresh roster of champions, which we have not seen the entirety of the day, except for the Nami that came in when they were fighting against Team Domination. But now, of course, Team Resolve once again put to the test, and they need to find their very first win. Is this gonna be it for Team Resolve?
Well, hopefully so. I mean, we are seeing Mundo, we're seeing Vi. This is either going to be a very... I kind of have a feeling what Syndicate wants to do with the Mundo or Rihanna, and they also have the Vi. But one thing is for sure, they are going for very lane dominant champions. We have this Mundo to deal with the Tryndamere. Mundo is gonna win heads up. Vi against Master Yi, it's gonna be a Vi favorite matchup in the jungle as well. So we just have to see if Team Resolve will be able to prove us otherwise. But until then, I think Syndicate kind of has the advantage in terms of draft.
Yep, I agree on that one actually, because with the Vi, Oriana, Mundo, and those pickups are actually pretty those are actually a pretty interesting pickup. And to be honest, it's actually a Tryndamere support. I was expecting perhaps maybe a Malphite support, but apparently it's a Tryndamere support. Very interesting. Perhaps maybe we're gonna see a support carry maybe, because Tryndamere has known to be very good at or perhaps maybe that's a Ashe support maybe. I'm not entirely sure on that one, but so far we're gonna see how Team Resolve is gonna play out this one, because now so far Solo is doing really well in the jungle, not trying to sustain in the jungle right there, and also right now it's going to be a Malphite and the Mundo top lane. So far, in terms of the fight,
Oh my goodness.
oh, that was a very bad spin. I mean, to be honest,
Exerting dominance, it's like, you think I'm committing? No, I'm not.
it's like going for a bit and like, hey, I'm here, so back off my wife.
I always have this theory, that any champion can be played in any role. You just need to figure out how they work.
That is
I
true.
have this very wonky theory. So I've been trying out a lot of things. I was forced to try out Fiora jungle yesterday. I tried
dear.
Yasuo jungle. It did not go well, but I can attest that they do work.
They can actually works, but to align it with the fast-paced MOBA, I don't think it's a really great idea. Oh, almost a kill right there. First blood goes to Easy for Jeff. A very nice one, but Vi will be there on the backside with the red buff as well, killing off the Malphite with the burn. And I believe that Ombong was trying to get the scuttle, but was disturbed a little bit by the Oriana, and Vi will be able to pick up that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, that was actually great for Jeff. So getting that first blood on the Mundo with the ignite as well. So the assist on the Vi came in just slightly late, but I don't think it would have made too much of a difference either way, as Too Easy for Jeff does have the HP to work with, as Pion a bit overshot that bubble. But Argus Rian is still taking a lot of punishment from the Mystic shot as well. So either way, if you look at the Syndicate Dragon lane, they definitely are in a very comfortable spot. And when you have a support such as a Tryndamere, he's gonna start taking your leeching off your goal. Your experience is gonna be jeopardized as well. And in the long run, if you fall behind, this is gonna hurt you because then your support, who is very resource reliant, will have to start taking one of those lanes away. And worst case scenario, he will take your jungle, which means that jungler like the Master Yi, played by Solo, will have to find somewhere else. And it is a butterfly effect. However, they are able to get a kill on the Mundo.
Yep. After quite a while, they will finally. I mean, Mundo, to be honest, in the early game,
Wait.
was not able to sustain in a way.
How did they kill the Mundo? Did they use the enchanted arrow? Because the Ashe was in the top lane and the Mundo died bot.
Well, it could be Malphite with the unstoppable charge.
Yeah, but how did the Ashe get the kill? Ashe got the credit.
Oh,
Could be
yeah,
could be the arrow.
Yeah, could be the arrow. Definitely the arrow. That was really, a really
Shockwave?
nice shockwave right there. But almost have to flash away.
Oh!
Oh, very nice death mark there by Ombo. But
That-
was not enough. But Solos is going to get the cleanup right there. Well played right there by Solos.
Yeah, yeah, close enough. Close to be a highlight reel in terms of outplay, but the damage was sufficient from the Orianna. However, Solos was there to get the counter kill. So 1-for-1 is a slight win. I would still say it's a slight win for the Orianna, the fact that she got to solo kill the Zed in the middle lane. However, Solo was able to kind of stem the bleeding a bit by getting that goal back into his pocket.
Yep, that's true. And you know, getting kills on the Master Yi is always a good investment, because Master Yi, you know, in the late game can be a really beast once you have that, once you have the static shift maybe and Blade of the Ruined King, or perhaps maybe a Phantom Dancer or an Infinity Edge. That could make Yi a beast. And a really nice dragon pickup right there by the Vi, getting it solo, and with the with the passive punch, I think it's a really good. I think Vi can pretty much solo everything at this point.
Yeah, I think Vi is one of those champions where in the jungle she might not be kind of the go-to, but she does have her strength. Really good at dueling, has a guaranteed lockdown with the assault and battery. Meanwhile, Solo's gonna show up in the top lane. Might be thinking of a dive.
Doubt
As
is the
his team
greatest
is.
enemy.
Really,
Yeah.
unfortunately, both Ezreal and Nami are sitting under the turret, so it's not really advisable for Solo to go for any tower attempt. And at the same time, Solo's walked on top of the Scuttle Crab, so he won't be able to make any maneuvers.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit risky if Daddy Solos and Agus would like to dive in, but there is a potential that they could get a kill here if Tryndamere goes in for the dive, and because with the but then it's already used his ultimate, and it's a little bit risky, I guess. It's a little bit risky. But if Tryndamere has his ultimate up and running, he could potentially get a double kill right there and survive as well together with this ultimate.
Oh yeah, and meanwhile Solo shows up, has the Alpha Strike, tries to go onto the Mundo, but the Mundo has the ultimate, so it's not really going to be an easy one. Solo's going to try regardless. They juggle the tower aggro, too easy for Jeff and Solo. With their combined effort, actually takes down the Mundo in the Baron lane, so well played from Team Resolve.
And that was a really nice juggle on the tower aggro actually. That was actually really nice. Like, Yi going for the Alpha Strike, and then, Malphite. But Malphite gets picked up by the Orianna, who was roaming there. And I believe Ombong went back, and a really nice crystal there right there by managed to disengage from the ganks. And I think this Vi will be trying to go in for the kill here, but he already popped out his ultimate, and I don't think that. So close right there, but I didn't think the Tryndamere will be able to pick up that kill right there.
Yeah, a good bubble from the Nami. Unfortunately, there's not going to be much kills anyways for either of these teams, and Daddy would really good for the Sterak's Gauge. Really has the Jaron Fist and the Giant's Belt available for purchase. Meanwhile, the Orianna goes on a killing spree, actually kills off Solo. So unfortunately, with this Master Yi going down, it slows down the tempo for Team Resolve, and it's gonna allow Syndicate to plan the next move.
Yep, that is true actually, Husky. And right now, Team Resolve need to really assess like what they are gonna do and who's their winning condition actually. Because I'm not seeing like Obong like stays in the mid lane that much. It gives that opportunity for Oriana to shove in the lane and then go for the roam for a bit, because Oriana knows that he can't exactly, solo kill on the Z just yet unless if he gets a chance to actually, like go in for the kill. But I don't know. At this point, I think it's a little bit difficult for Team Resolve to. If Team Resolve doesn't, get their head in the game, it might be difficult for them to actually, try and close out this fight.
You see, too easy for Jeps is just duking it out with the Mundo. And that's why. And Foxy comes in, goes for the Salt and Battery. Since running as well, the Unstoppable Force on top of both members. Too easy for Jeps, gonna get a kill. Tries to walk out alive, but he does get burnt down by the Ignite. However, again, another good move on Too Easy for Jeps, able to get the trade in a 2 versus 1 situation. I call that worth. But in the bottom lane, things might not have ended just yet, because Oriana walks in for a rampage, and now Solo is also going to show in the bottom lane, but Daddyhood being punished as well, as Solo does go down eventually to Sin. So overall is a loss for Team Resolve.
And there you go, Daddyhood just pop up his ultimate again, trying to go in for the kill, but now his ultimate is already back down, and Daddyhood might
The True Shock Barrage doesn't
connect at all, but with the auto attack did manage to connect and killed off Daddyhood right there. And I don't know, Trindamir's support, that is a little bit off, not advisable I would say, because and now and Name is just going ham right there, trying to go in for the kill right here. But Nami with Hail will be able to survive right there. And I think Agus can, recall in peace right here.
And Foxy actually tried to flash for the Vault Breaker, but didn't really get to cancel the recall, so lucky for Agus. But Zelf will be able to take down the mid-tier one finally, as the Baron will spawn in 5 seconds.
And I think Ombong really need to do something here. I think because right now I think Ombong has a really is really having a really hard time at the moment, because to be honest, he can't solo kill the Oriana just yet, because Oriana has so much utility with the shield and also with the shockwave as well, so that's gonna be really difficult for Ombong. But he can't get exactly a kill on Nami and also Ezreal as well, because how Ezreal can just essence shift out, or even Nami with the bubble, and a really nice engage right there. And Daddy will get picked up right here. Maybe he still have his ultimate up and running, but will get knocked down as well. Meanwhile, Solos is trying to get some kill. Oh, already got a double kill on the Ezreal as well, and a triple on the Vi. And meanwhile, trying to get the quadra, maybe? No. Probably not, because Oriana and Mundo is not there. And meanwhile, Mundo is just pushing down Sonic. And oh, there you go. Finish up the shockwave right there. Ombong will try and go for the kill here, but did not manage to take out that Oriana right there.
Yep, and the Oriana also forced out the flash from Agus Ren. And Zalv, with the fresh new blue buffs, gonna go dominating, and now it's gonna see Ombong again, and Ombong has gotta bolt out of that. Daddyhood comes in with a spinning slash, but unfortunately this Oriana is just way too strong for anyone of Team Resolve to deal with, and now the auto attack is also there. Daddyhood runs away as he gets chased down, but the rip buff will burn him to a crisp, and now Zalv is just gonna tank the tower a bit and casually does a drive-by with the command attack. That is gonna be a double for the Oriana, and the Syndicates are starting to roll over Team Resolve.
This Oriana is actually strong enough to tank even the Tryndamere. I have never seen such Oriana actually, and this is actually turning up really good. And I think if they can if they can actually play out, play out carefully, and having solos to actually, having solos to play around solos could potentially carry them here. There you go, a nice double kill by solos, picking up that Nami and also the Ezreal. And now solos really need to find it. And oh, there you go, Vi has already been wasted his, assault barrier right there, picking up a triple kill right there, and probably another kill maybe if solos would like to commit on this one.
Yeah,
probably not.
Oh, speaking about commitments, going after Sin Solo, looking for a quad, just dives in with the Alpha Strike, does get the Rampage, the unofficial quad, flashes to safety. letting this Ezreal walk away with his life. And we both know about the power of the Master Yi. I think you pointed out a couple of times is that Yi pops off. There is a chance that he can solo carry this game, and now it's all the Emperor has awakened.
Yeah, the Emperor has definitely has awakened. So now Team Resolve really need to play around this Master Yi for them to actually, at least have a chance to actually win the game. If all of the teammates can bait out Orianna Shockwave, Vi's Assault and Battery, and perhaps maybe Nami Tsunami, Solos could actually potentially be a beast right here.
The focused mind.
Yeah, and I think Solo, in this circumstance, he just need to have the Tryndamere and the Malphite go in, tank up everything, and then he will just come in when all the crowd control have been expended from the side of a Syndicate. As the Orianna was able to pick up Argus. The Solo is looking for the Ezreal, not able to get the kill as he didn't really time his Alpha Strike with the Ashen Shift, but it's fine. I
mean, a flash was burned.
The flash was burned.
That was worth it. So if Resolve could play this out properly, they still have a chance to actually win the game. Oh, Among met the Undo here, probably in trouble here. Solos will be able to take down that Cloud Dragon, which is very good for him, for his Highlander, to keep it up and running. Probably gonna go for the mid lane tier here, perhaps, maybe, if they could actually play this out right.
Yeah, I think, okay, so let's just look at the Cloud Drake, but at the same time, Syndicate was able to claim the Baron. So this would give Syndicate a slight advantage, because when you have the Baron buff, the lanes are most likely going to constantly push into the enemy. So it's going to be slightly harder for Team Resolve to exert map presence unless they get another good fight. And it all lies within the hands of Solo once more.
Yep, and I definitely believe that Solos can actually try it, but like I mentioned just now, the team just need to bait out most of the team's ultimate, remove the CC, bait out all the ultimates from the from Syndicate that actually has the potential to lock down Solos, and Solos could actually potentially carry this game.
Yeah, and this Master, you kind of have to play like an assassin at this point. You have to come in after everything has been expanded. Solo's going to just immediately meditate as Syndicate is going to push both lanes at once, both bot lane and middle lane. The middle inhibitor is going to go down as Ombong doesn't really care too much. He's going to go for the objective first, but he might need to go for a recall soon, because Syndicate, they're looking at the end game, and Team Resolve, they need all hands on deck. A great unstoppable force onto 3, but where's Solo? You gotta keep your eyes on this Master Yi. Solo still alive, but he's not able to cut through all the members of Syndicate, as Syndicate finally broke through the barricade of Team Resolve. They will break the Nexus and deliver the 4th consecutive loss to Team Resolve.
Oh, that was really bad in my opinion. Like when Ombong decided to go for that split push here, it was a really late recall, I would say. But overall, it's a good game by Syndicate. Finally walking away, going home with that extra 1,000 ringgit richer.
Well, I gotta say, the fans really bagging most of the prize right now. 4,000 ringgit has been won. Have you guys signed up already? Because this time, it seems like the fans are really stepping up a notch to be able to get all the cash prizes. Team Resolve so far not really finding those not really getting all too much of those sort of results that they wanted. Solos, he did all he can, but yeah, as much as he got those unofficial quotas and a couple of all these sort of rampages along the way, it wasn't gonna be enough for them at the very least. But yeah, really going back to this, now we only got one last match left available for the side of Team Resolve to really make a little bit of a redemption comeback. But for Team Syndicate, really good stuff, especially on that Orianna. You saw that Orianna coming in with the Shockwave and just keeping the ball rolling in towards the enemy lines, and she managed to get quite a number of staggering kills on top.
That's true, and the Orianna was pretty strong at that point. Like, you know, no matter, I mean, to be honest, even though Solo was trying really hard just now, trying to carry out the game, but it didn't. You know, it's
Yeah.
a team game.
There's only so much that you can do, right?
Yeah. I mean, even if you're a Master Yi, there's a limit that what you can do to actually, you know, try and like carry a game.
Yeah, and man, you can. It's commendable. It's a commendable effort from Solos, right? He's really giving it 100%. Not to say that the rest of Team Resolve isn't doing the same, but you can see the magnitude of a contribution, right? I think Solos, because he does have a bit of that prior experience, and I think his understanding of Wild Rift is a bit more proficient, so he's able to kind of play around the advantage and disadvantages in every single game. However, at the end of the day, it's all those minute decisions from Team Resolve that resulted in the defeat, like late recalls, uncoordinated fights. Props to Syndicate for being able to pull that off. That one final push, Baron Nashor was all they needed, and they were not worried about Solos getting an unofficial quad because they know that compared to one man from the side of Team Resolve, Syndicate has the entire team to work with.
Yep, that is correct.
Yep, that's right. And speaking of which, we do have the scoreboards ready as we will further talk about this match itself. So let's check out the scores between Syndicate versus Resolve.
And there you go. We have Solos once again with the SVP for Team Resolve. Are we able going to see perhaps maybe an MVP maybe? We'll see on the next game. Meanwhile, Oriana on Team Syndicate selves was able to secure that MVP. And he was a really strong Oriana. Did you see how he just walks up to the tower, just do a little bit of driver and picking up that kill on Ombong? That was actually, that's what I like to call walking. Let's just say Lakat Maratag.
Oh, okay. I really like the memes coming in already. But hey, from the side of Daddy Hood, this is a very, very bold statement to put out. Like, you know, putting Tryndamere on towards the Dragon Lane is not really proficient per se, but hey, he did get a good number of assists coming alongside. Agus actually did decently well on the Ashe itself, just that they didn't really seem to figure out how exactly to juggle this team fight, because if you look at the screwy mechanism that they have over on towards Syndicate, it's layers and layers of crowd control.
Yeah, and I think the way that for Team Resolve to deal with Syndicate is, again, you need the frontliners to go in, right? It is all about Too Easy for Jabs and Daddyhood just throwing their bodies at Syndicate, and have Solos and Ombong do the backline work. Just go in and go for the assassination. Problem is that they had a huge deficit that they need to cover, and all of their eggs are in the Solos basket. So at the end of the day, if Solo goes down, the whole ship sinks.
That's right, and we'll be looking at extra stats here. Some damage is being done, but Solos, ooh, a massive 24k, while Zelv, I think this might just be one of the highest damage that we're seeing.
This is definitely
I
the
think this
highest,
is like
actually.
third highest, right? The first highest was, I believe, by Ying on the Z, it's like almost 29k. Then the second highest is by Zalf, like 28, and then followed by Solos. But yeah, this is the highest damage ever dealt by a team, by any member of Team Resolve up to this point.
Yep, that is right. And if you can see how much the damage that Oriana is tanking, to be honest, it's pretty close towards the same amount of damage taken by the Mundo, because you know Mundo is a tank, so you need to soak up a lot of damage. But Oriana has the same amount of damage taken as well with the very last skill because of her shield.
Yeah, and it seems like Daddy Hood is the pseudo tank here with 19k being absorbed as the Tryndamere, because you got the Undying Rage. And we're going to be looking at the gold graph as well to really see was there any point of time that they were holding a tempo. And it seems like from 2 minutes mark to 7 minutes, things were actually going well for them.
Yeah, that was where I believe Too Easy for Jabs and Solos were getting those kills, and there's a lot of dives in the bottom lane by the Vi and Mundo. The combined effort to constantly trying to shut down this Malphite, and Jabs always gets one in return despite going down. So that is kind of where the advantage, or at least the goal graph, was skewed towards Team Resolve. However, after that, it was just a downhill slide. You can see a bit of a curve back when Solos got his pop-off moments on the Master Yi, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
That's
he.
right. And
Yeah.
speaking of which, of course, we still have one more match to be on board, as Syndicate has already snatched up 1,000 ringgit. So, congratulations, Syndicate. You guys definitely got yourself a little bit richer, while Resolve is still trying to actually get themselves ready for what's to come during the tournaments that will be happening tomorrow as well as the day after. Remember this, guys, there's still going to be your favorite content creators that will be joining in for tomorrow, and we'll be seeing some of the fine names to be popping off. That will be a total of 70,000 ringgit up for grabs out there, and you guys do not want to miss out. So with that, we're going to be having another team for our very final game for the evening, and I like their name. It's called For Fun Gamers. So they're going to be a little bit more laid back and chill, so maybe this time it's time for Team Resolve to really strike it when the opportunity comes.
Hopefully so. Like these kind of games, these kind of names, they want to make you feel that way. They want to make you feel like they're here to lay back. It's kind of like Clown Fiesta. You feel relaxed.
Yeah,
you feel
you feel
happy
chill.
and giddy and jolly. And they come in and they just give you a beat down. But again, I want to see Team Resolve at least bag this game, or at the very least, even if they don't make it out with a victory, make it hard for the enemy team, for the challenges, right? Because so
That's
far,
true.
Team Resolve, in their record, they have yet to have a single win. So this is their final chance to make a statement for themselves.
That is true. And like you said, we actually want to see, like, perhaps maybe Team Resolve, perhaps maybe, be a little bit more, putting up a fight. But, because we came into this show match, and, thinking that, we have a very high expectation that these guys are probably going to have, like, probably maybe around 3 wins and 2 losses. But so far, they have been losing all 4 games consecutively. Perhaps maybe this could be their last chance to see if they are able, perhaps to pull off a normal Wild Rift games. But we'll see how it goes.
Exactly, and of course we're going to be seeing what's going to be happening in game number 5 here, and we've already seen some spectacular plays coming in from Solos and Co. So it's time for us to hit in towards this very final draft that we have for the evening, ladies and gentlemen, between the fans coming in from the Underground Challenge. And now Solos will be opening the first pick with a Graves. Whoa, this is an entire new pickup.
Yeah, I would say, Solos has demonstrated his absolute flexibility. He went from a Kali to a Master Yi to Lee Sin, Graves, and
now to a Graves.
yeah, and what was yeah, and Yasuo, right?
Yasuo,
like
sorry,
5
and
unique
Yasuo.
picks across 5 different games. And then I would say, if you look at the overall stats between the creators and the Underground fans, and so far the fans are winning out 7-2. Because the creators only won 2 games, 2 matches, and it was from team
That's true.
domination.
Yep, that is true. We've seen, like, all these kind of players actually putting up a really good fight, especially some of the teams that are actually trying to make a name for themselves, like or teams that actually already made a name for themselves, like Dragons and even like Syndicate just now. They actually look really solid. And perhaps maybe we'll see these players in the future in the pro scene. Perhaps maybe.
And I definitely would love to see more of these people. I think there's a lot of potential for them, and now it's just gonna be looking at the final pick. What will Argus go for? It's gonna be the Ezreal. So a bit of a switch up for the Team Resolve draft. However, we will have to wait for the 4 Fun Gamers, what kind of AD marksman or ADC that they will pull out of the bag. Unfortunately, I don't think we will see any Dravens today. I'm slightly bummed out about it. I was hoping we would see Draven.
And
but
not even
yeah, no Draven. No Draven. Twist. No. Oh, I don't. Never mind. I take it back. We are going to see Draven.
Oh, finally we see.
Yeah, they're
Draven.
listening.
I'm actually surprised.
Yes, we get to see Draven.
They're definitely listening to you, Husky.
Yes.
And I was hoping for more, a Freljordian bot lane, Freljordian dragon lane over on the side of 4 Fun Gamers. But we're definitely gonna see a Draven instead. And your wish has come true, Aski.
Yes, my wish has come true because, you know, if you look at matchup and a hit-to-hit, Draven demolishes Ezreal early on. There's nothing that Ezreal can do, and if Draven gets the ball rolling, he just runs over the Prodigal Explorer. So I definitely like the Draven pick for the For Fun gamers, and now it's all up to how they play out that early game. And if you're Team Resolve, you have to always remember that Draven is all about snowballing, hitting that power spike way earlier than anyone else. And if they let Draven do that, then they are in for a world of pain.
That is
That's
true.
right, and this is going to be the final match for the Underground Fans Challenge for our Creator Collision Wild Rift Edition for Team Resolve. Of course, give them all your energy as they definitely need it for this very final push to be able to secure a victory on towards the fan side. But For Fun gamers, definitely not going to be giving any sort of easy time for them. Now, let's check out what we have here for our final match, as Team Resolve will once again perform. And on the desk, it's Flicker and Husky.
Thank you so much, Contra. And to be honest, I'm really excited. Oh my, oh dear lord, that solo's getting given the first blood to the.
Look at he just instantly respawns, and Solo is like, well, that's a start. What a way to start the last game.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. To be honest, you gotta admit that was pretty cheeky for FMG because, you know, come on, man, it's the last game. Play it chill, man.
Oh my god. No, I think these fans when they visit the stream of their favorite content creator, they're all friendly and chatty and supportive. In game, these guys are merciless. They just go straight for the king.
They went straight for the Maharaja, man. Like Solo was there just to ward the mid push, and you guys jumped on him. Oh dear God.
Oh man, that definitely caught him by surprise. Like he just instantly respawned. That's how short the death timer is.
And you can see from the reaction just now, he was just laughing it off. Oh, and we have Ombong burn the flash and got the kill. I mean, got killed as well by the Olaf. The Olaf just runs it down like a true Viking he is.
You know, I hate to say this, but after seeing who's on the For Fun gamer side, I definitely can tell you that they are not here just for fun. These people mean business.
Yeah, exactly.
This is again, you know,
stomping these guys.
They want to make you feel safe, but I don't think if you are here to make people feel safe, you would gang up on solos at the
Exactly.
brush. You know, like you put two and two together. You know.
Yeah, you guys are putting in too much effort just to kill a single solos, man. Come on, man. Give solos some love, man. But overall, so far, everything is looking pretty good at the moment. But on the bottom, looking at the dragon lane, the Draven and also the Braum is, you know, it's putting up a lot of pressure for Agus and also Daddy, I believe. Was it Daddy who's on the blitz?
Yeah, I'm surprised that not surprised, but thankfully, Agus Rain and Daddy Hood has been able to kind of survive the early phase, at least for now, right? You are not giving the Draven too much of a lead, and thankfully the first blood didn't go over to the Draven, so he couldn't cash in on the adoration. Not that it's gonna be a lot anyways, but you get the idea, right? Draven getting the first blood go is gonna make a lot of difference, and RH, almost letting that shuriken flip, so too easy for just dodging a shuriken right there, but with this huge wave crashing in, too easy for Jabs has to be really careful, as this top lane is also going to be dominated as well. We have this Olaf against the Zed. Olaf has a full level advantage over Ombong. Things are just going particularly well for the For Fun gamers.
Yeah, it's going really well, and like you said, they are very merciless for these guys. I mean,
For fun, huh?
yeah, definitely for fun apparently. And ooh, misses that rocket grab just by a bit. And they are playing it really aggressively. And to be honest, they oh.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a cash in for Wild Rabbit. Just adoration, you know.
I just realized it's actually Wild Rabbit.
Yeah, it is Wild Rabbit.
That is one of the. Well, that is actually one of. Oh, a really nice stun right there by Too Easy for Jeb, but was not able to pick up a kill on that Lee Sin. And now with Akali moving in and with the perfect and with the very nice and really nice stun right there, was able to pick up the kill as well.
Oh man, Too Easy for Jebs. That is 1,000 points for killing an ex-pro player.
Yeah, and
I like that.
Yeah, and to be honest, I just realized that Wild Rabbit is actually well, personally, I know that guy because that guy is planning to go pro because he was searching for a team, and this could be probably his team. I am actually quite surprised.
Yeah, this is where both content creators and the fans kind of make a statement, right? This is where you put each other to the test and see where you end up on the spectrum. So despite how Forefront Gamers have a dominant start, you can say that Team Resolve, they can breathe a sigh of relief at least for now, because it did seem closer than you expected, right? You didn't expect Too Easy for Just to get that kill onto RH, but Daddyhood is going to get gone on, and suddenly the Lee Sin just shows out of nowhere, and Daddyhood just dies.
And plus, with the very lucky concussive blow immediately after the flash, just kills it. That was a really nice concussive blow, to be honest.
Yeah,
And because the when Braum was able to apply that Winter's Bite towards Daddy, and the Lee Sin just got applied, just immediately stuns it after the jump was just amazing.
Yeah, and Forefront Gamers, they will secure the Inferno Drake, and thankfully for Ombong, he was able to catch up in terms of levels, so he's now same as the Olaf. But meanwhile, RH shows up and just takes out Solo, and Ombong's gonna challenge RH, does land the Shuriken toss, flashes forward, the Denmark pops, the accumulated damage is not enough. 2Q will be there to protect her buddy as they beat down Too Easy for Jabs. There's no mercy at all. Forefront Gamers just continuing to push this lead.
Yeah, they are just constantly pressuring Team Resolve to just go back to it. Oh, so close, but Draven was able to go pick up that kill, and I believe Agus right now is in trouble with the concussive blow already stacked, and now Lee Sin will be on a rampage here. We'll be able to pick up the rampage on Agus, and what's the score right now? 2-10 perhaps, maybe?
Yeah, you know, like when we talk about show match with your favorite content creators, it is going to be fun in games until you put a reward on the line. Now suddenly everyone is just out here to slaughter their favorite idols.
Exactly.
Solos has to be really careful. Just quick draw away. I don't think Wild Rabbit has the whirling deaths, so Solos can be. And rest assured that he will be safe for now. And yeah, 2-10. So both kills, I believe. One, I know that Too Easy for Jabs got one.
Yeah, Too Easy for Jabs definitely got one, and I believe one is for Solos, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. 2Q for you, getting ready, gonna reckless swing, does have the Ragnar, just pops it, takes the undertow, but Ombong will be able to escape with the Living Shadows.
Yeah, because Ombong need to leave right now because he saw that Akali came in just now. Oh, with a very nice Shuriken flick with the perfect execution as well. And Deathmark already and finally got the kill, and Ombong survived right there. A very nice play right there by Ombong. Well played.
Oh my goodness, RH. And I thought he had that in the bag, apparently not. So RH getting outplayed once more, but Wild Rabbit is going to make up for it with a double kill in the bottom lane. He goes on a rampage, as the Lee Ji-yoon is unstoppable, and he's gonna try and get revenge. Just goes in with the Resonating Strike with the Dragon's Ray, goes out with the Safeguard. Done in perfect fashion, but he does give his life over to Team Resolve as well.
Yeah, these guys are definitely not fun.
It's fun for them.
It's fun for them.
Yeah, it's definitely fun for them.
They are just, like, they're just steamrolling Team Resolve right now, and I don't know, man, Team Resolve really need to, for me, at this point, Team Resolve really need to rethink like what they need to do, and they still have a chance to actually win this game, even though they lost a couple of towers, but yeah, there's still a chance that Team Resolve is gonna be able to win this.
Do you know the jump scare that you get when the Lee Sin suddenly shows up out of nowhere with a Safeguard? Like when we first go into open beta, people find out that Lee Sin Safeguard can target empty ground, and suddenly just an absolute collapse in the middle lane. There's already 2 down. They even kill off the teddy bear. No survivors left alive, and Too Easy for Jabs also evaporates in the blink of an eye. Suddenly a Team Resolve, they get picked apart, and Forefront Gamers, then 2Q for you just gonna stand her ground, dives the tier 3, not really advised, and Solo is gonna make her pay for that.
Yeah, finally, I mean, I know they are playing it for fun, but you could have play a little bit more cleaner, I guess.
You know, diving high ground is how you lose games.
Exactly. Yeah, like you don't dive at tier 3 turrets when tier 2 is still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
It's
overall,
equivalent to, you know, like you're about to end the game and everyone just starts diving the fountain.
yeah, exactly. You don't do that, man. Like you
don't do
always hit the nexus no matter what.
That's a
Whoever
report.
dies, yeah.
That's a report for the Olaf.
But overall, so far, Team Resolve is doing pretty okay. Solos is getting kills here and there a little bit. And if they could play a little bit around Solos, he could potentially... Oh, a little bit miss on the rocket grab right there. But, yeah, the second cast of the perfect execution finally be able to kill Solos right there. And RH.
Yep, does go down. Bong actually gets the kill again when... Well, an Angry Viking just walks in with the Ragnarok and gets the kill. And too easy for Jabs. I don't think you want to challenge her. Definitely, you know, as too easy for Jabs goes down, Tibbers also expires, and a fast emote, you know, to commemorate the kill. And again, you know, the safeguard when you target empty ground, just so clean with the whirling death flying through Wild Rabbit, godlike. And
did you see how fast that move was?
yeah, slick.
That was. Faker level, maybe?
Faker, yeah, close enough. You know, like he might be the blind monk, but he has acute senses.
Oh, that was a really nice play right there. But you know that Harold finally able to ram onto the tier 3 turrets, will be able to. Oh, a nice hook right there on Wild Rabbit.
Got him. They got him.
They got him.
They got him. That's a shutdown. That's a godlike streak as well.
Come on, you did. I mean, we all know the silent rule of League. You never stay in a brush unless you have a ward denial.
Yeah, you know, this is a huge fight as 2Q4 gets one. Too easy for Jabs who were able to get that kill in return, but RH shows up and kills out too easy for Jabs. Now I'm going to go on Daddyhood. Daddyhood will be able to survive, at least duck behind the minions, and the rocket grab actually lands onto Timeless Wings, but it's going to throw up the Unbreakable and just blocks every single instance of damage.
And to be honest, at this point, I feel like this is a game of trading kills. You know, at first it was like this one guy kill, and then the other enemy team now got the kill on that guy who killed just now, and it was just a back and forth process until either the Akali shows up or just Olaf in general.
Oh yeah.
But so far, everything here is Team Resolve is still, trying to hold on in this game. They still might have a chance to win here, but Daddy got caught a little bit slow right there. And finally, Agus got one shot as well. Glacier Fisher is out from the Braum, and Ombong is currently have a little bit of skirmishes as well on the bot side as well, together with Olaf.
Did he lose all his health to the minions? I know Solos got killed. Too easy for Jabs also went down as Ombong will finally decide to go for the recall, but with how things are, they're definitely gonna lose that Baron lane tier 2, and Forefront Gamers, they can set their eyes on Baron.
Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity for them to go Baron right now because Solos is respawning in about 5 seconds, and since every single lane are currently pushing in towards Team Resolve, so this is a very quite handful play by them. Oh, a very nice Dragon Rage right there, knocking out Agus Rain, who just spawned in and got taken out instantly. And Ombong will try and kill the Braum right here, but did not deal that significant damage to instantly kill. And RH will be able to get picked up on Daddy here. And meanwhile, 2 of Team Resolve has already got taken out, and that's technically 2 for nothing.
Yeah, they dropped a huge Tibbers, I believe, onto 3 members of Forefront Gamers, but there was no follow-up. The rocket grab from Daddy actually missed on the Lee Sin. Like, if that landed prop, they might have a better chance, but the Lee Sin would still be able to safeguard out regardless. Speaking about that, Solos actually pops the GA of the Draven, but there's no way that he could have went in for a second attempt. The Draven would just eat him alive, Solos would have to back off. But at least it is something for Team Resolve that allows them to hold on to this game for a bit longer.
Yep, I mean, to be honest, with Draven spinning Axe and together with his Blood Rush, that could possibly mean death to Solos if Solo decided to take the fight just now. But Solos realized that it was a really bad fight, so that's why he decided to back it off for a bit. And now we can see that Team Resolve is actually grouping mid and trying to push out all the lanes that's already been pushed. Oh,
Death Mark there is the Dragon's Rage, leaving Shadow to get away as this Lee Sin is now cornered by the entirety of Team Resolve. His G8 is definitely going to pop, but at the same time, Timeless when he comes in as RH also joins in the back line as the Wild Rabbit gets a kill onto Daddy, who now Solos wants to run away, has a quick draw. RH is unstoppable. Solos drops the smoke screen to create a bit of distance, but everyone is there, and the undertow will be Solos' demise. They just run him down like a truck. There's 2 down for Team Resolve. There's 3 down for Team Resolve, and it's definitely going to be barren for Fun Gamers. 8 kills to 32. This is a massacre for Fun Gamers.
Yeah, exactly. And they, well, now we all know that, you know, For Fun Gamers is actually, you know,
Oh my goodness.
they are merciless actually. They are very merciless.
Yeah, and the Olaf just ran down the Ezreal right in front of his inhibitor turret.
And there you go. And now with the, you know, with the Baron finally, you know, came in for Team For Fun Gamers, and now they are planning to just, you know, take a chill pill for a bit, and before deciding to, you know, just roll it down mid and just trying to close out the game as soon as they can. Sorry.
I like how they're taking their time. This is agony. This is torture for Team Resolve. Like, if you're in a game like this, you know, ideally in a pub game you would start the FF, but you know, for Fun Gamers, they are taking their time. But perhaps this is the be all end all, right? Baron Nashor always signals the end game. Teleport is gonna be channeled as well, and look at this Olaf. They just run straight down the lane.
Pops the Ragnarok, goes in like a madman, and just straight up killing 2 people, picking up Daddy and also to Jab.
Yeah, and Ombong's trying his best to get something in return. RH burning down to the Ignite. There's 1 down, but they do have the Dragon's Rage to push Solo back to his own fountain. The Nexus is under attack, down to 70% health, but it's not the end just yet. There's still a chance for Team Resolve to defend this, but they gotta make something quick, as 2Q4U is going to give her life away. As you know, again, you just don't dive.
Just don't dive.
Just don't dive.
Ever.
Team Resolve able to hold on to the base for a bit longer, despite the amount of aggression from For Fun Gamers.
Yeah, this is definitely torture by the Fun Gamers, because to be honest, when Wild Rabbit could have just like stick with the team and just, you know, like push it down mid, but they decided, you know, that it's not exactly, but he decided to back it up for a bit and decided to go push on towards the Baron lane, and Whirlwind Death came in but did not deal enough damage. But you know, and now the Baron lane, the Baron lane turret, inhibitor turret, has already been lost, and also now on the way towards demolish is the Dragon lane inhibitor turret.
May I just say that for Wild Rift at least, the Baron Power minions, they actually hurt. Like, they really hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to be really careful tanking up all those empowered minions. 10 kills to 36, all the inhibitor turrets have been taken down. You know, like, I like how every other team just wants to win, and then you have 4 Fun Gamers who are not here to you know, make it easy. They're not here to make it easy.
They say we're having fun, but we're gonna put up a fight. And here you go, Glacier Vision just popped out. Agus Rain trying to stay in the back line, had to arcade and flashed away and goes into the fountain.
Nexus down.
And there you go, Nexus is out. And there you go, Team Resolve. Well, it's
the
a loss.
Resolve has officially been shattered.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and that was all the matches that have been concluded here. Congratulations to all the Underground Flan Challenge participants. You guys have won a total of a staggering 5,000 ringgit away from Team Resolve. Man, I guess Team Resolve feeling very generous. They just really want to give back to everybody out there. Everybody had a good time, and of course, another whopping performance coming out from yet another team. For Fun Gamers really showing up this time around, and hey, we got players who were XKLH and also some randoms as well that joined in the fun. So it's a little bit of mixed bag, who I felt this is definitely something that is a little bit different as compared to the usual that we do see. But tomorrow we're going to be having our tournament run starting for Team Resolve, Team Domination. Members out there who will be representing different teams as they will be fighting against some of the top creators from Facebook. So with that being said, of course, we'll be talking through about For Fun Gamers here, their massive win I really like that composition as well. This is the very first Olaf solo lane, if I'm not mistaken, coming for those RB fight against Team Resolve.
Yeah, and that really shows how strong of a laner Olaf is, right? He's one of the best 1v1 potential. The longer you fight him, the stronger he becomes. He ignores crowd control. He has insane amount of damage and low cooldown, and he's tanky, right? So it really makes him a laning terror to go up against. And of course, there's also Draven. The entire lineup of For Fun Gamers is about snowballing. You have the Akali, the Olaf, and the Draven to add on top of that. And I think one fascinating thing about this Underground Fan Challenge, it really demonstrated to us how you can unite players from different genres and different platforms together, and how the crossover of all these players and how good they can perform on Wild Rift is a, I would say, a magnificent sight to behold.
Yep, that is correct. And to be honest, the performance shown by the second half from the players as well, like you get like what Team Syndicate, For Fun Gamers, these guys are actually not showing any mercy at all. Like they are just stomping through their creators. I mean, of course, with their creators having fun as well, and with walking away with 1,000 ringgit each. So I think it's a really good way for them to showcase their skills, and for them to show like what high level plays can do to the game.
Well, I gotta say that when you actually pit all these fans fighting against their idols as well as all these creators, it's definitely a occasion that you want to go back home and say, hey, I've just beaten solos or all these sort of guys in this show match out there with the fans. So at the very least, they feel happy about this win. That's why they're giving 110% towards all these sort of matches out there, and it's nothing wrong with that, to be honest. And Team Resolve is just having a lot of fun. You can see every single match they were trying different sort of champions, and some of them work, some of them needs a little bit of polishing at the very least to be able to work even better for tomorrow's tournament to come. So today, it's just a little bit of a flavor for, what's to come for tomorrow. And remember this, we'll be broadcasting this all live from AGG Network's Facebook page as well as on TV itself. So remember to tune in tomorrow afternoon because we will definitely have a lot of all those sort of matches coming your way. But before we, of course, wrap things up, we gotta have a look in towards the score lines for this particular match between For Fun Gamers as well as Team Resolve. And later we'll be also chatting with some of our favorite creators here. So, of course, Husky as well as Flicker, what do you guys think about this?
It just reminds me of those situations where, when we talk about how the public fans really give it their all to take down their idols for a bit of that bragging, right? It's kind of the same thing as in when you're back in school, right? You can't really, quote unquote disrespect or like beat your tutors, right? But when you face up against them in like a sports event, you wanna really lay it hard and let them know you're actually that good in what you do. And this is kind of the same scenario, right? Normally you would be all friendly with your idols, but whenever they get a chance, this is the beatdown that they're gonna give. So I would say that the fan base is both very hospitable and merciless at the same time. But overall, I enjoy all the matches that I saw.
That is true, because to be honest, like even though like this like I mentioned, like me and you guys mentioned a couple of times, these guys are actually just they are showing what high level plays can do. So this is where this is the perfect platform for them not to only win some cash, but at the same time playing with their favorite streamers and showcasing what they have, what their skills can do.
Exactly, and of course, now that we're looking at all these sort of the stats here, it's some amazing work coming in from team effort, coming from the side of For Fun Gamers, because you can't exactly say it was one man that really stole it all for the side of For Fun Gamers at the very least. They made it work, especially with those cheese strats. So they started off here, they ran straight in towards the enemy side of the jungle, which does happen from game to game from time to time. And of course, some of the players got caught out from the side of Team Resolve, and that's where it was the start of a little bit of hiccups out there, but we're going to be looking at even more of these sort of scores, such as damage as well as the gold graph, to elaborate further on this. So I do believe that, they definitely have a little bit of a pat on the back for the side of Team Resolve because, hey, they really went through with the full 5 run out there, showing all sorts of things that they can actually pull up on the days of the tournament.
Yeah, and this is just sportsmanship at its best, right? Regardless of whether you win or you lose, as long as you have fun and enjoy, and you're willing to try things out, I would say this is at the end of the day still a win in their books. And of course, this is just the ragtag team of the top star receivers that is selected by all their fans through support, right? So this is not going to be a proper team when we go into the actual tournament. So perhaps we will see a bit, even more flair when these content creators play in their own respective teams.
That's true. That's true. And looking at the board, looking at on your screen right now, we can see like the damage, the damage that they deal and the damage that they're taken. As you guys can see, solos with the quite a high number of damage taken right there, but was able to dish out a couple of damage right there. And like the Akali as well, this game, I don't know. I gotta say this is a little bit one-sided, to be honest. Like 10 kills to 38. That's a little bit too high, isn't it?
Perhaps so. Definitely a little bit of a difference in that. So let's have a look into the gold graph, shall we, to see was there any sort of point that they were actually having a little bit lead. Turns out that for Fun Gamers, they were just really raking every single penny out of this match as possible, and hence that's why they walk away with $2,000. Well, can't say dollars, it's all in ringgit.
I mean, what can I say? You look at this graph, you're like, yeah, I think the game is over.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a domination. This is pure domination.
Yeah, pure domination by For Fun Gamers just now. The way how they played it out, like how they were able to play around Draven, capitalizing on the mistakes that Team Resolve made, and just steamrolling through the game, and was able to secure Baron at like what on the 8 or 9 minute or 10 minute mark. Sorry.
Exactly, and of course we'll definitely have a little bit of a chat with Team Resolve as they will be joining us for an interview. So we're going to be talking to all of our favorite creators of Facebook, and definitely would love to welcome them on board. They've gone through some quite challenging bouts. Let's see what they have to say. Hello, guys.
Hi,
Hello,
Team
guys.
Resolve.
Hello guys, what's up bro? What's up bro?
All right.
Now,
Last 5 games, of course, was quite challenging. Memang agak mencabar sekali lah. So, daripada experience tersebut, ada tak belajar apa-apa pasal Warrior and meta-meta tersebut?
Ada Jeb ada banyak belajar. So Jeb boleh ceritakan Jeb? Okey, bagi saya berceritakan dulu Okey, dari pengalaman saya gameplay tadi, game 1, masuk 2, masuk 3 dan 4 dan 5, kita belajar daripada kesilapan kita. Kita menunjukkan di sini kita nampak kelebihan yang ada pada pihak lawan adalah sangat-sangat hebat membandingkan dengan kita. Tapi kita sudah habis baik. Tapi kita dah gunakan strategi kita 4-3-8-2, 4-8-9 skor. Tapi tak perlu juga menembusi pihak lawan punya enemy. Sangat-sangat kuat. Okey, Dedi pula.
Game pertama saya nampak macam boleh. Okay. Masuk game kedua sampai game kelima, saya tak tahu apa yang saya main.
Memang semua tim memang keras lah.
Tapi tak apa lagi.
Ada orang kuat lah.
Kita pun first time, macam saya pun unranked, and this first time yang kita start. Nama hero pun saya baru kenal satu je. Amulet apa nama hero tu? Amumu.
level mana dia?
Ingat apa tu. So saya rasa yang banyak pengalaman dalam game ni Agustian lah. Mungkin Agustian.
Okey, Agus.
So pengalaman game saya sebenarnya dah banyak tau, tapi tiba-tiba masuk dekat game kali ni rasa betul-betul susah, tak tahu kenapa. Mungkin korang dah study kita punya gameplay kot.
Rasanya memang diorang dah study kau-kau lah dari
betul,
semalam
study lah dari semalam
sampai masuk hari ni. Wah, memang perform padu lah. So
itu dah.
One thing I want to ask Agus Rans, so you also play banyak game genre yang lain. Saya pun rasa performance you pun padu lah daripada game Battle Royale biasanya. dah masuk Warif, dah boleh shot, and I think you guys are playing very well. So I think I'll give you guys heads up for that. And one more question for Solos. Solos memang tiap-tiap game pun tukar-tukar role, tapi memang KDA memang baik lah. So any tips untuk macam belajar setiap champion dalam Warif ni?
Saya tak tahu tapi saya ada satu mission. So mission saya Captain Jet dah bagi tahu siap-siap. Dia just kata so dalam team ni kau soldier. So apa-apa jadi kat kita orang kau kena lawa. Sebab tu KD saya tinggi sebab saya macam team saya FK kejap ke apa ke Jet suruh saya lawan je. Sampai dia game.
Tadi memang nampak lah waktu Solos main Master Yi kan, wah, hampir dapat quadra kill kat sana. So memang mantap sekali lah Team Resolve. So of course for you guys were also facing against some random pro player yang tiba-tiba join juga. That's why memang rasa keras sikit lah. So don't worry, I think that tomorrow korang akan main dengan creator-creator yang lain. So ada rasa apa-apa taktik tak yang boleh guna untuk esok?
Omong cakap nak cakap share tips kan Omong.
Okey, saya rasa tim kita orang akan pakai 4484 Nyongtong style lah.
Siapa timu?
Di mana dengar ya suaraku?
Dengar.
Kami akan guna 5 mid tadi, 5 mid. Ingatkan 5 mid tadi.
Boleh
Kita
boleh cuba lah.
Tiba-tiba 5 mid, bos. Kan game terakhir tadi.
Alright boss, so esok kita akan lihat meta 5 mid dan Hong Kong style lah yang akan tiba dekat Wild Rift nanti. So of course, sebelum kita akhirkan sesi interview ini, ada apa-apa yang ingin Team Resolve sampaikan kepada para audience yang tengah menonton daripada live stream each?
Okay, tangan saya guys, thank you sebab support. Sorry sebab tak berapa cun sangat main sebab ni kita orang punya first time. Untuk saya lah, saya first time. Maybe esok kita dah start dengan gameplay yang agak menarik sikit lah. Sebab dari pun kita pun unpredictable. Ya. Jumpa yang keras-keras bos. Jumpa tournament player.
Okay, of course, props to you Daddy, you actually did pretty well for a first timer against all the experienced Wild Rift players out there. So of course, big salute to you guys. Anyone would like to actually share a word before we end the session here with the interview?
Solos.
Jeb's our captain. Ini last word Jeb.
Yes.
Apa cakap apa tadi? Cakap apa?
Kata terakhir.
Okey, terima kasih boleh terima kasih
Boleh terima kasih.
Saya terima.
Okey, terima kasih kepada kawan-kawan yang sentiasa menyokong kita orang. Tadi pun kita tak expect kita punya gameplay dapat terobos oleh wakil-wakil tim yang pro player daripada luar sana. Tapi tak apalah, insya-Allah nanti untuk besok nanti kita cuba buat habis baik lah.
Alright, thank you guys so much Team Resolve, you guys did your best, and of course we wish you guys all the best of luck for tomorrow's tournament in the Creators Collision Wild Rift. Alright, take care guys.
Alright, thank you, bye.
And that was Team Resolve that have went through a grueling 5 matches out there. No luck for them for today, but tomorrow hopefully we'll be seeing much better performances for their tournament run against some of the top Facebook creators. So the tournament will only be starting for tomorrow, so make sure you guys hit a like as well as follow button on the Facebook page of EGG Network to know all the survey schedules as well as the standings. And speaking of the standings, we'll check out the entirety of this survey brackets right here for you, those of you guys who might have missed out some of the matches for today.
Yep, and I think, just to wrap things up, right? It's kind of crazy how we went through 10 matches, in a span of a couple of hours. But just a quick run back. Team Domination played the first 5 matches. They won 2 of them and they lost the other 3. Whereas Team Resolve, they played all 5 matches, but unfortunately they were not able to get a single victory. So I would say for the content creators and the underground fans, it's content creators 2, fans 8. So we win by a landslide.
That is true. That is a whopping 8 wins by the fans, and they are pretty much walking away with a chunk of that 8,000 ringgit. So congratulations to all the winners, and yep. What say you, Contra?
Well, I just gotta say that you guys definitely rock. All the fans that have been participating have been able to stash 8,000 ringgit, just like what Flicker mentioned right here. And those of you who may not walk away with any sort of cash prize at all, hey, not to worry. Maybe in the future you guys will have that chance to play with your favorite idols as well as creators of course, Facebook Gaming. And tomorrow is where we will start our tournament run as well. And of course, with that big stash of prize pool, I'm pretty sure every single one of these creators will be working extremely hard to be able to be crowned as champions of the first ever Facebook Creators Collision Wild Rift Edition. And of course, any last words that you guys have before we close up day number 1 of the Underground Challenge from the fans?
I know it sounds cliche, but I'm just excited to finally get the show rolling, right? We have 40 content creators competing. We've seen 10 of them. I'm just excited for what the other 30 can bring to the table tomorrow.
Yep, I'm pretty much the same with Husky as well, because I'm pretty excited to see, because when I take a look at the rosters that will be playing all these 40 content creators, we can see that most of these people are not actually from, we've known them from not MOBA. So from there went into MOBAs. I'm pretty excited to see how they are gonna fare out in Wild Rift specifically, and perhaps maybe we can see some miracles happen tomorrow.
That's right, and with that being said, that's all that we have for today's schedule, and I hope you guys have been able to enjoy all the Wild Rift action, and good luck to all of you guys who have been playing ranked, and happy climbing, not forgetting a very Merry Christmas for those of you guys who are currently celebrating Christmas, and if not, of course, Happy Holidays and Happy New Year. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. Mark your calendars as well as set your alarms, as we'll be back here for even more Wild Rift, all brought to you by AGG Network. Till then, we'll see you guys tomorrow.